Hi, everyone. We'll be getting started in just a few minutes. I didn't know we were muted. Okay, I think we're unmuted. Okay, great. So it is now 5. Now, of course, the clock is. Yeah, thanks. It's 5:40 p.m. We have a quorum. I'm going to call this meeting of the Outdoor Dining Working Group to order for January 14th, 2025. 5:40. Joining us today on the committee and the working group, we have a new committee member who I'll start out with. So we have Arturo Fernandez, who is on the Outdoor Dining Working Group committee. We have Donna Raftery, who's our SLA, chairs SLA 1 and SLA 2. We have Stella Fitzgerald, who's here, who sits on a variety of committees. I won't go through all of them. And Brian Pape, who's also our assistant secretary. And we're just waiting on Carter Booth, who's a former CB2 chair and former SLA, I forget which one he was, but he was one of the SLA chair.
I'm on Zoom.
Okay, you're on Zoom. Great. Thank you, Carter. And then I am Valerie De La Rosa. I am the chair of the Outdoor Dining Working Group. So we're going to get started. Today we have 27 applications on the agenda. So can I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
So, second.
Brian. Great. So I'm just going to quickly flicker through the agenda very quickly. We are going to go in the order that you see here. And actually going to, if I can, we're not going to be on this slideshow for long, so it's going to be fine to be on my laptop. So for the motion to adopt the agenda, here are the applications. So we're going to hear these in the order you see here. This is the same order that's on the CB2 website. If you give us a few minutes, somebody on the committee will drop the link to the agenda into the chat on Zoom. There's paper copies of the agenda here in the room. So again, here are, and that's only 26. There's 27. I must have copied one off. There's a lot of copy and paste that happens. So there's 27 items on this agenda. Yes, okay. Yeah. With that, just to very quickly, the way that this is going to work, thank you, Stella, is that to speak this evening, you must be waiting to be called on by the chair of the working group on Zoom or in the CB2 conference room. So that is me. There is no speaking out of turn. You will be muted and or asked to leave the meeting on Zoom or in person. Please fill out a speaker form, either here in the room if you haven't signed up, or on our form. We'll also put a link to that in the chat. We're going to call based on that, and then we'll see if there's anybody else who would like to speak. We have 1 minute to speak this evening. Given we have 27 applications, you can do the math. If we had one person speaking on each application and times that times 10. So we have 1 minute this evening. There will be no back and forth. You have to direct your comments to the working group, not directly to the applicant. So we will go through, there is no general public testimony about large overarching comments on outdoor dining. So if you are here to speak about a specific establishment that is not on the agenda, you will not get called on this evening because we're only calling on agenda items. You must register to speak in order to get called on. And I will ask if someone has not been called, but thought they signed up. So don't worry. It's just trying to keep it all organized, and that way we get the name of everyone who is testifying for the record. Public testimony will be taken for each application as they are presented separately. And kind of want to worry about that. Applicant's licensee, if it's your first time here, we will call up your application. The committee will discuss it quickly. Then we will have public testimony on your application. And then we will ask you if you are here and would like to speak about your application. There is no formal presentation from applicants, and they're merely there to answer any questions that we may have for them regarding their plan or any of the submitted items. We will promote, and applicants are not required to respond to comments from the public testimony, though they may choose so. We will promote everyone to a panelist. You will have an option to turn your camera on. And if you're in the room, you'll be asked to sit at the table when it's your time to speak. So what happens next after the public hearings for all of the applications have closed? Then the committee will go into business session. And during business session, we will discuss the applications and vote. Everyone is welcome to stay during the business session and listen. I guess one quick thing I would add is that some of these applications will be voted on at the January full board, and some, I think most of them will be voted on the January full board. I'm thinking of past ones. So sometimes, no, there's some that will not. There's some that will not because they're due next week. So I will try to we're trying to stay really cognizant of that. So if there are modifications presented to you in your application, our DOT deadline is next week. We're asking for those back by Friday. So we'll be turning those around within 24 hours. So we'll see how that goes. Because it also is a holiday weekend. So once you are in business session, we will not call on you. So there's no raising of the hands. And other than that, yeah, I think that's pretty much everything, just the order, so you can see it on there. So just really quickly, because can't talk about this with every application. So as of November 1st, anyone who is operating a sidewalk cafe or there's no roadway cafes right now because they're after November 29th. So there should be no outdoor dining setups in the roadway. But after November 1st, any outdoor sidewalk seating has to be in compliance with the current Dining Out NYC rules. They are 31 pages. Know them, look at them. I look at them all the time, probably too much. So we are looking at your application through that lens. So just so everyone knows. As far as frontage, restaurant frontage is defined as the following on the DOT website. Again, we are not here making up any sort of separate guidance on applications. We are going by what is presented to us either on the DOT website or in the Dining Out NYC rules or from local law 121 from 2023. So the restaurant frontage is a linear space your store occupies along the sidewalk. Restaurants at a corner will have 2 frontages. That is all that it says. This is all the guidance that has been given to us on this matter directly. Platforms, no platforms for flooring on sidewalk cafes. There's nothing here about a waiver of if there's a sloped sidewalk or if there is a, Bonnie, we're not taking any testimony at this time. If you can put something in the chat, but we're not calling on anyone right now. But thank you for being here. We're only calling on people for application-specific comments. So platforms, and it just says no platforms. So that is no platforms. There's no, but there just isn't. So this is what we are going by. It's page 19 of the rules, section 511. Again, confirming from DOT that was directly sent to me regarding the platforms. With our specific question, how sidewalk width is measured. This is in the rules, section 501. Sidewalk is the portion of the street between curb lines or lateral lines of a roadway and the adjacent property lines, but not including the curb intended for the use of pedestrians. So that is what is in the rules. It does not include the curb. So if your sidewalk width includes the curb, we are going to have an adjusted measurement. The clear path is based on the sidewalk. So the clear path in that calculation, if it's based on a sidewalk width that includes the curb, then we will ask for a correction in order to make sure the clear path is maintained. The definition of a curb, this is from the street design manual in case anyone has questions on that. And to put it all together, the part that says curb would not be included in your measurement. Clear path versus obstruction. An obstruction is parallel to the setup. If the clear path will supersede the obstruction clearance. So if you have, I guess just go by the example. So if there is a bike rack in the furnishing zone and it's a regional corridor, which requires a 10-foot clear path, that parallel bike rack is required to maintain a 10-foot clearance. It supersedes the 8-foot clearance that is typical for a bike rack obstruction. Enclosure and sidewalk cafes. Again, if you've applied by August 3rd and you are operating an outdoor sidewalk cafe right now, a winter enclosure around a sidewalk cafe is considered in non-compliance with the Dining Out NYC rules. This is what the DOT website says about the Dining Out NYC website, says that if it is not an existing permitted enclosed sidewalk cafe in operation on March 16, 2020, or the 4 years prior. So there's that. So then just kind of underlining that. And again, clarification directly to me regarding that, that does not include, and this was the photo of those enclosures that I was told that those are not allowed. So that's just so everyone knows the baseline that we're working on here. Primary building entrances are defined on with a clearance. They're not defined here as Dining Out NYC rules, page 16, as a 5-foot clearance. We received clarification on a primary entrance from DOT back in August that it was the main entrance for a building with no qualification to the size of the building or the number of units in that building above the ground floor tenant. This is from the New York City Administrative Code, which is referenced, which is referenced in the Dining Out NYC rules, that the New York City Administrative Code defines the primary entrance as the following. So it is a principal entrance to a building, and I won't read it all, but you can see it there. So that's just kind of the baseline that we're going off of. This is the August 14th email regarding a primary entrance definition, which we got from DOT, which is any main entrance that leads into a building, house, etc., is a primary entrance. And we are not to new business yet, so that is it. Bonnie, I'm gonna lower your hand. So with that, that is the end for the slideshow today. So we're gonna go through the first application. Great. Just go to my notes. It's kind of loud, isn't it? Is that the air? Or is that like a heater? Oh. Okay, so the first application we're gonna call up is Sao Paolo Hospitality, LLC, DBA Ambra at 569 Hudson Street.
Administrative note, it's Sao Paolo, S-A-M. It's a misspelling.
Okay.
We should correct that so that our records are correct.
All right, so the issues identified on this application are as follows. So, all right, so on this one, it looks like, and I don't know if we want to look, but so I think one of the big things on this one was there is a brick pattern that is there for the crosswalk. Donna, do you want to walk us through anything in particular?
Yeah, just there's a brick pattern. There is no brick crosswalk. There's
Right.
a painted angled crosswalk that goes, south. So where the roadbed is positioned, it actually seems like it will work out fine,
Mhm.
but that 12-foot measurement that is in there is not accurate because it goes to some brick crosswalk that doesn't exist. So it needs to push down. I think by the time you angle out that way, I got it was about 8 feet from there to the end of the roadbed at that point.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. So here's what I've got. So I took, so I've got missing crosswalk, adjusting the measurement of the clearance to the crosswalk to 8 feet, updating the measurement of the crosswalk clearance on the second page of the site plan. I also thought it was important to put the missing bike lane. It's a hatched bike lane there. I think I put an aerial photo in there. And I think that's important to note. It does go into a full bike lane on Hudson, but I think the site plan cuts off there. And then adjusting the measurement of the drain infrastructure catch basin on the site plan. Again, Donna had pointed out that they're showing it it's located in the wrong place. It should be within the crosswalk once the crosswalk is appropriately on there. So there's that. And then updating the measurement on page 2 on R14. There's the missing approaching stop sign, right? It's got the arrow. It's similar to the one that's on Bedford, but it's got the arrow with the stop sign ahead, right? Is it a stop ahead sign? I mean, what's
Stop ahead.
okay, stop ahead. Okay, so let me just fix that on there. Okay, so they did check the box that they were going to have vertical screenings, that they acknowledged that there's something within the 40 within.
It looks like about half of the roadbed is within 50.
Okay.
That.
Okay, so thank you for double checking on that. And then the other items on this were the accessible route for ADA accessibility will ensure the presence of ADA accessible route of 36 inches. That's the other slide that I don't have, but I think would be good to note. Where's this? So everyone knows where this is coming from and I don't have to say it 5 times, well, 27 times. So the only place that DOT mentions ADA accessibility in any sort of expanded definition is actually on the 311 page, which is terrible because it makes it punitive, in my personal opinion. This information here about maintaining, restaurants must maintain, I need a trackpad, that's fine. Restaurants must maintain a 36-inch minimum route throughout the seating area, install curb ramps or platforms to connect the sidewalk to the street level. So again, if your plan doesn't have a ramp or shows what's connected, if you don't have flooring in a roadway cafe, we are going to ask about that. So please have an answer, and we will also ask for that to be illustrated on the site plan if it's not already. Install ramps that cover electrical wiring crossing the sidewalk or on the roadway. Make at least 5% of dining surfaces, but no less than 1, accessible for seating and standing. So to maintain a 36-inch minimum route throughout the seating area is 3 feet. So if your sidewalk cafe, if you're coming to us with a sidewalk cafe with a width of less than 3 feet, it is not ADA compliant. Okay, great. So that is just so we could get through that very quickly. Okay, so that goes to the last 3, which are our standard. We'll ensure that presence of the 36-inch accessible route, the 5% and the service aisle, and that within the roadway cafe setup, once the interior cafe dimensions are determined, even if that means removing tables. We're not asking for anyone to remove tables, but unless it is compliant, then it is not. If someone wants to share their screen with the applications as I talk about them, you're welcome to do that, but I will not personally be doing that. So it's just too much to have to process. So it's just not the best use of my time. So if somebody else.
On the website.
Yeah, they're on the website. Yeah, you can follow along on the website. It's just, I can't take over a screen and we just have too many to get through. Also the missing north arrow. Again, I'm going to say this one time. It's very frustrating for everyone here to try to then make notes about where items are on the site plan if we don't know where the north arrow is on the site plan. So we will also ask, and we are asking on this application, Ambra, which we're talking about, to add the required north arrow to the site plan. And that's it. So with that, anyone from the committee want to discuss?
Should I share the site plan or do we? No, okay.
I mean, unless there's something that the committee needs to refer to, we're not here to present the application. We're here to talk through it. We've looked at it a lot. So if someone else wants to share that, everyone has access to the drive. Any other comments from the committee on this application? I'm just trying to pull up a timer.
Everybody's comfortable with the clearances. Okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the main.
Yeah.
Great. So sorry, I'm just trying to pull.
Roadbed may have to move down 6 inches one way or the other, but they've got plenty of room in there to be able to do that. So
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, we don't ask for them to adjust the length, are we asking them to adjust the?
No,
Okay,
length is fine. If
Okay.
you move it 6 inches further west,
Okay.
you've got plenty of room to be able
Right.
to do that.
okay, right. Okay, so sorry, I'm just trying to get some sort of timer situation here, so I just know what's happening. Okay, so is there anyone from the public here to speak about this application? Great.
We did have emails that came in and ahead of the meeting, commentary on this, but there's no need to discuss that.
We can talk about it during business session, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't think I guess I have to make myself a host. I can't do it from my laptop. Because probably nobody else is a host. Is that right?
That's good.
Yeah. Right. So let me just gonna make everyone a co-host. And I think everyone, I need to, you know what, you gotta promote yourself, right? Okay. Got it. Did I miss anyone? Okay, great. So,
I just promoted.
okay, great. Great, 1 minute, let's go.
Is it me that's on?
Yeah, Augustine, yeah, sorry, I'm just going by who I see. Augustine, you can go.
Okay, Augustine Hope, West Village Residents Association. We are vehemently opposed to this application, but very specifically in this case, because we had an agreement with the operator when he obtained his license that he would not have roadbed dining. That's one. The other thing was that he also said that Eaton Sugarman of Whitehorse had no involvement whatsoever in his business. We now understand that he's a significant owner in the business. For both these reasons, I really don't think this roadway should be there. Thank you.
Thank you, Augustine. Next, we have Bonnie Slotnick.
You're on mute.
Sorry. Bonnie, can you unmute? You don't have to turn your camera on if you don't want to. Okay, is there someone else?
That's it.
Okay,
Was she speaking or no?
I don't see where she went.
She's still there.
Listed.
Yeah,
Should we promote again or just allow to talk?
she's a panelist. She doesn't have her camera on.
Bonnie, are you there? Can someone type in maybe to unmute or is she, her speaker? She's not.
Unmuted.
Okay.
We're gonna ask Bonnie if she wants to type her comments.
Someone could put that in.
Bonnie, if you're not able to start your video, do you want to put your comments into the chat?
Oh, God.
Okay, hi.
Oh, hi. I didn't ask to speak on this. I don't know
Okay.
what it's called on.
Oh, well, you had your hand raised, so we're only calling on people to speak about the specific agenda item. Is there one you're here to speak on later?
I could, but I didn't know how to register.
Okay, can someone put the link?
If Bonnie, you can raise your hand
Yeah,
when we have the item, when we're talking about it, and you can speak then.
yeah, I will call on people who just trying to keep it the track. Okay, so we'll see you in a few.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. No one else from the public here to speak on Ambra? No one online? Okay, so we're gonna move on to the next item.
Just for the record of what Augustine was speaking to,
Uh-huh,
that in their executed stipulations with the community board, which is also was approved at a full board meeting, the liquor authority, it specifically says that they will not have roadbed seating or any structures, and any other structures that were previously built would be removed.
So may I ask why they've applied for a roadway in this case?
I don't know. That's the agreement that's on file with the liquor authority.
Okay, so we should put that in our,
Mhm.
I'm just gonna add that. So does that make any sort of modifications moot at this point?
No, we can discuss it, but
Okay, we'll discuss in a business session. So let me just make a note. If someone is in the doc, if you could, if we can kind of like take notes like in the doc, just kind of maybe who spoke on it and who speaks from the applicant, first name and last name, just so we have it in one place. Okay, so next we have, so let me just make a note of. I will ask for the language specifically from Donna and Carter. Okay. Sorry, I'm trying to pull up a timer app. It's not gonna work. Okay. Next we have Palma. So we have Palma Roadway, Palma Sidewalk, and I will go over their formal names in a second, and Aperitivo di Palma. So we're gonna start out, we're gonna go through each one of these.
was there nobody from Ambra was here to speak?
Is the applicant here? From Ambra? Sorry, I didn't ask.
For Ambra?
Yeah.
Yes. Oh, okay. Great. So if you could come up here.
Yeah, of course.
Great. If you can state your first and last name.
Andrea Ienna.
Okay. It's okay. Okay, hi. So do we want to, does anyone have any questions for the applicant regarding can you speak regarding what was mentioned regarding the liquor license?
The legal license for the walk permit
Mhm.
for the, yes, absolutely. Like, of course, when we first talked, my kind of idea was just to have enough business to, support all the costs. But eventually this past summer, I had a lot of problems with people that they literally just want to sit outside. I didn't have enough space for everybody. And most of the people that would literally go to the restaurant in front of me that they had more, Sidewalk, I would basically have my restaurant kind of empty during the day, to be honest, and have a good amount of people at night. The only reason why I'm doing that is because the city apparently has a new program that it looks more clean and, efficient. And this is the reason why I apply. Like, I don't want to do anything that it bother the neighborhood. I want to, make sure that everybody's happy. And if I want to do something like that, we'll do it only, if you guys approve and if apply to all the rules that DOT gives. That's all. I don't want to build a castle, just a couple of tables to make a living.
When was that agreement signed?
Carter, when was that?
It was
2022.
Okay,
October 12th, 2022.
okay. So again, we didn't really know what this program was at that point.
Yeah.
But we
Well,
would have,
wait, yeah,
still
I
got
mean,
all of
there was a whole conversation because there was a roadbed sitting there and the community was very upset about that. And that was one of the conditions and the public interest of the communities and the community board supporting this application was that roadbed would go away. That was part of the public interest of getting that license. So that public interest still remains there.
Yes, no,
Way. And
Said I'm not-
you've heard what the community is saying about the roadbed. And then the other part of the thing was Mr. Sugarman
I
also was.
I wanna just mention something about Ada Sugarman, if you allow me to. Ada Sugarman has nothing to do with the business. Meaning, like, if you go there, I don't know if you guys ever been to my place, I'm always there. Like you don't walk and see Ethan Sugarman kind of give any kind of direction to my staff or to me personally. It definitely helped me a lot, right? He gave me a space, I pay rent. I have few money that I still own him because I was waiting too long to open the place because I couldn't open without a legal license. And he definitely helped me in the beginning. But that doesn't mean that it's part of the business or he has any say on the business or he's in my corporation. It's just me. That's all.
But you're part of his restaurant,
Right.
correct?
So this is just like, it kind of helped me, to be honest, on kind of advertise my place because, it definitely has a bigger name than mine in the industry. I'm pretty new, this is my first restaurant. It's like, my little baby. I definitely take any help that I can take. But, I feel like I'm here for an application and again, I will only do if you guys approve a number one and number two, I'll do it where like in any, I want to just do something good for the neighborhood. I feel like a lot of people have it. And the fact that I don't think kind of put me in a bad, financial situation.
There was the Sidewalk Cafe there. There was a successful. Go ahead.
You still haven't answered the question. Are you or are you not a part of his restaurant group?
It's just like,
It's a yes or no?
no.
You're not. Then why is it listed on their website that your restaurant is a part of this restaurant?
As I say, it's more like an advertisement for.
It's not an advertisement, that's part of his hospitality group. It's listed under his hospitality group. Your restaurant is one of the restaurants along with White Horse Tavern and the other ones that he has as part of his hospitality group.
And one of what was referenced in the public testimony, which I don't have it right in front of me, your attorney had submitted a letter to the Liquor Authority, said that Mr. Sugarman had nothing to do with your application. We relied on that and we reconsidered our position on this explicitly based on that representation. And
So
we
can you
changed
please-
it.
can you
So we
please
removed-
repeat that?
hold on, we removed our opposition to your application for your liquor license in good faith, and that's what Mr. Hope had referenced in the discussions that you had at that time. And suddenly, everything's changing again, but the representation that was made at that time is that there would be no roadbed dining. But you haven't had any discussion.
What is the Robden dining? What is that? Sorry.
The roadbed dining, what you're.
The roadway.
Oh, Roadway,
Yeah,
Roadway.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
So that's what you had said to him. Have you spoken to the neighborhood group at all
In concern on what? Like on
regarding this application?
this application?
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest with you. When I found out about this application, it was literally like 2 days before, the end line, and
But that was what, 5 months ago?
it was literally yes. It was-
So you haven't had any discussions with them?
I didn't have any discussion. But again, I specifically know that when you apply for something, it goes through you, and I'm here to discuss and.
Well, discussion isn't.
Yeah, yeah.
here. This is about your liquor license and nothing is consistent and the agreement is there. So, the discussion will happen at the Liquor Authority.
Right.
In
Yeah.
front of the full board as a full board item, and we'll raise it then.
Yeah.
You haven't made any efforts though, what you're saying now, to engage in that conversation. And that's why we're bringing it up now, is so that you do, because that is going to go eventually. And I'm not sure why you haven't done it or why your attorneys haven't advised you to do this. This has been an ongoing issue.
So, but
So,
to talk about the Roadway, that's what you say with the community board.
no, with the community groups, you told them you weren't gonna have this. And now you didn't talk to them. You just.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, Mr. Carter. When you open a business, my first business, when you open a business, sometimes there are tough time and there's tough decision. Of course, I don't mean to disrespect anybody, but the reason why I'm doing this is to get a little bit more revenue. No, not to disrespect anybody or not to
You don't, but the disrespect.
This is just-
Hold on.
this is
The
just like,
Hey.
doing,
If we could just let him finish and.
Not engaging with the community group.
Okay.
Nobody's preventing you from applying, but the respect is having the conversation with them.
I agree. No, okay.
That's a part of being a good neighbor. We're not here to hash it out.
No, but like,
You have an agreement with
but
those folks.
Mr. Carter, sorry to interrupt, but if you really think about it, we are talking about right now. It's not that I am applying and you will know, like you wouldn't know, we're just talking about right now. And whatever is your concern, I'm here to answer and.
Sure. Why didn't you speak to the community group that you have an agreement with? That's the question. You've had 5 months.
It's been more than, yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I mean,
And the other part of this is.
Was July.
You also put sidewalk seating down during all of this. Again, you have stipulations, because we knew this program was in existence when you came to us in 2022. The temporary program was there, and your stipulations very clearly say that the storefront on Hudson Street only. And you put a whole bunch of seats going down West 11th Street down there. So that was contrary to what you agreed to with the community at that time. I mean, you're supposed to have 18 seats outside in front. That's what was agreed to. It wasn't that you agreed to no seats outside. You agreed to 18 seats outside, like the previous operator had there. And you didn't abide by that during that time during the temporary program. So.
Okay, so are there any other questions or? So
And one other comment to this,
Okay.
is that all the sidewalk seating that's not being used right now is all stored on 11th Street in a pile with tarps all over it that the neighbors have to look at every day going up and down.
Okay, so then we should add that to a
I will
stipulation.
definitely remove that tomorrow.
Okay, so there's, now I understand the complexities here. May I just ask very quickly, in order for this, let's say this goes through the DOT process, it goes to SLA, this has to go through the SLA.
Has to file an alteration to add the
Okay.
municipal.
It's going to take some time because this was a full board item.
To
It
add,
was
sorry,
decided by the commissioners and the chairman of the liquor authority. It has to go back to them for a decision.
Okay,
So it can't be done, it possibly could be done via a waiver, but obviously nothing's been worked out with the community. So this isn't going to be eligible for the quick process,
okay,
because it's going to this whole process will have to be approved. Then it will, then they can make the application with the 30-day notice to us. We're going to ask for it to be called up at the liquor authority. That's going to take some time.
okay,
So unfortunately, without having this resolved ahead of time with the community, it delays you significantly. And, that's not a good way to follow this process. That should have been worked out in advance. So.
okay. I'm just trying to understand for this, because I know that the April 1st is when people are allowed to operate a roadway cafes again, and just trying to understand, I guess, also for anyone else listening, about, I guess, lessons learned here. Okay, so.
So basically, sorry, just to, for
Yeah.
my understanding. So basically on April 1st, I can't put the table outside
If you don't have a license from DOT, you cannot.
if I don't have a license from DOT.
Yeah, if you have not been approved through the DOT approval for the
Okay.
program. So
You'll be in violation of your liquor
Liquor
license
license.
stipulations.
if you do operate one.
Okay.
So that's, and they can speak more to that. So, okay, great. So what's going to happen here is we have, we went through the kind of those modifications of there's brick on there. Just to kind of, since you're right here, I can just quickly show you. So this is what the crosswalk and the bike lane that we're mentioning.
Yes.
And it needs to look like this. And your catch basin is very similar to the way, this is not your site plan. The catch basin is within that there.
Yeah, it's right there. Yeah.
Yeah, but on your site plan, I don't have it.
I have it.
I mean, I've got it right here. It's right here. So on your site plan, sorry, guys, this will just make it so much easier. It has this brick pattern, which is not accurate, and this is actually within this. So it's actually farther away from you. I mean, it's only a good thing. It's
Mhm.
actually, so that is just, this is not accurate as to what is. Where are those notes? And this is again flipped.
Yeah.
So you see like
So
how it
this
needs.
is, hold on, so this is Hudson Street and this is 11th.
Yes.
Right, okay.
Yeah, and I know your plan is flipped,
Yeah.
but that is still, the crosswalk still needs to look like this, not
Okay,
the brick pattern. And your
Okay.
catch basin,
it's right next to
it's
the,
in the crosswalk. So you see how it's like flush, just
Yeah.
like this one is, so I can send that example when we send the modifications that
Okay.
the office will send you.
Just look at the street, it's right there.
Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's on the street, and then adding in.
Starts.
And then adding in these bike lanes. So again, this is all going to depend where the committee votes on this and whether or not we send the
Yeah.
modifications to you. So, okay,
okay,
all right. And you signed up online, right, with your email and all that? So we've got your email. Okay. All right, thank you.
done?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Thanks. Great. And you're welcome to stay if you'd like. Our business session will not happen until we go through all 27 applications. So we are also available.
But I'm down for my application.
You're done. Yeah,
Yes?
we're done. Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you. Okay, great. So now we will go to Zouk LTD, DBA Palma, 28 Cornelia Street for Roadway, for Sidewalk, and then we will have Aperitivo di Palma at 30 Cornelia Street. I believe those are all, they're all like with the same owner, so we just put them, right? I think there's different LLCs or different LTDs. Okay, so let's go through Palma.
Roadway first.
Yeah, Roadway first.
Okay. So to call out a couple things, the site plan does label a speed limit. It's also a speed bump sign. On the site plan, it says speed limit and 24-hour metered parking sign. I didn't see that. I just saw the speed limit and speed bump. And it is inaccurately located on the site plan. I don't know if the applicant's here or online. I don't know where to look, but so that's one thing to change. Another thing is that the current site plan indicates that the cafe will extend in front of the residential primary building entrances to the south. And that's also with the address 28 Cornelia and 28.5 Cornelia. I'm not sure if Aperitivo di Palma and Palma are connected from the inside. Maybe if the applicant is here, they can speak to that. The cafe width also, it's just hard to read here. I don't know if it's proposing 6 feet 6 inches or 6 feet 8 inches. I'm guessing that it's 6 feet 6, but just want to make sure. And then last thing to note is that while the application that we received from DOT did not explicitly state that there is an FDNY review pending, DOT confirmed via email that it has been referred to FDNY.
And that's for all the roadway, the two roadway?
Yeah, both of those. So our proposed modifications will be to adjust the placement of the speed limit and speed bump signs to be north of the cafe. And that's important because as a car is driving north on Cornelia Street, it'll, they'll see the cafe first before they see the regulatory signage ahead. Then we have the next modification, confirm that the vertical screenings and umbrellas overhead /overhead coverings will not exceed 46 inches because they have the regulatory signage so close to the restaurant. The next one is to adjust the storefront length to not include the residential entrance to the south of it. My measurement is approximately 16 feet 8 inches for the adjusted storefront. Also adjust the cafe length to confine to the storefront and not to bleed into the residential entrances to the south. Add the primary building entrance labels to the site plan, and then also add the cafe length and width to the bottom of the site plan. Right now it's just blank. Add north arrow, and then our standard ADA and service aisle modifications as well. And that's all that I have.
Okay. Let me just go back to it. Okay, do we have anyone here from the public? Let me call on who we have speaking on this one. So we have, I see signed up on Zoom. We have Kathy Arnson, Jennifer Ortega, and that's all I have for this application.
I just promoted 2 people who've raised their hand.
So Kathy Arnson or Jennifer Ortega, I'm gonna call on you first because you signed up. To the committee, do we want to take comments on both the sidewalk and the roadway at one time? Okay, so we will entertain comments on both the sidewalk and the roadway for Zouk LLTD, DBA Palma. Great, so Kathy Arnson.
Hi,
Hi.
thank you so much. I have a few concerns. The biggest, I think, is the if the FDNY waiver is granted, because our street is only 19.4 inches wide, I believe, and I think that's a little bit narrow for fire trucks to get down in an emergency, and also for the turn from Bleecker onto Cornelia. My second is there's no room on the sidewalk for tables and chairs or for the planters that they have out there. There's no clear path for either Palma or Aperitivo. There's an issue with garbage, where they place the garbage, because they're so close to the next building. The garbage ends up on the sidewalk, the big garbage pails. And okay, the roadway's too narrow, the sidewalks is too narrow, and the waiver. I think those were the main things that I wanted to bring up.
Wonderful, thank you. Next, do we have Jennifer Ortega? Is she up? Is she here online? I'm just trying to call who signed up, and then I'll go to who's in the queue. No, Jennifer Ortega?
Oh, I do see that name,
Okay,
but she's not raising her hand.
right, but she signed up, so if we could just call on her. She signed up to speak on this application. I'm trying to go through who signed up, and then we will call on who is.
Jennifer Ortega. Hi,
Hi, Jennifer, 1 minute.
Hi.
Yep, you can go.
Go ahead.
Jennifer?
I live on Cornelia Street, and the roadway is very small, and it's very difficult to go up and down the sidewalk when they have their outdoor shed on the roadway. And it's the sidewalk is really small because there is planters there with a railing, and it makes it even more narrower. So I just being a small block, it's just a quality of life thing. It's just like the trash, you have to move around, you have to cross the street if you want to go down up and down the street. And it's just a really huge inconvenience, especially as my husband is a little bit older and has trouble walking, that we have to walk across the street in order to go up to Bleecker Street or down to our apartment. That's it. Thank you.
Great. Okay, so next, that's all I had signed up. So next we'll go to who that is. Okay, so let's go with Sharon Sullivan. We'll go with Leslie Clark, and then we'll go with Leaf Arnson.
Hello, I'm Sharon Sullivan. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I'm new to this process, so bear with me. But I was
Okay.
out today. I live on Jones Street. But I love Palma, by the way, and I eat there. However, I'm confused about the Sidewalk Cafe because they have cellar gratings right next to the building. There are 2 in front of 28, 1 in front of 30. I don't know where they can put the tables without being on the cellar grates, one of which opened today as I was walking by. Then also, again, the planters are out. There's just no room there. That's not even the sidewalk. We're not talking about the sidewalk. The roadbed, I'm confused because we can't see. I could not see the site plan. But Aperitivo is in a different building than 28. It is in 30. And there are
Correct.
2 doorways between it. And there's another doorway and it shares that building with the Chinese laundry. So I don't know, are they planning to run that completely through past the laundry and past the doorways? I go back and forth carrying my laundry all the time and it's not so easy, much less having to go around roads for things. And again, the road is just insanely narrow.
Thank you, Sharon. We're right at the 1 minute. Do you want to wrap it up with one last thing?
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next we'll go to Leslie Clark and then Leif Arnson.
Thank you, Leslie Clark, West Village residents. I just want to confirm what Kathy Arnson said about, we're talking about both the sidewalk and the roadway here. I don't understand why they are covering a primary business, a building entrance, since the restaurant should cover only its own frontage and a primary building entrance is not part of the frontage of a restaurant.
That's a good point.
I oppose an emergency travel lane waiver. I'm surprised to hear it tonight for the first time. There's no reason to put people's lives in danger so that people can serve food in the roadway. That is not something that is in the public interest in any way. And I simply cannot understand, as others have said, where there is any room to set up to serve on the sidewalk. I don't see any way, even with the smallest tables, that you could have wait staff. Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks. Leif Arnson?
Hi, everybody. Thanks very much. I know Palma's a great restaurant and been there for many years. I went over to the fire department yesterday to talk to the firemen, and they were, of the 5 or 6 guys that I talked to, they were pretty shocked to hear that there was waivers being given out on Cornelia or this narrow streets. So that was a problem. They expressed very clearly in no uncertain terms how dangerous it is to try to rush down these narrow streets with a fire truck and to try to get past or pull up beside or get past a dining shed that's full of people eating and drinking. So that is a real problem. I feel it affects our safety in the neighborhood building on the roadbed. So I'm definitely against that. Also, there's no way they have enough room for their trash. They have 6 or 7 containers that come out there overflowing. It's just unmanageable. And like one of the ladies said earlier, you really have to cross the street. When they're operating full tilt, you can't go down there and have any kind of a relaxing way to get past, or you really cross the street. That's what happens. So there just isn't room for what they want to do there, what they have been doing in the past during COVID. There's just room there for it. That's all I would like to say. Thank you.
Great. Is there anyone else here to speak on this application on Zoom or in the room that I have not called on? Oh, okay, Mary. Thank you. I see you, Mary. Thanks so much for the waving. That was very effective. 1 minute. Let's go.
Thank you, everybody. Ditto on what everybody else said. And also, the restaurant can't seem to manage the customers from the cafe, sidewalk to the shed. And people would just hang out and drink, and the staff and the planters take up a lot of space in the first place. So I don't think they should have any of it. Also, the roadbed is 19.4 inches. So if they have the 6.6, that's definitely less than the 15. And I've eaten at Palma over the years too. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who I've not called on to speak on this application in the room or on Zoom? Is the applicant here? The applicant, someone. If you're here to speak on this application as the applicant or the applicant's representative for Palma, Zouk Ltd, DBA Palma, Roadway. Okay, so I think we emailed the owner directly on this. Chris, someone was the email we had at Palma. Okay, So not seeing anyone there. Okay, is there any other further comment before we send this to business session? Okay, what, oh, well, I mean, I'm just talking about the roadway, do you want to?
Just disappointing to hear there was an engagement with the local community on this long-standing problem that this board has spent countless time in the last 4 years on, including, with elected officials, et cetera, just to have a discussion. So it's disappointing.
Do we need to speak?
Prior to be here, but it's just.
So we did Palma Sidewalk and Palma Roadway. And some people were mentioning Aperitivo di Palma, but I will, if there's anyone who's signed up to speak on, is there any other comments we want to do on, I mean, I think the modifications are pretty similar.
There is one pretty big difference with just Palma Sidewalk versus Palma Roadway.
Okay.
So the Palma Sidewalk site plan, the sidewalk width measurement on the site plan says 9 feet and 8.5 inches. That measurement I confirmed is the full sidewalk width. And as we discussed earlier, according to the DOT rules, sidewalk definition is only to the back of the curb. And the measurement to the back of the curb is 8 feet 7 inches. And because there is an 8-foot clearance requirement on Cornelia Street, because it's a neighborhood corridor, that means that the allowable sidewalk cafe width would only be 7 inches, which is not feasible and is not ADA compliant. Regardless, even if it was, if the full sidewalk width measurement did include the curb and it was 9 feet and 8.5 inches, that would still only allow, as they say on the site plan, a cafe of 1 foot and 8.5 inches, which again is not reasonable and is not ADA compliant, more importantly.
Okay. Okay. And, okay, so then on Aperitivo di Palma, do we need to say anything else about that? I will call, since we only took public testimony. I mean, we did receive public testimony on some for Aperitivo, but I didn't explicitly call for it. So I will call if there's anyone who wants to speak on Aperitivo di Palma.
I can also, I was gonna say, I can also clarify that the cafe plan for the roadway for Aperitivo di Palma does not extend into the laundromat next door.
Okay. All right, Jennifer Ortega. Oh.
And just.
Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that when they're in full business, it's right next door to the restaurant, and they have it's crowded, and we just have to cross the street if we want to go up and down the street or use our block at all. And it's really inconvenient and a nuisance, to be quite honest. That's it.
Thank you.
I just wanted to reiterate here, as far as the sidewalk conditions, that, and we have to comment on each of these ones individually, but given the setup here, the narrower sidewalks, that the placement of trash creates an impediment here because of some of the, if you can even see in their submissions where the trash is placed, there's not really room to put out the trash bins in such a way that people can properly navigate the sidewalks if the trash is put out in a compliant manner with DSNY regulations. And since the trash can be put out at 6 p.m. every night. And
I thought it was 8, but it's 6.
Well, when you have the trash bins, it's 6.
Oh.
And this building is under 9 units, so we're required to use the trash cans. But you can see there's trash piled up even in their submission pictures. And I think that on these narrow residential streets where these are non-conforming commercial uses, that it creates a lot of difficulty, and it seems like a lack of a coherent plan. And the burden ends up falling on people trying to navigate the streets.
We should definitely make a note of that regarding in the pedestrian flow comment box, so I can add that. We can, make a note of that. I think I tried to start adding that section to there to follow the DOT form of the 3 areas that they're looking for feedback on. I think that's important to note, and or for existing curb use. Okay. So we're done with all 3. You guys we've talked about the modifications for each, and we'll.
Sharon Sullivan has her hand up.
Okay.
I'll bring her up.
Okay, thanks.
No, basically decided I'd forego, because I just couldn't see the site plan, but I was there today in front of Aperitivo, and I can't figure out how people are getting back and forth into their apartment houses with the road bed sheds in front of this whole thing. There are 3 different doors to 2 different buildings. It's a mystery to me. Thank you so much for all that you do, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So next we have the Crystal Room LP DBA Blue Ribbon 97 Sullivan Street for both Roadway and Sidewalk. And then after that, after those 2 applications, we have Flexible Fish Corp DBA Blue Ribbon Sushi at 119 Sullivan Street for Roadway. For both of the roadway applications I've mentioned at 97 Sullivan and 119 Sullivan Street, there is a FDNY waiver review, whatever you want to call that. So let's start with Blue Ribbon. So let me just go.
Sure, I can.
Yeah, you want to start? Yeah.
I went by, I verified their measurements. My only comment is that if this application is approved, the travel lane will be approximately 11 feet and 7 inches, but it is under review by the FDNY.
Okay. This is we're already on the 5th one. Okay.
And my only suggestions for modifications are just our standard ADA and service aisle confirmations.
Okay. So that's on the roadway, and then
The roadway.
let's talk about the sidewalk.
The sidewalk is pretty much the same issue as I talked about for the Palma sidewalk. The sidewalk width measurement is defined as to the back of the curb, not including the curb. And that measurement I checked is 10 feet and 9 inches, which leaves only 2 feet 9 inches for the cafe width because the neighborhood corridor requires 8 feet of clear path. And a 2 feet 9 inch cafe is not ADA compliant because there needs to be 36 inches or 3 feet to be compliant.
Okay.
There are other comments, but none as important.
Okay. Do we know, so let me quickly look. And who signed up to speak on this one? Oh, if people did speak on, if that signed up, I didn't call them. Okay, but they did, everyone spoke and added their comments. Okay, so the next one, so no one online. So I believe Mickey McGee would like to speak on this application. I see her hand is raised. Is there anyone in the room who wants to speak that is not the applicant on this application? We will call on the applicant after we have public testimony.
I think are you ready for me, Valerie?
Yeah,
yes.
I'm ready.
Hi, I'm Mickey McGee.
Hi.
I'm with South Village Neighbors. Hi, and I live across the street from this location. I'm having trouble understanding the diagrams, the relationship between the Sidewalk Cafe and the Roadbed Cafe. It appears to me, but I could be mistaken, that there is no space for a service aisle for either of those proposed setups. And there would in fact be 2 service aisles needed for the 2 different sites. So I just wonder about the viability of it altogether. I think Stella was referencing this. And of course, as the last time I spoke about things on this street, I remain gravely, gravely concerned about the narrowing of the fire lane to 11 feet, 7 inches. Obviously, as I reported last time, 18 months ago, there was 2 fatalities in a fire across the street and 1 door up from this location. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, I'm terribly sorry for that loss, and thank you for your detail.
Thank you.
Okay, and Leslie Clark.
Oh. Sorry.
And I see we have also Darlene Lutz, so we'll call on Darlene next.
Thank you for having, I just want to make the same comment that Mickey made. I want to amplify that for both 97 and for 119 Sullivan Street. This is putting a roadway shed into an emergency travel lane is not a good use of public space. This weekend, West Village residents published a map on our website showing where these emergency travel lane waivers are being requested and sometimes issued. And when you look at that map, which I encourage you all to do on the West Village residents website, you will see that these waiver requests are creating clusters of dangerous zones throughout the South and West Village and on Mulberry Street, and we oppose them. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next, we have Darlene Lutz. Thank you, Leslie, and thank you, Mickey.
Hi, thank you, Valerie and committee. I'm just going to co-sign what Mickey and Leslie.
Hello?
Who? Hello?
Not muted.
Darlene, we just lost you.
Okay, is there anyone else? Oh, are you back?
Darlene, we lost your audio there for about the last minute.
Yeah, I'll restart.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yep, good. So co-signing with Mickey and Leslie's comments about the narrowness of the street, with Stella's astute, measuring this on the sidewalk. This is just not viable for either operation here. And there was just like a 5-alarm fire on the corner of Spring and Sullivan a few months ago. And it was frightening to see how they were trying to wedge fire trucks into Sullivan Street. So, Blue Ribbon has been, a good old standard in the community. We like them, but we don't like the sidewalk and the roadway cafe situation that they want. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Right, is there anyone here from the public to still speak on this application? This application being Blue Ribbon Sushi, Roadway and Sidewalk at 97 Sullivan Street. Okay, Bill.
I just promoted him.
Okay. The applicant, or we don't know?
I'm the applicant.
Okay. Just a second. I see Steve has his hand raised. Bill?
Yeah.
Ballman?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, yeah. I have to echo what everyone's been saying. on a lot of these very narrow streets in the village. It's not just the fire trucks that have, it's dangerous for them to be able to get through in case of emergency. But if someone's having a heart attack or another life-threatening episode, minutes count and people will die. So if you look on the roadways, even like a wide street like Hudson Street, you have with the outdoor dining sheds and the deliveries of the food items and the liquor items to the restaurants, you wind up having one lane of traffic going up Hudson Street in the village for a good part of the day. So magnify that by 10 when you're dealing with a narrower street like Cornelia, Sullivan, and the others we've been talking about. Thank you.
Thanks. Great. Steve, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Hi. Good.
Valerie, your team's great. I still have that offer to you.
Oh,
Come work for
sorry,
us.
it took me a second.
Yeah. So I've been driving around the streets of New York since I got my driver's license at 17. That makes me about 55 years of driving around. And I kind of understand the fear of having a truck, you know, a fire department truck go through. And I would imagine that the fire department would deny it if they were worried about it. But I absolutely understand the residents' concerns, very valid. As far as the measurements go, I'm looking at Gina's there sitting near you. We measured and that doesn't match up. And so kind of sorry that you haven't posted the plans like you did last meetings. But those measurements are pretty much on the money. We're probably one of the few architects who've done precise measurements, if there are any other architects. We've done close to 300 applications. So, and you know, if you, and the one main thing, and Carter, this is sort of informative. When DOT sends you this application to review, they've already approved it. So I don't understand the process so much. That's what we're being told by DOT. So to have the community board chime in after the approval, you guys should really look into that, because it doesn't make sense if they've already approved it. So you're back to, you know, when I served on CB1, we would just give our comments, but the law presides, you know, the rules preside. We comply with, you know, I like to think that we comply with every rule that DOT has out there. And I've read all 31 pages, Valerie, and we've asked tons of questions of DOT. So that's all I have. Thanks, Valerie.
No problem.
Steve, just in response to that, we found these so-called approved applications riddled with errors because DOT isn't actually looking at them and they have no definitions for things they're just arbitrarily making decisions on that aren't referenced anywhere. And, you know, that's not a good way to start this process. And
no, I agree.
With the volume of applications they have without any clarity. And, you know, that's one of the biggest problems, that they're not very ambiguous in the previous program. And we, you know, during the temporary program, we noted significant errors, you know, that were made and allowed, and in this program as well. So
yeah,
let's DOT, you know, when we've given them very specific feedback on many different things, they need to do their own audit, because there are errors and it's fairly obvious that there are errors.
You're preaching to the choir, Carter. I think all I'm trying to say is that this process is in reverse, and it's not the right way to do it. We, you know, the restaurants have to meet with these new ridiculous rules: 10-foot, 12-foot, 8-foot, tree pit doesn't, you know, and outside of the curb, you know, and you're aware, Carter, I've done close to 2,000 sidewalk cafes prior to the pandemic. So the rules are the rules, but they're not being managed well. I just want to bring that up to you guys. So maybe you should reach out to DOT. And by the way, this is not self-serving. This is You guys are picking up some really wonderful things in terms of things. And, FDNY needs to do their job too. 10 foot for a fire truck to get through, they manage it.
All right, it sounds like we should go grab a beer and talk about this. So, so
I
I'll
don't
just put
drink.
that. So, well, I'm not either. So whatever, a mocktail. I don't drink either, actually. It just kind of was the phrase.
It's a phrase, right?
So yeah, so to the point about these being approved, it's been told to me directly that DOT actually doesn't do much of a review beforehand. It's given here, and then only after the DOT public hearing, if required for sidewalk and obviously all for roadway, that it is then and only then that is when they actually look through all of the materials. So that's the way it's been explained to me.
Okay.
So it's unfortunate that we have separate, we've been given separate guidance. Again, another bigger issue because it just causes confusion and for everyone. So that's what has been explained to me specifically by the person who runs DOT public hearings.
And I just want to make a comment in the FDNY waivers. They don't recommend these waivers. I don't have the exact language in front of me. It's that they're making some sort of an administrative exception. And I think that the events of the last week and a half and, managing municipal fire safety and city fire safety really raise into question master plans on addressing things. And I think that that's something that really needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
Our issue has been the holistic application of these, where there are blocks, where there are many roadbed dining structures, not necessarily the individual ones. And the review is really happening on an individual basis.
Completely agree, because I have clients and board members who live on those streets, and I would hate to see anything happen to anyone. So I don't know how you address that, Carter, but you're right on. You're spot on.
All right, great. So Augustine, are you here to speak on the, let's make sure he's here to speak on the Blue Ribbon Sushi roadway or sidewalk? And again, I really don't want to have a back and forth. So Mickey McGee, you've already spoken on this. So
Valerie, can you let Gina speak?
So of course we're going to have the course. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I must take umbrage at Mr. Wygoda's comments. These are not ridiculous rules. These are rules in place to protect the community and to maintain our rights. Thank you very much. And that the fire department does not want to provide these waivers. This is clearly a political move.
Oh,
and I really think that he should stop addressing us and treating us like idiots on this issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Mickey, I will allow, but we've got to move on. I'm not calling, I'm gonna call on you again for Blue Ribbon Sushi you mentioned. So
are we going to hear Blue Ribbon Sushi separately?
We are.
Okay,
yes.
then I'll just wait.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks so much. You can just leave her up there. Okay, so please come up. And please state your name for the record.
Gina Escalante from SWAF.
Thank you so much. Gina's one of our regulars.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi. About the streetwide, we have 25 feet, and the DOT already asked us to reduce the Broadway to 6.5.
Mm-hmm.
So actually, the emergency line is 18.7.
There's parking across the street, and those parking lanes are 8 feet wide. This is DOT.
Yeah.
So when you subtract the 8 feet, you end up with less.
Oh, okay, wait, that's what you were referring to. Got it.
Okay, so on this one, I remember. So for the roadway, the modifications were what? Not even just like the ADA stuff, like just agreeing to the ADA. But there was nothing to the site plan, right?
I did not see any.
Yeah, so so the modifications on the roadway is just about the applicant signing regarding the.
Got it.
And everyone agreeing that it's in all of the ADA compliance. Sorry, I'm still on. And then for, sorry, I went back. Okay. Yeah, so the accessible route, the service aisle, again, we don't give a dimension for it. but just so you will read all that, and
Yeah,
if you have to make
yeah.
any adjustments, right? Yeah, you see, you Mike, you've seen these now. And then for the sidewalk,
The waiter ale,
Sorry?
the waiter ale that you were mentioning.
So I measured the full width of the sidewalk
Mhm.
and I got 11.5, which is what you have on the site plan.
Okay.
But when you exclude the curb, that's when I got 10.9.
Okay.
And with.
Okay, so I don't-
Clear path.
this is for Blue Ribbon Sidewalk.
Yeah.
Okay, so I've got to add that. Okay. So. Adjusting the sidewalk width, right?
Mhm.
And then we talked about the missing vent and vent clearance.
I didn't bring that up yet.
Oh.
I noticed that there's a vent on the side of the building.
On the facade.
Right, it's on the frontage.
Yeah, I have it drawing in here, but I think it's a fresh intake.
The vent that you're looking at, I can speak to this.
Okay.
The building used.
Can
to
you just
have-
introduce yourself?
Sure, I'm Michael Peritsky from Blue Ribbon Restaurants. The vent that you're seeing on the facade, the building used to have an oil burner furnace. They converted it to natural gas some 20 years ago. They filled the tank in with cement, and that's just an existing redundant vent pipe that used to be a vent for the oil tank. It serves no purpose now. It was just never removed.
Let me just pull it up because I think I remember that there is the pipe. You're talking about the pipe on the side? Right.
No, this is.
But there's a.
Is there a photo we
Yeah,
can, everyone get on the same page?
That should be on the photo I provided.
Are you talking about, sorry, so are you talking about this or this?
That's just an access pad. No, that's, you know what, that's just an air intake for an air handler in the basement. The one on the left, the piece of pipe that you're looking at,
Yeah,
that was the vent to the old oil tank that doesn't exist
yeah,
anymore.
I didn't think that was anything significant.
The one we
I
were
was
talking about was
just
that
thinking
one.
about, this one.
I assumed you meant the plumbing vent,
Sorry, no,
actual air vent. So that was a fresh air intake for air handler in the cellar that we actually blocked off because it was just sucking in diesel fumes from idling trucks. So that doesn't serve a purpose either.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can add that as a.
So are we,
Well, it seemed
Something.
that that's resolvable very simply to our purposes, if that's the case, if there's just an affidavit that says that, because the I would think, right, because the structures exist, but if they're discontinued, the only way to say they don't work is by having something
Yeah.
that says they don't work. And that, I think, would satisfy us.
so instead of it saying missing,
I mean, trying to bridge this without
yeah,
physical change, because the hardware is still there, even though it may not be used.
there's no clearance needed.
Well,
If
there,
it's not.
yeah, if it's not,
And if it's on exhaust.
It's not exhaustive.
It's misleading and we could put a plate over it.
Yes.
yeah, but even I just think that saying
Yeah, I don't
something in
know.
an official way, that's,
So I'll just have the modification saying confirming it's whatever, not in use.
Okay.
We'll add a note on the drawings.
Oh, perfect.
Thank you, Carter.
Okay, so. Okay, so I'll just have to rewrite that. Okay, and then the rest, adjusting the length. So then do we don't need to adjust the length of the sidewalk cafe, correct? That's now moved.
Right, if there's no.
Okay, great. So that's done. So then it's just all the accessible, just the accessible language,
Yeah.
right? So which is the ensure the presence of an ADA accessible route of 36 inches, 5%. Okay, you got it. And then, adding the missing north arrow. I think, is it on there? Did I miss it? Okay, I'm sorry. My eye goes to the bottom, my eye goes to the right-hand side. Okay, so if it's on there, that's fine. I have that as standard language and then it's usually not there, so I forget to take it out. Okay, that's fine.
But Valerie, the primary issue is that when you exclude the curb, the sidewalk that can be considered clear path would leave the cafe with only 2 feet, 9 inches.
And I don't think there's any demarcation also. Is there a service in there?
There's not.
Can a service aisle be perpendicular to the facade?
So nothing changes that it's under 3 feet. I mean, it's the 3 feet that's ADA accessible. So, I mean, so what might happen on this is it just will probably get called up for a DOT public hearing. So.
Also, sorry, Valerie.
I'm sorry, Steve, I appreciate you, but I really can't have you speaking out of turn like we're just back and forth here. I'm really
I'm
sorry.
the applicant. I am part of the applicant.
Okay.
What I'm getting at is the number of seats we're showing. This was done 6 months ago, before we had a lot of clarity on this, especially the ADA part. So we were just filling as many seats as would fit on the plan. That's not a realistic seating.
That's what everybody seems to
see that. We obviously can't fit that many people there.
Right. The issue is that DOT requires on this street, which is a neighborhood corridor, that there's 8 feet of clear path, excluding the curb. So that means that the measurement from the building to the curb, I measured as 10 feet, 9 inches. And then you subtract the 8, and then you get 2 feet, 9 inches. And that's less than the ADA 3 feet.
And you only require 5% of the tables, which is 1 table for ADA, which would be that front right table.
This
And then
is,
you could serve it.
that is,
Yes,
Sorry.
that's right. You could serve that table from the entrance to the.
Yeah.
so that's true for the dining surfaces, that the dining surfaces, only 5% need to be ADA compliant. But in general, in any cafe, there needs to be 1 accessible route of 36 inches.
We have it.
Can you confirm where you learned that?
I confirmed with the ADA info hotline.
We
With the
have
federal,
it.
with the federal government.
With the Department of
See,
Justice.
Stella's really the one you want to hire, not me.
I agree. You're so-
But I think, Steve, just to cut to the chase, I think that what Stella is pointing out, that width of the allowable space in the front needs to be 36 inches in order for it to have the access. So that the sidewalk cafe minimally has to be 36 inches wide. And that still doesn't allow for the passage past the table if there's a barrier.
Maybe I'm wrong, Carter, but that path into the restaurant is a clear path of 36 inches.
Into the restaurant, but the outdoor dining is a separate area.
Once you step
It's
outside
all-
the property line, you're in the outdoor dining perimeter.
Right, but the outdoor dining also has to be accessible.
It is. You have 36 inches between the property line and the, sorry.
You won't meet the
dining needs to be, the entire outdoor dining needs to be accessible.
No,
You
that's
need
not
a
what.
passageway
It needs
through
an
it.
accessible path, and the 5% rule governs. But the accessible path is correct. You're absolutely right with what the USDJ said.
I also asked the ADA info line if these rules could be satisfied by just the inside restaurant. And they said no, because the outdoor cafe is a distinct facility, a distinct site. And it's a
Well-
newly constructed facility, which means that it must be compliant with all ADA rules, and it's not just satisfied by the interior.
Just to get a little more granular, ADA does not have jurisdiction over New York City. New York City is the mayor's office of physically disabled, and they have their own handicap local law 89 of 85. And ADA does not apply to New York City, although many lawsuits have occurred in New York City raising ADA concerns. And I'm not arguing with you, and my apologies. I didn't mean to trigger anything about saying, ridiculous things. I'm talking about just a clear path, nothing else. Safety comes first.
Okay. But that's just kind of where that's gonna land with with that. So we have, yeah, that's just where that's gonna land. I don't think, is there any other questions for the applicant on this one? Are you the same applicant for Blue Ribbon Sushi? Okay, so give us a second on that. Okay,
Can I have another word about the fire department waiver?
sure.
So again, Michael Kuritsky, Blue Ribbon Restaurants. First of all, thank you all for taking so much of your
Can people
own
hear him?
time to go over all of these applications. It's clearly time consuming. When we first received notice from the Department of Transportation about our application, they advised us that our both street dining sheds were too wide. They extended from the curb too far. And that if we wish to keep them that size, we would have to apply for a waiver. The alternative was to reduce them in width by 1.5 feet, which we thought was although it meant losing seating capacity, we chose to reduce the size of our street dining structures rather than apply for a waiver. I was surprised to see on today's agenda that application for a waiver was associated with our applications, because we purposely attempted to avoid that for 2 reasons. One, less bureaucracy, but more importantly, we've been great neighbors on this block for over 30 years. We want to put any of our neighbors who are our friends and customers in any kind of undue danger. So I'd like to kind of find out if our application really still has this waiver application attached or not, because our impression is it does not.
So it does. It's here on the, this is on the CB2 website. This is what was referred to us.
Right. So we feel it might be an error, and we want to circle back somehow with DOT and find out why they included that when we purposely resubmitted plans to avoid it.
So is your plan of 6 feet 6 inches?
Yes.
The plan? So.
It was originally 8 feet, and we pulled it back 18 inches.
Right. So so for some reason, it sounds like they haven't communicated to you why they asked you for the 6 feet 6 inches, because they are on, I guess, without your permission or without letting you know. When we see roadway cafes that are at 6 feet 6 inches and not taking the full 8 inches, it's usually or 8 feet. We're not doing a dollhouse, so we could. It's because it is through the FDNY. Right. It is going through the FDNY waiver process. So I'm confused on the
previous point of maybe the DOT isn't doing as much diligence as everyone's thinking they might be. And it's landing here with various discrepancies.
But even if you do the math on this, still, it needs the waiver because you need the 50, I mean, if it's not 15 feet, you need the waiver.
So even at 6 feet.
And there's a parking lane across the street, right? So that's 8 feet.
Right.
So that puts you down to 17. And then if you didn't want to have the waiver, you'd have to have a 2-foot roadbed.
Yeah. Right. So it's not about not wanting the waiver. It's just, it was a moot application.
They seem to just be doing that
on your behalf.
Right.
So you haven't had a.
They led us to believe that by losing 18 inches, we would be fine.
Right. Where what they really.
What they mean is you're fine to have a cafe
for it, or you could apply for the waiver for it instead of saying you can't have any.
Which is fine. That's in the law. You can apply for a waiver. So you haven't had a visit with the FDNY site visit on this yet?
No, the DOT communicates directly with FDNY.
Okay, right. But usually there's a.
Valerie, the map is wrong.
Excuse me 1 second.
Okay, sure. Sorry.
It's okay. I understand DOT communicates and asks for the waiver directly to FDNY, but they do a site visit. And so I was not certain if applicants were present for that site visit or not.
Me too.
Okay.
If I may, we have 25 feet edge to edge of the road, right, Gina?
Yes.
Okay, so whoever read the math, take away 8 feet, you got 17 feet, right? Take away 6'6", right? You're 11'6". That's the width of the fire department, not 2 feet. I don't understand the math.
10 foot, 6 foot. Yeah.
What?
So you were the one who did that math, right? Not to put you on the spot.
No, it's fine.
Oh, no, sorry. I don't mean to do that.
No, it's okay.
My wife hates it when I do that.
So we looked at maps that said that the roadway was 26 feet. So that's even wider.
Generous.
Right, it's more generous than your measurement of 25. So 26 feet, subtract the 6 feet, 5 inches for the cafe.
Well, this is why I hate 6.5 feet.
6 feet.
6 feet, 6 inches. It's 6 feet, 6 inches, is it not?
Yeah.
Let me look.
Sorry, this is not on you. This is just my general comment with 6.5 feet on some plans and then 6 inches. So I just try to
So
work.
the site plan itself says 6 feet, 5 inches. It doesn't say.
The 6 feet, 6?
It's 6'5".
6'5". Okay, 6'5".
6'5". So 26 feet was what I was using. Subtract 6 feet, 5 inches. Subtract the parking lane of 8 feet across the street. And then I wound up with 11 feet, 7 inches.
Right. Not 2 feet not 2 feet as
Right,
was stated.
Not 2 feet.
Oh,
No.
yeah, okay.
2 feet is the sidewalk.
So what clearance is required?
No.
11 feet.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so the travel lane, so we're talking about both roadway and sidewalk here, so there seems to be confusion. So the 2 feet is dealing with the sidewalk. The 11 feet, 7 inches is dealing with the travel lane that's left. The requirement is 15 feet of a travel lane. The legislation allows for an FDNY waiver to be applied to.
So
To be able to have a roadway cafe without meeting the 15-foot emergency. That's it.
I understand the rules are rules, but I'd like to point out that after 5 PM and on all weekends, parking is allowed on both sides of the street. So if you had 8 feet on one side and 8 feet on the other side, you'd have even less room for
You'd have 10 feet.
vehicles every evening and every weekend.
That is also true.
So we're taking up less space than allegedly a parked car.
Okay, so is there anything else on this? Okay, that's on the sushi. So on the sidewalk, we figured out the vent thing, and then on the roadway, that's it. Okay, so let's, Blue Ribbon Sushi, same applicant, so stay where you are. 119 Sullivan, so flexible Fish Corp, DBA Blue Ribbon Sushi for a roadway cafe at 119 Sullivan Street. Let me see who has signed up to speak, and we will start there. And then we will, so let me see. I have Mickey McGee. And that's all I have signed up. Is there anyone in the room besides the applicants?
Want me to share first, just my notes?
Yes.
Okay. Not a lot. My only comment, again, the same travel lane issue, but it has been referred to FDNY for the waiver. There is a manhole that is just at the northern edge of the storefront. I have pictures here as well. And I measure that it extends in front of your storefront by 7 inches.
Okay.
This just means shifting the structure south by 7 inches.
Okay.
But you have plenty of space to do that, so you don't need to.
Yeah, we originally had a longer structure. We reduced it to 20 feet, so we do have wiggle room to move it north or south
Yeah.
as needed.
So I've got your modifications written, so
Okay.
a lot fast. Well, try something different, you know? And that's adjusting the length. The bottom of the site plan form didn't have you'll need to update it. You'll need to update it, right? Based on the length changing. Yeah, so that's it. And then the rest is the
You
accessible.
won't need to change the length.
Yeah. So the link doesn't change. Okay, so the link doesn't change. So I'll remove that one. So there's nothing to change at the bottom of the form. Okay, great, even better. Okay, so that's just that one. Yeah, so the placement of the manhole and then just the shift. Okay, Mickey, and then is there anyone else here in the room or on Zoom to speak about Flexible Fish Corp, DBA Blue Ribbon Sushi at 119 Sullivan Street? Okay, Mickey?
Thank you so much, Valerie. Mickey McGee, South Village Neighbors. I I'm confused about the double storefront of this restaurant. I understand there's a passageway inside, but I note also that there's a residential staircase in the middle of the frontage. And this is the choke point on this sidewalk. It has been a choke point on this sidewalk ever since Blue Ribbon had Roadway dining here. I have never walked down that sidewalk and been able to stay on that sidewalk if it's the evening hours. Because there's people waiting to get in, there's people there, there's wait staff coming in and out. It is a very narrow sidewalk. I have a very serious concern and question about whether their frontage is legally the frontage where the residential entranceway is right in the middle of it. Thank you very much.
Is there anyone else to speak on this application? Thanks, Mickey. Okay. All right. Would you like to address that question? Okay.
I spoke with DOT regards this because it's a particular location where the restaurant goes under the lobby of the residential. And since it's on the ground floor, it counts as the frontage of the restaurant. And since the residence entry goes up, it's not on ground level, it's different. Like they told me we could apply for the whole frontage of the space of the restaurant. That's why.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions about that?
I can speak to that as well.
Sure.
Just qualitatively, during the old rules for street dining, we purposely shifted our entire shed structure to the south, so it wouldn't be right in front of that staircase. So it would impact the tenants as little as possible. The new rules wouldn't allow us to shift it south, although we had permission from the landlord to be partly in front of 117. Mm-hmm. It's the same management company that manages 119 and 117. Those rules no longer apply, and we could not have an offset structure. That said, now that it is in front of the building entrance, and we do have that pinch point, it's also going to be a significantly smaller structure with much less seating. And that's going to somewhat mitigate the amount of traffic that takes place using this street structure. That's all I have to say about that.
Thank you for that context. Is there any other questions for the applicant on this one? Okay. Thank you so much. Wait, are you on other ones as well?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Gina. And nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
So just so you guys know, we will vote on this during our business session, and then we will, and you can, if you know, everyone's welcome to stay and listen in here. We don't take any more testimony during business session, but after that, depending on what our vote is, and as you know, we are advisory, we are very well aware of that. We will then, those modifications we talked about, we will send directly to you, and we'll obviously Florence will note a copy Gina on them, and there will be a time period. This is one of the applications that is due next week back to DOT. So like you saw, I've got your modifications ready to go. So those will go out in the morning, and we are asking for them back signed. We ask them signed and notarized if you agree. And again, this is up to you. This is to be due by Friday at 5 p.m. So that way we have time this Friday. This Friday. Yeah, this Friday. As I mentioned, with the holiday, and then the we have to continue processing these. So these are due back to DOT next week. So these were referred to us on December 23rd. So that's why, and as you know, it's a 30-day period. So sorry, I was like speaking to both.
Valerie, we have one left, number 13. Do we have the option to have us and then let Gina go home?
Oh no, yeah.
I'm sorry.
The affidavit, and I'll take care of the.
Yeah. We're just trying to move these really fast. So
okay,
we'll get there. So thanks.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much. Okay, great. So next we have Umami Sushi. And I heard that the applicant was going to attend. So let me see if I see the names. I don't know if anybody else was on. On the note, thank you. Let me look at my, oh, so maybe you were on that email?
Raise their hand.
Yeah, yeah, if you're here, yeah, so let's, while we go through our discussion on Umami Sushi, let's, if you're here as the applicant for 50 Greenwich Avenue Sushi Inc., DBA Umami Sushi at 50 Greenwich Avenue, 10011 for Roadway Cafe, please raise your hand if you're the applicant, so that way we can promote you and you will be ready to speak. Or if you're in the room, let me know if you're in the room.
Oh.
You're in the room. Hey, hi. Okay, great. So if you want to sit here while we have the discussion, then we'll ask you some questions, okay? Great. Okay, so Umami Sushi. So I think you had visited this, Arturo. Would you like to speak regarding it?
Yeah. And just for traveling, like that can include the other lane, right? Or does it have to be constricted to one side of?
Is it a two-way street?
It's a two-way street.
Yeah, it's the full thing.
Yeah.
It's the full thing. Okay. So on that, I didn't see any concerns. The 8 feet of the roadbed on the other side, or roadway, 8-foot parking lane on the south side, it is allowed. Travel lane looked like about 40 feet using the borough president map. It's a big, Greenwich is a big road. So that wasn't a concern. On the plan, it said length and width of 8 feet. Now, when I looked at the frontage, it looked closer to 10 foot. And that's from the northwestern frontage corner to the southeastern frontage corner. And then when I compared that to the transformer vault, the transformer vault looked like it's right up to the property frontage line. And so that would have to shift, constrain the length of the roadway shed to be 7 foot. So that was the primary concern that I had, was just that it would have to be shortened by a foot in terms of length. Generally the design obviously looks, like handmade. And so a lot of the stuff is not like to scale or in the appropriate place. So that was just my only other concern. And then one last thing, not as important, but there's an emergency and basement hatch in front of the frontage on the restaurant. And that would have been nice to just see visibly as well.
The cellar door?
Yeah, the cellar door.
Okay.
Well, I wasn't sure what it was.
Right, so I have an older photograph,
Okay.
but this is your space, right? Gattino's right here, right?
Right.
And this is your space. Again, this is an older photograph. So he's talking about this, right?
Mhm.
And then the transformer vault, I pulled up an old photo. So the transformer vault right here, right?
Okay.
So let me just pull up my notes.
What's the clearance from a transformer vault?
3 feet.
3 feet, so, sorry, I'm not. Okay, so adjusting the placement of the transformer vault, which is on the left side of your plan, and thank you for the arrow with the direction. I very much appreciate it. So it's to the north. So to show that it aligns with the edge of the establishment's northern property line. You had a photograph, right?
Yeah.
Arturo, so let me pull up
Which one?
for the Umami Sushi. Did you have anything? No, not on the transformer vault. It was just.
No, it was covered by a car.
Right. So I've got an older photo. So again, it's like, it goes like just right to the edge. And then you would need to go, the thing is, I don't know how you would do 3 feet and still have a cafe though. So I don't know.
So the frontage is 10 foot and then clearance of 3. And then
Okay.
7 foot remaining.
Okay, it just
Yeah.
looks really, it looks.
It looks like it goes to the,
Width of the barriers.
right.
Once you start.
Oh, yeah.
Putting that in, it really.
Okay, so. I mean, I think it's gonna get a little smaller.
Smaller.
Yeah, but you'll need to look at what that looks like.
I mean, like, we cannot like move a little bit down to like, because the next.
What?
Scale.
Yeah.
And yeah.
Okay,
So-
let me pull it up just so we can. I think it's worth to have this.
You want me to share?
I mean, you can share it online, but I think I also just want to show this is right here. And will you state your full name since we are just kind of having this discussion with you? So can you state your full name?
Jin Guang Wang.
Okay, I've got your email, so we'll get, okay. So,
Look at those pathways.
all right, what?
I'm talking myself.
Okay. Let me just pull up your application.
Here.
No.
Okay, so what we're saying is that this transformer vault goes here. It's a lot closer. It goes to this line. Sorry, it doesn't go to here, but it goes here when you look at this. You see, like it's actually just maybe a little more generous. It's just off right here. So, and that's what he observed. We just couldn't get a photograph of it, which is why this doesn't have your store name on it, because but that still exists there. So you do have it labeled. It just needs to move over to right here, and then it just shifts it just a little bit. You're gonna have to shift it just a little bit in, but and I did, the restaurant frontage, I have it as 10 feet. Is that right? Okay, yeah, that's where I got from your notes. So this is actually, we would ask that to be changed to reflect 10 feet. And then just, you've got, I'm not sure what the 3-foot clearance is for here. So you have room, you have a little more room to go in again, but this has got to be 10 feet. If this is 8 feet, and again, like to scale, if this was 8 feet by 8 feet, it would be a square, not a rectangle.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
Like for the scale. So if you could just scale that to where if it is 8 by 8.
We cannot move like the whole thing move a little bit down because.
You can't, I mean.
Like 3 feet.
Shorten it because.
I don't know what the other 3-foot clearance is. Does anyone know? So you have, this is 10 feet, not 11, right? So if you have an 8-foot, then you have room to move it to right to the edge of your.
Edge of his property.
Yeah. So again, we're just asking for you to shift. It's like just shift, like this needs to shift on its own, the transformer vault. And then this just needs to shift. And then needs to be 10 feet and then scale this so that if it is 8 feet by 8 feet, that it looks more like a square. Because your frontage is not a rectangle, it's a square, right?
Arturo, you're saying that it, because the transformer vault goes directly to the edge of the storefront, there needs to be 3 feet of clearance. The storefront is 10 feet wide, which means that the cafe will
have to be 7. That's right. So 8 feet by 7 feet. So now it will not be the square. Thanks for that. That's right. So 8 feet. So 8 feet by 7 feet, and it just shifts. So, okay. Well, I kind of took care of that part of the meeting. That made sense. Well, it just made sense to show you. Well, it made sense to show you.
Smaller.
Yeah, I know. Well, and this one is one of the ones that is due next. We have to turn it in next Wednesday, so we are going to ask for the changes by Friday. If you get it to us on Tuesday, we will accept it. But again, we have a lot of these to process, so the sooner you can get it to us, we will make sure that our comments reflect the updated plans. Okay? So I will send you, the office will send you what we just spoke about in kind of this kind of format. So it'll explain. So hopefully that will be helpful. Okay?
Yep.
So we're going to ask for public testimony, and you're free to stay and listen to it. You do not have to respond to it.
Okay.
But if you would like to tell the committee something in response to what you hear, then we can, we'll take that into consideration.
Okay. And Valerie, I just want to say your liquor license, your stipulations currently say no outside seating. So you're going to have to file an alteration if you want to be serving you know, if you want to serve out there.
Sure you do.
I have the seating out there because it says no outdoor seating. So you're gonna have to file an alteration to your liquor license application.
Oh, so it cannot apply for the liquid license
It's-
process?
Yes, you can.
You
It's-
can,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, you can, you
Have to do
can.
an alteration.
Do an
Okay.
alteration. And so, and then, so we will probably send you something that just, if you'd agree to close at 10 o'clock, we might be able to waive your appearance coming to that committee as well.
Yeah.
For the outside,
We're just trying to,
just so you know that.
yeah. Okay. Great. So is there anyone here to speak on 50 Greenwich Avenue Sushi Inc., DBA Umami Sushi at 50 Greenwich Avenue, from the public to speak on this application in the room or on Zoom?
I see nothing.
I don't see any as well. Okay. So look for that email tomorrow from
Okay.
Florence, okay? Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Did you sign?
Oh, what? Oh, do you have any
Do you
other?
need to sign this?
Yeah, that would be great. I think the modifications I've written cover everything we talked about, right? In the serif font, right? Okay. Did you have anything else you want to tell us about your application? I did not ask you that formally.
No. Good.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you for everything.
Bye. Nice to meet you. Okay, so next we have Dante Grove Street LLC, DBA Dante, 7981 McDougal Street, 10012, for a roadway application. Please note for the record that DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver.
Yes. Valerie, we received an email forwarded to us by Florence.
But is this for this location or no?
So I'm not sure if I can tell from the
I don't know which location it's regarding.
either.
Which one is this?
Dante.
This is the one on McDougal Street.
The testimony or the, sorry?
I think the testimony is I think it's regarding the West Village
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
But I saw one for both locations.
the one I just sent
Yeah, that's what,
is for the West Village, no?
2 hours ago, was
At
it?
7 o'clock.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to double check.
No, that's good.
Okay, I can speak to the McDougal Street location. Let me just pull up the site plan so I can look at it. Okay, so yes, as Valerie said, DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for travel lane waiver. From my calculations, it looks like if approved, the travel lane would be 10 feet, 5 inches. Because there's also alternate side parking across the street. From my measurements, so on the site plan, it says that there's a utility cover. That's a manhole cover, just to be clear. It's fine to call it a utility cover, I think, but just to be clear, that's a manhole. So I measured from the manhole to the southern end of the storefront, that distance is 14 feet, 10 inches. That's also what they say the cafe length will be for the southern portion. But my measurement of 14 feet, 10 inches did not include the 1.5 foot of manhole clearance, which means that I don't think that the site plan is accurate in that they can fit both 1.5 foot clearance from the manhole and 14 feet, 10 inches and still keep that within the storefront. So that would need to be reduced in order to have the proper clearance. And then similarly for the northern portion, I measured that from the manhole edge to the north storefront edge was only 14 feet, 9 inches. When you subtract the 1.5 foot clearance, that leaves 13 feet, 3 inches for the cafe. Those were my measurement comments. There's also no flooring proposed. Wondering if there will be a ramp, either permanent or temporary. If the applicant's here, maybe they can address that. And then the width dimensions at the bottom of the site plan do not match. It looks like it just was not updated after DOT asked the applicant to reduce the width to 6 feet 5 inches. It still says 8 feet at the bottom, so just making that consistent. And then there's also a speed bump / speed limit sign close by. The applicant doesn't seem to be proposing any overhead coverings, so that's okay.
All right, and we just have a roadway for this one, no sidewalk on this one, right? Okay, so is there anyone, first of all, is the applicant here for, I forget the formal name, sorry, I'm like looking at another part of my.
Dante Grove.
So for Dante Grove Street LLC, DBA Dante 7981 McDougal Street, is the applicant here in the room or on Zoom? Okay, so I'm not seeing the applicant here. Is there anyone who wishes to speak from the public? Let me just see if anyone signed up, and I'll just start calling on those while people raise their hands. So Mickey McGee signed up to speak on this one. And again, we will take additional testimony from people raising their hand. It's just easier to go off the sheet. So Mickey McGee, I see Leslie Clark has raised her hand and has been promoted. So Leslie, let's start with you and then we'll go to Mickey.
Well, thank you very much, Valeria. I just want to say again that West Village residents opposes the emergency travel lane. Again, we have put together a map of how these emergency travel lane waivers are having an impact on Community District 2, and you will see that the wave of red is growing, especially in that part of the village. We think this is dangerous and we oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mickey McGee?
I'm saying basically the same thing, so I'll just say it very quickly. It's a very narrow street. We live in fear about these fire situations. We're looking at what's happening in Los Angeles and we're wondering, are we kidding ourselves here? Thank you.
Thank you. Great. Anyone else? Thank you, Mickey. Anyone else would like to speak on this application? Okay. So let's go to the next one, which is Perry and Hudson LLC, DBA Dante West Village, 551 Hudson Street, Roadway. I don't need to read the zip code. This has been, DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. Is the applicant here for this? And if they're not, it's really unfortunate because of what I'm about to say. Though no one is required to be here for this. So they're not holding back. It's more of there's a question of information that was sent to us into this meeting that I would like to have addressed by the applicant on the record. Just so everyone knows,
there is someone raised, Catherine Quinn, is that the?
Right, so she's not the applicant, no. So, but we will call on both of them. So in just a second, I want to get through, just kind of set up what has been communicated to us. So let me just pull up my email. So again, I was forwarded messages. This was not directly sent to the board office, nor was anything communicated from DOT about an action taken by this applicant. So we have been informed that I've been forwarded an email that this applicant, who is Lyndon Pride, is that a name that either Donna, you or Carter are familiar with? Yep. Okay, so Lyndon Pride, did I say that right? Pride has said that Very clearly, here's the concerns. This is addressed to Augusta and Hope. And I'm just, it's really hard to okay, clearly here are the concerns. I am in the spirit. So this is from Lyndon Pride, an email that was forwarded to me and not addressed to me or to the board. That's
before we go to this. This is negotiations happen between a community group and an applicant, which is precisely what I had referred to in the other situation.
Okay.
Because there are other restrictions on this application with respect to their liquor license. And this is exactly the type of conversations that we want to hear happening outside of our meeting.
Sure.
And because it's not finalized and it's just representation of if you do this, we will do that.
Correct.
It doesn't really apply to us.
I was getting to that.
And so I just want to frame that out because unless these conversations are finalized, that's all they are, is conversations between the community and the applicant.
Correct.
And
Correct.
so if they don't come to an agreement, what they say they will do will not happen.
Correct. So I'm going to get to that point in just a second. So thank you. Thank you for that. So he is basically saying that please let me know your thoughts. I will be this is just, I am prepared to withdraw my application for a roadway bed on Perry Street, though he's asking for something in return from the community, which again, to Carter's point, we encourage this conversation between applicants and the community directly, residents directly in this manner. However, nothing of this has been finalized. Then he goes on to say, please let me know your position and thoughts as Mr. Bookwind, who is the attorney representing Lyndon Pride, has informed me we have about an hour to withdraw before the DOT meeting today, which I guess this is referencing this meeting. So that would have been 30 minutes from this email. So we have not received any notification from the applicant that they have withdrawn their application to us. So there's really is nothing that we are going to do here we still have to discuss this application. We are still going to vote on it. We are still going to bring our position to the full board for a vote. As far as I'm concerned, this application, as far as this committee is concerned and the board is concerned, this application has not been withdrawn. We have had an experience in the past where we were told that an application was withdrawn, and when we presented a modifications form to be signed and notarized, and that was actually brought up by that was initiated by an applicant. They ended up resubmitting it anyways. And when we asked DOT to, and this applies in all cases, there is also no layover either. So there was no layover. This ball keeps moving down the court. So we can't pause our review of this application in light of this information, because as far as we are concerned, this has not been withdrawn. And if I can give my third party characterization here, the attorney who is on this application is very clearly stated that they have no intention of their clients signing modifications forms. So of course, we will always present based on what the committee has voted on. So I am highly skeptical personally that this has been withdrawn. So with that, we will quickly, we can quickly discuss that, and Donna and Carter can speak to any sort of SLA stipulations regarding this application as well. So I just kind of wanted to set that up, that we will not be requesting that this will be laid over. We simply will not have, there will be no voice on this application. It will just be seen as a waiver to review by DOT. So with that, we are going to have a discussion of this. We will take public testimony on this. And if at some point either the applicant or the applicant's attorney is present to speak on this, we will ask them questions. But again, even then, if they were here, none of this would matter until we had a signed and notarized modification stating the withdrawal. So with that, sorry, my computer is stuck. Does somebody want to start on this one? I can't get to my.
No worries, no worries.
Great.
So roadway width, Borough President map had 23 foot. When I used the AR ruler, it looked closer to 18 and a half. So that's quite a big difference. And so that had some concern for me. There is a no parking anytime across the street, so there shouldn't be parking there. So if you use a Borough President map, that leaves a 15-foot lane. If it's closer to the AR ruler, that leaves for 10 and a half feet. That is, I believe, why they applied for the FDNY waiver.
Yep.
However, if they did apply, then it shouldn't be 8 feet. It should be 6.5 feet. And so that's something that we'd have to add to the stipulation. Oh, it is actually in the modifications. So that's one point. The other, let's see. There was no flooring proposed. So will there be a ramp for ADA accessibility? And then in terms of proposed modifications, adding a north arrow, adding manhole clearance to section 2 under event infrastructure, the ADA ramp question modifications. They should be adding the width that they measure to Perry Street, given the small width street that it is. And per FDNY guidance, they have to update their cafe width to be 6.5 feet, even if they get a waiver, that's the max that it can be.
Yeah, so I'm surprised that it got sent to us with 8 feet and not 6.5 feet or 6 feet 5 inches. Now that's 5 inches now. So that is really surprising to me. Did I interrupt you? Sorry. Go on. Okay. Okay. Is there any other?
One thing just about the FDNY waiver. The FDNY memo says 6.5 feet. So I think FDNY intends for the cafes to be 6.5, like 6. I think that there's some.
This is why I don't operate in 6.5 feet for this purposes of this committee, because you can't do the math and then people get it mixed up all of the time.
I think we should just assume that if it's 6.5 or 6.6, it's under review.
Right. Because why wouldn't you take the full lane? Okay, so any other comments on this one? Let's go to public testimony. So let's go with Augustine Hope, and then we'll go with Catherine Quinn. And if there's anyone else, let me see who else signed up, because I didn't get to that as fast. Great. Hi, 1 minute. Hi. Ready? Hello?
Sorry, I was waiting for you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you for hearing us on this. We had a meeting yesterday with Lyndon Pride, who is the owner of Dante. By Zoom, he's in Australia attending a family funeral. So I don't expect him to be here this evening, but I assume Max Bookman should be. We had a pleasant enough discussion. He took on board our concerns, which have to do with a lot of issues, specifically noise, because it's a narrow street, residential units on all sides, including some on the roadway level on the ground floor. With the problems we've had in the past with the vermin, which are proliferated under these sheds, the problem with trash, and so on and so on. He took it well. And he came back to us today with that email that you read from, saying that he was minded to withdraw the application, given the some conditions. It's one of these situations where you have to give up something you've already won in order to get rid of something that you can't stand. So we are willing to give him support down the line on his sidewalk seating, provided it remains in compliance with the guidelines. We ask that also that it close by 10 p.m., but he was already indicating that for his roadway, so I don't think that's a problem. And that he removed the lean-tos that are currently against the facade. I don't know what you call them exactly, but they are metal and plastic. I forwarded you, Valerie, and I copied Carter, the email that I received earlier, saying we have withdrawn the application with our attorney, who will in turn notify DOT and SLA. So if Mr. Bookman is on the line, he should be able to confirm that. He said, I will just need to confirm a timeline for the lean-to as per your request below. Beside that, all the below is agreed and was our expectation. So I totally get the caution on your side, and I hope you will be cautious, but to my mind, that's an agreement, and that this application is all but formally withdrawn. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Catherine Quinn. And then Kate Hillard and Al Tassodi. Is there anyone in the room here to speak on this application? Hi, Kate.
I'll talk. I
It's
didn't know.
been a
You said
while.
Catherine first, and my cat.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I just saw you pop up first. Catherine,
I'm happy to just weigh in really quickly.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead. I don't know what happened to Catherine Quinn, if she got promoted or what.
She's promoted.
Okay.
Well, anyway, I'll reiterate everything everyone said about the emergency lane and being concerned about our residents' safety. And I'm very happy to hear the update that they have agreed to withdraw their application. But to your point, I just want to make sure that it's on the record that this is really something that isn't acceptable to risk our community's health and well-being to have outdoor dining in the roadway, as well as the fact that it's already very crowded and busy, and it's a pinch point there, and you have to cross the street. You can't walk on the street there. The clear pathway is always filled with people standing around, waiting, having cocktails, waiters, etc. And I just worry that if there's additional roadway cafe in addition to the sidewalk seating that's already there, it's going to be worse, like it was during the temporary program. So just wanted to put that out there. Thank you so much for hearing me, and appreciate all you guys do.
Thanks so much, Kate. Okay, Catherine Quinn.
Yes, hi.
Great.
Can you hear
Hi.
me?
Hello. Hi.
I'm good. I'm glad to be here. Let me just say, putting aside a promise to withdraw, Perry Street is way too narrow. I'm terrified by the possibility that the fire department would in fact give a waiver. I have watched many times fire trucks trying to turn down Perry Street. And I must say that the operator of this, of Dante West, has never been able to handle the rules that exist. The existing sidewalk cafe that is constructed as a lean-to connected to the building is actually the only one that remains in at least 3 blocks of this neighborhood, has never been legal, has never been was consistent with the old rules or the new rules. So I am reluctant to believe that any agreement with them will in fact exist until we see it in writing. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Okay, next we have Bill Ballman. Cannot hear you.
Yeah, I was on the Zoom call with the owner, Lyndon, yesterday, and he was quite clear about withdrawing. So I'm a little bit puzzled that his attorney is not here to represent that, or having sent you something officially. I look forward to working with the owner of Dante to improve a variety of issues relating to the restaurant. And it's difficult to walk up and down the street, even on the Hudson Street side of the restaurant, let alone the Perry Street side. But I was just curious if you don't hear anything from them about withdrawing the application, what's the procedure?
The thing is they really have no duty to inform us that they've withdrawn it. Right? I mean, they don't have to inform us that they withdrew. And as far as I've learned so far, once an application is referred to us from DOT, the ball keeps going down the court until it doesn't. So they usually don't reach back out to us about an application that's already been referred to us. So at this point, it either stops there and we just don't find out about it, or we notice it just hasn't had a DOT public hearing. Since it's a roadway, it would have one. So we kind of don't really know.
Well, yeah, I think that just, referencing comments I was making on another application earlier, in this case, I think the applicant, their attorney are being very pragmatic, trying to reach an agreement with you guys. Mm-hmm. That agreement will allow them most likely to get a waiver from this community board as far as being heard before a liquor licensing committee. And as such, with that request, that will go to the SLA and it will allow them to modify their liquor license, which has stipulations on it, so that they can begin serving alcohol in an expedient fashion after their Sidewalk Cafe license is approved. So this is a pragmatic situation for them, and I appreciate that they're engaging with you on that discussion. And, those discussions need to occur. And, I think that you need to take the applicant and their attorney at their word. Right. And, any confirmation you should be getting in writing from them. And I think it's hard in this particular case because the DOT has a separate process, but I think that they're looking forward to work with you guys. And that's precisely what we'd like to see people doing.
Yeah,
And
we too.
Yeah.
And their old Sidewalk Cafe stipulations had a 10 p.m. close. So, and they are saying that they will do that. So I don't see that as being a concern.
Yeah. So, I mean.
And then any future changes can be raised with you guys in the future.
Yeah.
And those applications can happen in the future.
So I forgot to mention that since we will be talking through this and deciding how to vote on it and deciding to send modifications or not, even though we know all of this pending information is happening, since it has not happened, as I said, we have been burnt on being told to withdraw, and then we just didn't hear. We didn't talk about the application at all, and it ended up going to a DOT public hearing. This was on a sidewalk. So because we didn't give any sort of decision on it, we said literally nothing about it, which is really unfortunate, as there were several things that were brought to the applicant's attention that we would talk about here. And then that's, I guess, maybe what scared them off. I don't know why, but they ended up keeping it and submitting it. So that's why, and I don't say that lightly and we don't believe it's going to happen. Like you said, to Carter's point, we very much welcome all of this. It's just, to us, it doesn't exist. So our feedback on this application is due on January 29th. So, but we are trying to get these back as soon as we're done talking about them, because we have another 20 that were referred to us today. So again, we're not trying to hold things until the due date. So we're just trying to process them. Maybe if we know, we'll work something out in the business session on how we address this, but
yeah, maybe there's some sort of contingency,
Well, yeah. So anyway, so what will happen is if we choose to send modifications, at that point, they go to the attorney, and maybe then the attorney would say something to let us know, or we send two sets of modifications, one that says the withdrawal and one that doesn't. And that way we can move our process forward. But again, they're really not they're really not required to do any of that. So as I mentioned in our experience with this attorney on this program, they may choose not to. So, okay, great. So with that, okay, let's move on to the next one. So
Did you get?
Oh, is there anybody else? I'm sorry, what?
You have Loretta Tasadi.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I don't see people on the screen, so, okay.
And Kate Quinn.
Can we just move,
Get rid of the others, I will do that.
sorry, we did Kate Quinn, though.
No.
We not?
Yes.
The other Kate.
I thought.
We did Kate Hillen and did we not do Kate Quinn?
Yeah, they both.
Okay.
I mean, if we don't, please tell me, because okay, so Loretta? Sorry, this is driving me nuts. Is there anyone here to speak on this application, Dante West Village? Please raise your hand. I mean, is there anyone left? I don't know where she went.
Who's
here? Who is this?
Loretta's here, but she's speaking under Gary.
Okay.
I see Gary gone, so.
Okay. Gary? Hello, can you unmute? Tasadi, Gary, I'm not sure who we're speaking with.
Am I good? Can you hear me now?
Can you hear us?
Yes, okay.
Great.
Well, I will speak first if I may, and if Loretta can speak also. I am assuming I'm going to go along in good faith that what we've received from Lyndon is what he means. But until we get that formally concluded, I would vehemently be opposed to this. We have had issues with his stipulations in the past where he's agreed to keep doors closed in the back and a number of things there. In his stipulations, there was no seating on Perry Street. And of course, both of those have been broken. So I'm going to have to assume that I'm hope for the best and plan for the worst. I vehemently oppose his outdoor shed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Loretta?
Hi, everybody. I just, I too am hopeful that Mr. Bookman and Lyndon will in fact withdraw their application. I guess that has to happen at DOT, not here. So we'll try and figure out how that happens officially. But I wanted to speak to their diagram of the corner there. What they don't show on that diagram is the outdoor seating that they still have in place that's up against the building facade, both on Hudson Street and on Perry Street. So there is, I'm not sure how many tables on the Hudson Street side. I'm sorry, I did not copy them up, but it's, I did not count them out. It's at least 2 wide with an aisle for the waiters between it. It's under an iron, I guess a steel sort of facade that's not fully enclosed. There's also waiter stations that they put in front of the door that faces out toward Hudson and Perry. There are large planters. All of that encroaches on the path through Hudson Street and also on Perry Street. There's I think 6 tables on Perry Street right now up against the building. And the tree pit, they've built a bench around it, which further impedes through Perry Street. And something else. Oh, also up against the building, in addition to those outdoor dining tables that they have there, they have lots of huge planters. Right now, there are several like 7-foot fir trees there bound up. They always use that space for storage. There's a waiter station there. It's not a pinch point, it's a choke point when people are trying to get down the street there. So that's also one of the reasons why, for further reasons why we don't necessarily, we have not necessarily trusted them in the past, but also we're really opposed to the roadside shed because.
Thank you so much.
There you go.
Great, thanks, sorry. I didn't have a timer, but I know it was over a minute, so, sorry. Anyone else on this application? Okay. And to confirm, the applicant or an applicant's representative is not online, correct? No Max Bookman, no Lyndon.
There's a number of people from their firm, just so everybody knows, so.
Okay, so if you're listening, my colorful comments, please let them know that there is this question out there. Okay, so next we have Ego.
I can speak about this one. Two main comments. The first is that there is a manhole in front of the storefront that is not on the site plan. This needs to be included. And when you account for the manhole itself, the portion of it that aligned to the storefront and the additional 18-inch required clearance, the remaining allowable cafe length, as I measured it, was about 17 feet. So that would need to be adjusted. The second thing is that as we received their application, they did not state an FDNY review was pending, but DOT confirmed via email that there is a review pending from FDNY.
And to confirm that, just so it's on the record, this was because we reached out. Is that correct? We were not later informed. Okay, just so that's clear, whenever Stella makes a statement about that, it's because if it wasn't listed on the agenda, that's because we had to reach out to confirm, as we saw looking at the travel lane width, that we wanted to know we had the full information on the application. Continue.
Exactly. One other thing to note is that Vigo is directly across from the Woolly, which we're also hearing an application from tonight. And according to their site plans, their roadway cafes would be directly across from each other. The FDNY memo that was drafted on July 30th of last year states that FDNY units have had trouble accessing areas where two outdoor dining structures are constructed across from one another on narrow roadways/streets. An offset of at least 15 feet parallel to the direction of travel shall be maintained for outdoor dining structures constructed across from one another on narrow streets. This does not seem to be taken into consideration as proposed to us, because then I don't believe that either Figo or the Woolly would be able to have a structure and still adhere to that guidance from FDNY. So those are.
What did you say the street width is?
The borough president map is between 26 feet roughly and 24 feet 8 inches. So if both of them exist, at the high end, if Figo and the Woolly are directly across from each other, the high end travel lane would be 12 feet 11 inches. On the low end, it would be 11 feet 8 inches.
So we don't know what the street width is.
I didn't measure exactly at that location, but somewhere around the 12 feet mark.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Yeah. That's the.
Okay. Let me see who signed up to speak on this. Do we know if the applicant is here? If you're here to speak, anyone here to speak on this application from the public or is representing the applicant? Okay, so no one in the room. And then this is Laura Tenenbaum. That's the only person who signed up. Great. Thank you.
Hi.
Laura.
There I am.
Okay, hi.
Hi. I just wanted to just do the quick statement. It's Mulberry Street. It's too narrow. I was going to exactly what was said. The Woolly is there and they're there. It's just an inappropriate spot and it's putting everyone's life at risk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else on Zoom here to speak on this application being Pistachio LLC DBA Figo at 178 Mulberry Street? Is the applicant here? Yes, Barbie? Oh.
I just want to comment just to what Stella was saying. I mean, this is the lack of a holistic review process, and I think it's unfair to the applicants because you really not problematic on both sides to begin with, and then you have them opposite each other, and it just seems contrary to any good, public policy. And obviously some recent issues, that we're seeing, this type of permanent obstructions on the roadway really raises a lot of issues for concern, despite everybody telling us, oh no, it's easy to move these. Oh no, it's not a problem. In an emergency, time does matter. And, and with that also being said, just the practical movement of just city services along the street. I think that, Mulberry Street really is a better consideration for an open street with tables and chairs setups that are totally removable, as opposed to doing it this way with permanent structures built on the street. And that would accommodate all the operators in a way that would, I think, result in a much better outdoor dining, opportunities here for an area that we've traditionally had outdoor dining throughout, the last number of decades for most of the days of the year.
Right. Okay, with that, I guess we're gonna move on. So the next we have is Maman Washington Square LLC, DBA Maman, 23 East 10th Street. The Roadway Cafe is actually on University Place, 67 University Place, I think is their business address. Maybe it's the building, or I don't know, formally, legally, it's, so nothing with that. Having some issues with my document. So on this one, I was just gonna pull up their site plan. Okay, so on this one, they have none of the elements on the sidewalk that are, there's like 2 bike racks, and there is, they have 2 planters in there, which I assume are theirs. They have, there's a round bike rack, and then kind of the U-shaped bike rack that are not on their site plan that need to be added. See, what else did I have to say for my notes on this one? So it's missing that. I'm not sure what the feet thing is here between, there's no measurement there on the site plan where it's showing
The buffer.
Yeah, the buffer. It doesn't have a measurement. And then as far as to scale, the 40-foot frontage to the 25 feet is not in scale on the site plan. It shouldn't take up the majority of the frontage if it's not. Right. Doesn't make sense. Didn't make sense to me. And then I think those were my only comments on that one.
I took a look at Google Maps, and as of September 2024, there was a manhole at the northern edge of the storefront that is not on their site.
Is that on the left or right side? I just don't have.
On the left side.
Okay, could you make that note with the left side? Oh, there is an north arrow on there. Okay, sorry. I
Well, it's
see it at the
It's
bottom.
an east arrow.
I have seen that as well. I don't know why you wouldn't just put the north on there. It's okay. It's okay if the north point's not in the direction looking forward on the plan, but I'll take it because I've harped on it so much that I'm thankful to have it. So, something's not right with the 25 feet and the 40 feet. So so they need to change that.
Also, the entrance to the restaurant is not only on the far left side or to the north, but it also has a set of stairs that come down onto the sidewalk.
Oh, and that's not on that. You're right.
Which, since we're not dealing with Sidewalk Cafe at this point, that doesn't have any relevance to the roadway, but it's just shows inaccuracy.
So here's the deal. If I think it's worth bringing up if we expect, so let me just look at my notes, because there were some where I was able to find out whether or not we should expect different LLCs. Give me a second. What is it? 23 East E10. Okay, so we do not expect, based on my research, a Sidewalk Cafe application from them at this point. If they have sidewalk seating out there, it's not on their site plan, so it's not required to be the roadway site plan. I will make a note of that because I have seen seating out there past November 1st.
Well, there's none out there
That's
now.
Okay.
But there are vents, gas vents, or it looks like a Siamese connection in the sidewalk in the middle of the building. And as I say, the stairs come out, and then there's almost like a chairlift type railing that wraps around and comes in front of the building. It really eats up the frontage as far as clearances to different things quite a bit. So I'm not sure how successful they would be with sidewalk seating.
Right. Okay. So I would just say adding the bike racks, I think, would be important because there's two that I think are directly in front.
If you're looking at Google, as of tonight, there's no obstructions out on the sidewalk whatsoever. It's totally clear. No signs, no bike racks, no planters, no nothing.
Great. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, the bike racks are gone. That's kind of weird.
Yeah. It looks like maybe even a new sidewalk.
Maybe that's why. Maybe they're coming back. Okay, noted. All right, great. Is there anyone here to speak on Maman, either from the applicant side? I'm going to call on the public first, but are you here? Are you guys, what application are you guys here for? Okay, wonderful. And then.
I'm here from Mount Vista.
Okay, great. And then. Okay, you're very soon. Yeah. And okay. Great. I just kind of wanted to get an idea of where we were on the agenda with that. Okay.
I see no hands.
Okay, so no one from the public wants to speak on Maman on University Place. Okay, and no one from the applicant side is here. Is that correct? Okay, so we're gonna move on. So next we have, do you know we're so close? Yes. Now we're gonna go to Oleo Pew. Oleo Restaurants LLC, DBA Oleo A Pew, 3 Greenwich Avenue for a Roadway Cafe. So I'll speak to my part on this one. I pulled the 311 complaints after November 1st. And the only reason I'm starting with that is because of how our vote ended on the Sidewalk Cafe. It's just taking a second for my stuff to load. I think I've just had too many things open. So let me just pull that up really quickly here.
Do you want me to start or do you want to start with that?
Yeah, why don't you start with the narrative and then I'll go to
Yeah,
3-1.
we'll jump in there.
Yeah.
So just measurements, roadway width, borough president map has it at 46 feet. I don't know if that's right.
It's not, there have been changes to the roadway since then.
So I wasn't able to measure it accurately. It didn't seem like it should be a problem because there was a no standing any time across on the east side of Greenwich Avenue. So that should be verified, and ideally if the roadway width could be shown on the design, that would be great. The other thing that I had here.
Do you have that listed as a modification? It's on there. Okay. Thank you.
I can add it. Roadway.
I'm just gonna pass these out. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. These weren't the ones that we had on the slide. Also, I can't see the width though on this one. It's like very faint.
35 minutes in this.
Okay, it looked large enough, I think, so that wasn't a concern, and it has a no standing sign. But yeah, like just having that makes it a lot easier. And then what's the length of the roadway width that you have? Is it the same as on the original application?
It's 20 feet.
20 feet, okay.
No, that's a beautiful crosswalk.
So yeah, I think this is where it gets a little iffy, right? So on that, so first you have the right height clearances because there are no parking and no right turn signs. So within 50 feet, all of that has to limit roadway cafe elements to 46 inches or lower in height.
This is completely different than
And
what
I
was
think-
submitted.
Completely different.
Yeah, it is completely different.
I mean, it's a good thing is it's updated. This is not on you. This is just what they sent us.
Oh, this is actually very different because you can't have vertical screenings or overhead umbrellas because of within the 50 feet rule, right? So.
Of the stop sign?
Yeah,
Or
no, well, there's
Oh,
a
no,
few
the-
signs.
the-
So
yeah.
on the street sign, there's no parking and no right turn signs. And on the lamppost, there's a one-way sign. So per visibility requirements, within 50 feet of those, all the roadway elements have to be below 46 inches.
What signs are they?
And you can, a lot of the important signs.
No, but no stopping isn't one of them. That's what I'm asking.
No, I just said them. So
asking.
there's no parking and no right turn.
Right.
So the no right turn one.
And then the no right turn one.
And then the one-way sign on the
And the
lamppost.
one-way sign, yeah.
Okay,
On this new one, it.
that's what I'm saying. They can't have those. Or they have to be below 46 inches, which is why they can't have them. Okay, so let me keep going. So the crosswalk clearance is tricky, right? And that's maybe where it might have some disagreements, but I'll go with what I measured and what seemed correct. So because it's at an angle, it's difficult to get that accurate measurement. But I just went from your property line, basically, went out 8 foot, and that kind of barely touches that like western or that western edge of the crosswalk. And then given that you started your roadway cafe at that little MTA or the parking meter, that left me with 18 feet for a roadway cafe lane. So that's what I had.
Okay. And is this, so we kind of need to put new modifications based on this plan.
Yeah.
This plan looks really great. There's lots of, like the transformer vaults are in there. I don't even know if that was in our initial.
Yeah, they just look like subway grades to me. So I said add that clearance, but it was good to know that they're transformer vaults. Or sorry, just like utility grades, but okay.
Okay. Where did my, let me pull up the notes. Okay, so. Sorry. Oh. Apologies, I'm just trying to search within my document. Okay, so what I was going to speak on was the 311 complaints. From November 1st, 2024 to now, until maybe from Sunday, maybe is when I pulled this, there's been 44 outdoor dining complaints. So 27 of those have been for site setup condition. And again, this is after November 1st. Street zone blocked, street barrier condition, street unauthorized restaurant, and then 11 of those were for their sidewalk cafe. So I didn't go into detail on those. Just to give an idea, there were 19 total outdoor dining complaints from June 2020 to November 1st, 2024. So there's been an uptick. I didn't do after November 29th, which is when the Roadway shed, sorry, I don't use that word, the Roadway Cafe, as of December 10th, when we had a meeting about the Sidewalk Cafe for this applicant, was still up. And then to my knowledge, it was still up as of December 26th, but I believe since then, it's somewhere between December 26th and now that it has come down. So that was another thing to take into consideration. So with that, do we have anyone from the public here to speak? I see Bonnie Slotnick and Leslie Clark. So Bonnie, we'll call on you first, and then Leslie. I will also look at the speaker sign up and call on people from there as well. So, sorry. This is number 13, so I don't have anybody else signed up to speak. So
I just raised both of them.
Okay, so Bonnie and then Leslie. Okay. Where is, so maybe we'll just go with Leslie and then we'll go to Bonnie when she joins. Leslie, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Valerie. Yes, I would like to speak against this. This is one of the worst operators in the village. This applicant never follows his own word, does not keep promises. I'm surprised that there were only 44 311 complaints. He basically created a gauntlet, where a very narrow gauntlet between his illegal sidewalk cafe, which is still there, and the roadway shed, which was large and very, very it extended well beyond where it was supposed to. It came down on January 6th. I know because I led the group that continuously made complaints about this. It was one of the very last to come down. Again, this indicates that this applicant has a very hard time understanding his relationship to the rules. Thank you.
Thanks. Hi, Bonnie. Welcome back.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh,
can you hear us?
I don't see that I'm there, but that's fine. Leslie pretty much said everything I wanted to say, and I know it's probably not considered relevant, but yes, this operator is one of the biggest offenders in the neighborhood. If you remember the Why Not Cafe on the corner of Gay and Christopher, and the Boucherie on the corner of 7th and Grove, he built these mammoth structures. I wasn't sure that this one had come down, but I think it's kind of telling that the photographs in the, I guess this is his application, show that the thing is still there. It went away last week, that's great. But it can't come back. Please tell me it's not coming back. Thank you.
Thanks so much. And Bonnie, I believe you also submitted written testimony. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, I thought so. Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much. It's nice to see you. So next, is there anyone else here to speak on Olio Pew Roadway Cafe? Okay, Augustin?
Wait, no.
Oh, okay.
Hi. I believe that the Olympiu enclosed sidewalk cafe is still up. I haven't walked by in the last couple of days. Is there any way to put in a concern to DOT that this be completely removed before any further discussion be had? Because he's just is a scofflaw of extraordinary proportions and has been throughout the pandemic and continues to be even now. So it's surprising that they would even consider this application until he comes into compliance.
You know, we certainly can make a note of it in our feedback. We can offer stipulations that, but we already did that with the Sidewalk Cafe, and while they did make modifications and adjustments, but there's clearly non-compliance still happening. So when this gets called up to the DOT public hearing, the agency literally puts on blinders about any comments regarding sidewalk if it's a roadway cafe application. So that's what I've been told.
With an exception.
Well,
is that I really would put in every single day the complaints to 311 regarding the enclosed sidewalk cafe, because at the conclusion of the time period when everybody was supposed to be coming to compliance, I believe that we were told that those complaints are fair game if they're contemporary, not the temporary program. So it's important to keep making those complaints. I would contact the city council member so they can call up this item as well at city council and have their own hearing. And I would also reach out to the state elected officials that they've had non-response from this applicant in other situations. But there's a lot of different things, because this is an outlier, right? You know, throughout this program. And I think that that's important to, if you want to take action, those are the actions to take as well. And perhaps even have the elected officials, somebody representative testify at those hearings.
We have, yes.
Well, you know, but this is, you know, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean, there's a number of them that are not in compliance. I mean, Dante's another example of a business that's not in compliance.
And then there's one additional thing just that I want to raise here is just, you know, we recently in this vicinity, a member of our community was killed and run over by a vehicle. This intersection in particular is incredibly dangerous. It's been, you know, reconfigured. The bike lanes, a two-way street, a one-way street. Greenwich Avenue is only one of the very few truck routes that we have for people going in various different directions. So there's a lot of activity going on here in this particular intersection. Just like the other intersections on Greenwich Avenue are just so important to have complete visibility, complete clarity on where people are crossing. And, you know, that was even acknowledged with some of the reconfigurations in the street within the last 5 or 6 years. But it's really important to keep all this stuff clear, and the measurements from the crosswalks completely clear, and all the appropriate distances, the visibility on the signage. There's so many different things going on here at this particular intersection. So I think that those are all fair game for us to include in our comments.
And to be clear, the call up is only for the Sidewalk Cafe. So we have already submitted that's already gone through our process. So it went on to the council members process, and I don't know where that time period ended or it didn't. When did we turn that one in?
But I will say I certainly appreciate the modifications on the site plan.
Site plan is very
take
good.
Into account some of the outstanding issues, but that doesn't alleviate some of these other issues that are ongoing with the operator.
Okay, thank you, Augustine. Grant Reynolds. Hello, Grant.
Sorry, I'm speaking on the following applicant. I meant to lower my hand. I apologize. Sorry.
Is the applicant?
He's the applicant for the next one.
Oh, okay. Sorry,
Correct.
Grant, we're not ready.
I didn't
No,
know you.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, so, Gina, do you wanna come up quickly? I think you've heard a lot of the feedback, and thank
I
you so
know.
much for the beautiful site plan.
I'm sorry, I already passed owners your concerns, but I'm doing what I can.
I know. Okay, is there anything to Gina, or Gina, is there anything you want to, I know you've taken notes.
No.
So let me just look at. I don't think we have anything. I think we kind of have said it all. Truck route and all that. And you've sent us this digitally?
I'm gonna send it to Florence, or.
Yeah.
That's the only email I have.
That's what you need to do.
Okay.
Yeah, just go through Florence. Yeah, go through Florence, fine. Okay, is there anything else for Gina that we have? Okay.
Yep.
Wait,
That's it. Okay.
Stella, do you wanna, clarify on that?
Sure. So for the vertical screenings or overhead coverings, when you check these boxes at the bottom, it's like if within 50 feet of any regulatory or warning signs, that's confirmation that you will not exceed the 46.
Correct. Yeah.
So like that isn't in, like on the plan, you have overhead open covering no lower than 7 foot.
Yeah, but we will have to remove that.
Yeah.
because
Okay.
It's not compliant.
Okay. So while you sent this to Florence, we know that there will be additional changes. Okay, just so we have the baseline
Yeah,
for what we talked about on that. Okay. So she'll forward that to us tomorrow, which is fine. Okay, so I think that's all that we have on this one, correct? Okay. Gina, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so next we have Parcel, KSS Wine LLC, DBA Parcel, 72 McDougal Street, a Roadway Cafe.
I can talk about this one. Okay, so this is another where on the application that was forwarded to us by DOT, it did not state that there was an FDNY review pending. We reached out to DOT and they said that there is an FDNY review pending.
Thank you.
Yeah. The travel lane will be approximately 10 feet 6 inches. And that's including the parking lane across the street and with this truck loading. And then the cafe width, which is 6 feet 6 inches.
Bye, thanks, Gina.
There's also a manhole that is missing from the site plan. It's in the middle of the street, so it won't be a problem. The applicant will not need to adjust their cafe length or width, but it is missing. So that would be helpful to include just to make sure that it's an accurate and complete application. Two more things. At the top of the site plan, it says that the permitted parking location is a floating parking lane, and that is not true. It's just a regular parking space. So that will need to be changed as well. And then last thing is that it says on section 3 material requirements that there will be no flooring. And so just would like clarification and confirmation that there will be some type of ramp, whether it's temporary or permanent. And then I lied, there's one more thing. There's a box that is left unchecked under furnishings. I'm assuming that there will be furnishings. There are tables indicated in the site plan. So that means that that box also needs to be checked. And I think that's it.
Okay. And the applicant is here, so we'll hear from him in a second. I think it's Grant, right? And then is there anyone here from the public in the room or on Zoom that wishes to speak on Parcel? Okay, I don't think anyone signed up from what I recall.
Please raising their hand.
Okay, so let's get the applicant
He's not letting me promote him, but he can speak.
Okay, that's great.
But he can speak.
Can we also just add
did he just went out?
to have them add the roadway width?
Hello?
Hi.
Hi,
Hi, Grant.
this is Grant.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, I guess I thank you for the feedback. I just wanted to confirm the parking. I'm looking at it now. It does say truck loading only, so I'm not sure how to amend that, as it's not open parking on the opposite side of the street. I just wanted to try to get clarity so we could amend the application properly as needed. So,
But the truck parking is limited to certain times, correct?
8 a.m. to 6 p.m.
So it's 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. So outside of the 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., the rules further north on the block count for that section as well.
So I think it's alternate side.
yeah, well, I'm looking at it right now. It says no parking anytime. It says truck loading only. So I don't, there's no obvious signs here that indicate parking. And I'm walking up and down the block right now.
What are we asking him to do?
Yeah, I'm just trying, like, I'm not gonna argue in terms of what it is. I'm sure the DOT is informed on that. I just don't know which box I don't know how to indicate that, as it very clearly says all up and down the block, it's truck loading only. You're right, from 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. So I'm not sure how to clarify that. So.
I think we're misunderstanding each other. When I was talking about checking a box, there's a section right above the diagram on the site plan that says identify the permitted parking location that your structure will be located in. Right now it says floating parking lane. That's when there's a bike lane between the cafe and the sidewalk.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just a standard parking space. It's the P1.
Correct.
Yeah.
And just to, when you have no restriction outside of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m., it means that regular parking is allowed when there's no sign defining it. And if you go to the sign that's in front of the Rifle Club, it points to the north and says no parking anytime.
Yeah, and then it points in the opposite direction. I guess my question is, what is my responsibility to indicate that on the application, and how do I clarify that?
Is that the parking is allowed from 6 p.m. on Friday until 8 a.m. on Monday all the time. And also every night parking is allowed from 6 p.m. to 8 a.m. the following morning. So parking is allowed there.
Okay, but so where am I?
It's only restricted during the day for the
Share
truck loading.
can we just show that?
I think
I'm just
he just
asking.
has to click off P1 instead of P3.
Yeah, right.
Okay, I can.
Saying this, that's
it.
what we're saying.
Great.
Yeah, so it's this right here. So just that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So P1. Okay, great. Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, I don't know where on the application I can write the detail of the opposing side of the street.
You don't have to.
Okay, I didn't think so.
You don't,
but
yeah.
I appreciate the clarification, Carter.
So most of the time, parking is allowed across the street, is the point.
I get it. I just don't know how to indicate it. One, if it's my responsibility to indicate that.
No.
So I will take accountability for that. And if it's not my responsibility,
all right, we're good. It's just about checking. Can we just about checking the box. So let's, okay, is there anything else to ask the applicant?
I wanted to know if there will be a ramp available.
Yes, we have one.
Okay, and it's just a temporary ramp, like you pull it out as needed?
Yeah, it's a pretty steady curb here, so the ramp should be safe and efficient.
Thank you.
Yep.
And then there's a manhole in the middle of the street towards the southern end of the restaurant.
That's correct. Yep.
You could just add that to the site plan with the clearance.
So Grant, what we're gonna do is we have all these asks formalized in a one pager that we will send to you for your consideration. What does this one do? So you will receive these via email from our board office, and it'll say, should you choose if you agree with the modifications we've presented, then you will sign and notarize the form and then present the updated site plan. So if that's required on the modification. So that's what will happen next.
And Grant, I had a question for you. On your liquor license,
great.
The company name says Parcel 72 McDougal LLC, doing business as Parcel McDougal. So, and this one has the KSS Wine LLC.
You changed it.
So, yeah, but shouldn't we get a corporate change? Because that's the main thing? Okay, so that's no longer, all right. So the KSS Wine is the correct.
No, the liquor license is under Parcel 72 McDougal.
And that's correct?
That's correct.
So what's the KSS Wine LLC?
That is the LLC name for our business on 135 Division Street. So
135 Division Street, but this is for 72 McDougal.
Yeah, I understand there's an error in terms of the LLC of which is listed on the DOT application.
So that needs to be corrected. That's a big problem.
I try to get that corrected with DOT.
Correct. Yeah, I'm totally on it.
Okay.
Let's add that to the modifications.
Yeah, because that's going to mess up a whole bunch of things.
The other thing that's not on here is that this would also require an FDNY waiver. And that's not indicated.
Did we ask about this one?
We did, and they said that it has been referred.
Yeah.
It's not.
Okay.
It's not on the thing. Yeah.
Right, which is annoying that that's not included, not on your part, Grant, but on DOT notifying us so that we can notify the public on that, because this is the public's only notification that a waiver has been. So you haven't been contacted by FDNY, or you haven't done a site visit with FDNY and DOT yet? Is that correct, Grant?
That is correct.
Okay. And you are aware it was submitted for a waiver. Is that correct or no?
That is correct.
Okay, great. Okay. Anything else on this one? Okay. I think that's it. Thank you, Grant.
All right. Thank you all.
Great. So St. Theo's is next. Let me give the official name, 340 Bleecker LLC, DBA St. Theo's. On this one, to kind of go with what Carter had mentioned about legal names, this is under 340 Bleecker LLC. However, on the site plan, it does say EKG Restaurant. Is that an older reference to a prior tenant of St. Theo's? I'm not sure what the context of, and we can promote Michael Kelly. He's going to represent the applicant on this one. We will just so quickly my comments on, I don't understand what EKG Restaurant is in reference to. I'm sure Michael will answer that question for us. There is a missing bike rack. I don't know if anyone else had a chance to go out there. I was going on memory with that bike rack there, so I'm not sure. And then I saw that the thermoplastic is cited on the page 2 of the form, which is wonderful with the clearance, but I didn't see it on the site plan. So I would ask for that to be added. And then the question was about the EKG Restaurant, what that was in reference to. But otherwise, I did not see any other, I welcome other comments from other committee members on this one, but that's kind of where I landed on this one.
Answer to EKG?
Yeah.
I have no clue.
Okay.
This is what all the documentation says. It's what the health permit's under. But I will inquire about that.
Yeah, so maybe if it's not applicable, I would suggest getting rid of it because it's a little confusing.
Where is it on?
The building right in the center?
Yeah, it's on the, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Oh, it says existing restaurant, EXG.
Oh, that,
Oh, well, maybe I need to get my eyes
yeah,
checked.
that's what that is.
Well, I'll take the L on that one, Michael.
I thought we were in, I thought we were
Or
in the
maybe
same
I just have
position as
like,
the
I
last
need to
guy.
get, maybe I'm thinking about my health because I did get an EKG recently. So, but TMI. So, okay, let me just, sorry, I had this pulled up and then I didn't. Okay, so those were my only comments on this one besides the standard ADA boilerplate. This was very detailed. So the restaurant frontage is 57 feet by 57 feet, 11 inches. The proposed the proposed roadway cafe width is 7 feet, 6 inches in width and 40 feet in length. There's not much blocking the egress from the street. They are going to have flooring. The street tree and planters were accurate on there. They've got the cellar door. It was just the bike rack. And again, and then I don't think there was, and then the emergency hatch, what is that in reference to? Is that, I see it's marked on the site plan form on page 2. And I just didn't know where that was on the site plan. And same with the thermoplastic marking. Those were the two, which I love that they're on page 2. I just don't know where they are on the site plan.
I think the architect might have left that there from a previous drawing.
Okay.
So bad.
There's a hatch though, right? That's a hatch.
There's a sidewalk hatch, yes, for sure.
This is an
So
extension.
there's a sidewalk vault.
Oh, the sidewalk vault.
Yeah, maybe that's what they mean.
But it's not the cellar door. It's not by the, is it on the right side? Again, I don't think there's there's definitely not a north arrow on here. So we're
There's
definitely.
not a north arrow. Yes.
Huh?
It's
Michael.
by the northern entry exit.
I can't, if there's no north arrow, I cannot process what direction something is on. So if you could just tell me the left or the right side or the first, second, or.
The north arrow would be pointing at the roadway from the
I know,
restaurant.
I just can't, if I don't see it on there, I just can't talk about north and south or direction. So if you can just, where is this?
So this hatch, right? Is that what you're asking about? It's right here.
So it's on the site plan.
Yeah.
It is on the site.
That's what they're
So is
referring.
it a hatch or is it?
I don't know what it is.
If that's what they're referring to, it's there.
Okay, I just don't know what's the 7.5 of clearance from the roadway?
I think that's a mistake.
Okay. Again, most of the time, if there's stuff missing from the site plan form, I just didn't understand where that was, and I didn't understand where the thermoplastic markings were.
The thermoplastic marking would be the dashed line, but I'll get that written into the plan so it's obvious.
Yeah.
To walk tomorrow.
Okay. Are there any other comments from the committee on this application?
Yeah, I'd like to note that
Yes.
there seems to be a lot of stuff on the sidewalk near the curb in that amenity zone that is not official civic type of stuff. It's stuff from the restaurant. And that is an obstacle that is not allowed. So you need to tell your clients to remove all those planters and stuff that's obstructing the sidewalk.
So we'll add that in the modifications, Michael, that just says, about the planters.
Okay.
Make a note for that, to keep the furnishing zone next to the roadway cafe clear. Okay, and.
Okay.
Do we also make a note about a bench built around the tree pit?
Yeah, so. Yeah, I mean, we've commented that before on 242 West 10th. So is that something that you guys want to, we can discuss this in business session as well, but I'm just trying to get through the
We should comment.
Huh? Okay, so
We've done it
so we'll
before.
add something about the seating around the tree being an issue, to remove that. Okay, is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application?
I see no hands.
Okay. So I don't see, no one has signed up. Anyone in the room? I'm assuming no, because I think you guys are here for that application. Okay, so no one's here to speak on St. Theo's. Okay. Anything else for Michael? Any other questions?
Nothing else.
Anything else? Okay. You have a couple with us tonight
Yes.
on the lower end? Okay, so on
Of
the.
course, I have WLLC. But I like the, yeah, I want to expand on that when it comes up with.
Okay, okay, great. So let's, okay, great. So let's move on. Sorry, I have two tabs open. So the next one we have, let me just comment, is Real Tech LLC, DBA San Ambrose, 259 West 4th Street, a roadway cafe. DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane. Yeah, oh yeah, you want to go ahead? Yeah, sorry. I knew you did it, so I was just assuming you were going to go.
So the storefront on the plan is 36 feet 4 inches. Didn't measure it. The plan was a little unclear though, because they're adjacent to, I think, 50th Street, and they have a line for a property line, but the fire escape ladder is not correctly placed because the fire escape ladder is above 50th Street. So I think I made that recommendation to correct it. Yeah, that needs to be corrected because it's unclear if they're encroaching onto 50 Perry Street or if they're staying within their frontage zone. So other than that, let's see, keep going. Roadway cafe length on the plan is 20 feet. The width that's being proposed, which is Stella, I'll let you talk about that, or Valerie, I don't know who wants to talk about that, is proposed to be 3 feet 7 inches, which we'll probably run into some issues. I'll let y'all take care of that. The roadway width. So again, Borough President map had it at 23 feet. Using the AR ruler, I had it closer to 21 feet. There is a no parking on Monday through Thursday, 9 to 10:30 sign across the street. So that means that there is parking sometimes, creating an 8-foot parking lane. So 23 feet, 21 feet, 23 feet minus 3 foot 7 minus 8 foot. It's a 11 foot 5 inches travel lane. If it's 21 feet, that's 9.5 feet travel lane. So pretty tight there. And then, okay, crosswalk clearance, that looked fine. Yeah, so just clarification about the property line frontage, the fire escape ladder, a note on the travel lane being under the 15-foot minimum, which requires FDNY waivers. No flooring is proposed on the application. So there's a question about whether there'll be a ramp. And then I think there are some other questions from the committee. So at least just to summarize, my modifications here were boilerplate ADA accessibility concerns and service aisle modifications, clarify the frontage and property lines, correct the design and placement of the fireplace ladder, add the width of Perry Street, including travel lane clearance, and per FDNY guidance, the roadway width must be less than 6.5 feet or 6 feet 6 inches. And this isn't compliant with, but I'll let somebody else speak to the ADA notes.
So the FDNY guidance, it's not the roadway width must be 6 feet 5 inch width, the cafe, but this cafe is being proposed at 3 feet 7 inches. So,
yeah.
Okay. So I just don't see how it's possible to have, I know it was very skinny during the pre-pandemic, during the temporary program. Sorry, I'm losing my words. So, but if you take away the 1 foot barrier, out of it. It's 2 feet, 7 inches width of interior space in the Roadway Cafe, which is not ADA accessible.
And there's no service.
Yeah, and the service is going to happen from,
They have to
yeah.
decide.
Yeah, and to that point, on another application, I pulled out some language that I want to read very quickly regarding the service. I think I did these in, oh no, that's not it. Feedback. That I think is relevant here. So let me just read that. Okay, so Section 510 of the rules on service, a licensee must ensure that employees serve patrons solely from within the perimeter of such a sidewalk cafe or roadway cafe. Again, it seems very obvious, but I'm just reading it aloud one more time here. I don't see how that is possible to be in compliance with at this location. There's also a question of where service was going to be coming from, right? I think that's where the entrance to the restaurant is at the corner. And was there a, sorry, these all start to run together.
I'm just
side door.
So to that, Valerie, I would say I totally understand the question on that. And the same question, actually, if you go back to our first application, which is even a better example of this,
right.
That first application, the entryway was on Hudson Street, not even on the corner of Hudson Street, clearly on Hudson Street, mid frontage of that restaurant. I don't know how, you're gonna have to walk down the sidewalk to get to that roadway in order to enter the roadway to serve in it. So they're gonna be using the public sidewalk to get from point A to point B. I don't know how the guidelines and the rules deal with that. I mean, if there's a roadway right in front of the place, they're crossing the sidewalk. So they're going directly across the sidewalk to do that as well, but they're going directly across it as opposed to traveling around a corner. At least in this one, the entrance is on the corner as opposed to totally around the corner.
Right.
But they're still going to have to go down the 20 feet. It's not like it's straight across from it. So I think it's something we can comment on. I did not find anything in the rules that precludes that. It sort of seems to be a because all the examples you see have the roadway directly in front of the premises.
Right.
So I don't even know that this was thought about when they did the rules.
No, I mean, right. It's just, it started to get asked. So I just thought I would ask.
It's another one of those anomalies that I think, happens a number of times in our neighborhood and doesn't happen throughout other neighborhoods of the city.
And do you have any
Well,
comments?
yes, I've tried to make sense of this too. They're obvious for any roadway cafe.
To cross the sidewalk.
You have to walk from the restaurant door across the sidewalk, sometimes across the street in case of a bike lane. So that'll be the case in all situations. So getting to the roadway cafe does not seem to be, the distance to it is not in play as far as I can see. There's no limitation in that regard. But once you have arrived at the roadway cafe, then what was just quoted comes into play. You have to be able to enter it within the boundaries of that cafe and serve the tables. And the tables have to have at least this 5% of the number of seats are accessible to a person in a wheelchair, or that's sort of a limitation on the width of that seat. And that's where we discussed that in previous applications. So this particular site plan does not seem to allow enough room to serve within that roadway cafe, even if you reduce the barriers somewhat.
It seems strange that they wouldn't, I mean, I'm not gonna suggest it because I don't know what their intention is, but it seems strange that they would propose a 3-foot 7-inch width cafe as opposed to 6.5 feet, because that's what a lot of other applicants have done.
What leaves what is about the street that they couldn't have 6 feet? They've always had a skinny one, so there must be some reason. I don't know. Does anyone can
Like
speak to
9?
that?
I can't.
So
I mean, yeah.
is there no, there's
There's
no parking on that side street, is that right?
I think Brian has hit the issue, because we had that on West Fourth as well, is that the no parking, but there's no other regulation, and it's used as a travel lane. If you go to Cornelia Street, which we just heard an application on, the equivalent where it had no parking was changed about a year or two ago to no standing anytime. And that's because you block what's traditionally used as a travel lane. So on West 4th Street, on the east side of West 4th Street, where, you know, just on the other side, that east side is, it says no parking anytime, but that's a travel lane. It's not, it's not a parking lane. And so during the pandemic, there was a narrow roadbed structure there, but it's really, if you look at the street, it shouldn't be there. And that may have been an accommodation in the past to allow a delivery truck or something momentarily to stop. But the idea that you place a permanent structure in that just runs counter to, again, proper community planning.
Okay. Great. Okay, so is there anyone here to speak on this application? Is the applicant here for San Ambrose? We just like would to get them queued up if they're online. Okay, so Leslie Clark. Let me see who else signed up.
Thank you for allowing me to comment on this application. First, I'd like to say that their indication of where their property line is inaccurate. They mark at where there is a railing around the restaurant. In fact, we have adjudicated this previously this year at 259 West 4th Street next door, and an application that was approved by CB2 and by the State Liquor Authority that says that the property line begins at the facade. San Andreas has indicated that the area inside a metal fence there is their private property. This is simply not true. It also goes along with their way that they have conducted business, and I'm going to send this committee a picture, which is, I have this as a standard picture in which they have got busing stations on both West 4th and on Perry, and they have also got maitre d' stands and serving stands on the sidewalk, and waiters standing around on the sidewalk on both Perry and West 4th. They simply use the entire sidewalk as if it were their private property. Again, we have shown and proven to the State Liquor Authority and to the Community Board that the tax lot, that the co-op offering plan, and the Manhattan Borough President's map very clearly show the property line is at the facade of this building, and that they should be applying for an application if they're going to be using the sidewalk in the way that they have been for years. Thank you.
Leslie, really quickly while I have you, are you saying that on Perry Street, in and around where the Roadway Cafe is proposed to be sited, that they had table service items or service items in the furnishing zone there? Is that what you're saying?
I will send you a photograph. I
Okay,
just
great.
took it down off my phone. I will send it to every member of the committee.
Okay.
Yes, they do it every day. They simply, when in good weather, they simply occupy it. And I mean, the waiters and the maitre d' simply stand on the sidewalk. They have got 2 serving stations, 2 busing stations.
Yeah, just send us a photograph because I can process that a lot better.
Just let me ask you one thing. Are you talking about the sidewalk on Perry or the sidewalk on West 4th?
Both.
Okay, because just looking at the diagram that's here, just to kind of be, it looks to me like they're saying that the property line is at the building side on West 4th Street. I mean, they have a line drawn that says property line that is basically flush with where their entrance comes out.
No,
and they have a feet of a sidewalk. And
I understand why you would think that.
wider than 11 feet.
Yeah, I think that their diagram is actually accurate.
That's what I'm
Leslie,
saying.
With the property line.
It is actually, it is the one next door is the same building. The fact is what they're showing here is the part that's within the property line is what's, they're putting the property line at the edge of the metal railing.
Just where, if you look at the column that's on the corner.
Yep.
Which is the corner of the building.
Yep.
It appears that it's correctly showing the property line because the circle column that's in the corner lines up with where it says property line. And they show that the sidewalk width on Perry Street is 13 feet. So it doesn't indicate that area is, they're indicating, their diagram is correct.
Wait, Carter, I think this is part of what I was trying to kind of clarify, right? Because on that property, it includes 50 Perry and there's a separation there. And there's this electrical, what am I trying to say right now? The fire escape ladder.
Oh, yeah.
So the design is wrong because it's just also not clarifying their frontage. Their frontage doesn't include 50 Perry, but the property line of the building does include 50 Perry. So there's certainly some incorrect elements here.
That may be, but what she's saying is that she's talking.
Oh no, the
about
railing.
this
Yeah,
side.
I'm not talking about the railing. I'm just saying that doesn't look right. Just a lot of things are misplaced and properly labeled there.
Well, I think that the fire escape ladder actually is the drop. We're looking at an old photograph, right? It's on the Google Streets. But I think that drop down actually indicates this part here, not that. I think it's referencing the wrong, I know, but I think it's referencing the wrong part of where the fire escape is.
It's wrong.
Well, it's like
it's wrong. They need to correct it.
I believe that the drawing is incorrect, but I have sent you a recent photograph of what it looks like on their street.
Right, but Leslie, when I'm looking at the diagram that's submitted, what specifically is incorrect?
When they show on the Perry Street side, a rail that they show what it looks to me to be the building front, the real building frontage, and then in front of it is a railing.
What you see is the length of their frontage, which is 36 feet 4 inches. That's not the building line. If you look where it says entrance in front, you have a column. If you look at the column, that's the corner of the actual building. And the width, of the sidewalk, which is 13 feet 7 inches, that is reasonable from the property line, the building line, to the edge of the sidewalk.
If you take a look at the photograph that I have sent you,
There's that space next to the awning, theirs, and it's just covered?
50 Perry is not.
No, that's traditionally is historic, one of the earliest AA locations in the city.
Okay, but they're including that in their frontage because of the fire ladder. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, that's what I said.
So I still don't know.
if you look at the photograph that I have sent you, you will see a railing all around the front. And my belief from maybe I'm wrong, but my belief from their diagram is that they're counting what is inside that railing as private property. It is not.
No, I think that
Brian's an architect. Maybe he can give us some insights on the lines on the plan.
Well, so the photographs that they have submitted to us with their site plan show all the things that you say, Leslie. They show the railings, they show the seating within the railings, they show the waiter station on the sidewalk near the roadway cafe seating.
You're talking about the photo or the site plan?
All of those photos are on our application, and we see all those discrepancies. However, the site plan does not deal with the sidewalk at all as far as seating. They don't show that seating. They don't show that railing.
I agree with you.
We know it's
I agree
there.
that They don't do that.
Yeah, we know it's there, and that would be a sidewalk cafe application. But as far as this one is concerned, they've we still have those problems because they're using the sidewalk for their service and for their station, their waiter station.
Okay. Okay, so all right, I think we've had enough of the back and forth on this one. So thank you, Leslie. I mean, even if this was, I mean, even I'm really confused with the fire escape ladder, because even if that was counted in there, it still would be a lot further over.
Yeah, it's
So
just wrong. I mean,
okay, it's just wrong. Okay, let's move on. Is there anyone else here to speak on this application? Is the applicant here? I don't see anyone raising their hand for, okay, yes. Okay.
Augustine resent I think it's the same email you already got, so I didn't bring it in.
Thank you so much.
Anyway.
Perfect, okay.
Anything you need?
Nope, we'll just close up. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna like this thing.
Okay.
But then this would.
Okay, let's move on to the next one. So next we have the Woolly Roadway, WLLC. So it means we need Michael Kelly back up. He's the applicant's representative on this for the Woolly at 390 Broom Street. For a roadway cafe, DOT has submitted this application to FDNY for review regarding the travel lane waiver. And I will let someone, Stella, do you want to speak on this one?
My computer's just frozen.
I know, it happens. It's the tabs, that time of night.
Let's see. Okay, I can't scroll, but I'll go from, oh, okay. Okay, the same comment as for the Figo application. They are directly across from each other, the proposed cafes, and FDNY in their July 30th memo states that in this case where there are cafes across from each other, there needs to be a 15-foot offset, which does not exist in either of the applications. So that's the primary issue. But there are some other issues as well. Let me see if I can.
What is that? Can you just explain what does that mean? If it were to be, it would have to be offset in terms of like, it would have to be
farther down the street.
Okay, so like this. Okay, so like a diagonal. Okay, I just wanted just so people know.
Yeah. Sorry, everything is so slow right now. Let me just pull up the site plan.
Okay.
Something else that I wanted to mention is an issue with the transformer vaults. The way that it's depicted on the site plan is misleading. It is much longer than shown here. It spans both cafes, and transformer vaults also require 3 feet from any cafe. I measured the distance from the transformer vault to the curb, and it's only 12 inches, which means that when the site plan is amended to show the span of the transformer vault and the clearances, both cafes will have to reduce in length to adhere to that 3-foot width, or 3-foot clearance, I'm sorry. So just from my measurement, it would reduce to, the northern cafe would reduce to about 13 feet 4 inches, and the southern would have to reduce both to account for the 3-foot clearance from the transformer vault and the manhole, which is inaccurately depicted on the site plan as well. The manhole, right now it states that the site plan shows that the manhole is much closer to the catch basin than it really is. Just even looking at Google Maps, you can see that this is just not accurate. So what we will ask for is to adjust the placement of the manhole relative to the catch basin, and also showing where it really sits in front of the storefront. And then adjusting both of the cafes to account for these clearances from the manhole and the transformer vault. And I think that's the bulk of it. And then the outstanding issue of the FDNY memo requiring that there's a 15-foot offset. Those are my main notes.
So if the 15-foot offset would have to be one or the other, would have to move it, it would be beyond their property line, is that?
So they definitely could not have the northern cafe. The southern cafe, I don't think would work either because there would need to be 15 feet. And I don't have the exact measurement of.
So that's really just a comment for us to make to DOT. Okay, that's nothing to be fixed.
Yeah.
I don't see a northern arrow.
Yeah, there is.
Can we add, is there one?
No.
Okay. So that, if someone could just make sure that's added to the notifications. Okay, so.
North is to the right here.
Yeah, just a real note on that, just. If it's not clear when it says to move something, when I put these modifications together, you gotta like treat whatever's written there as if someone can take that and make a change, because otherwise I end up having to go and look and then I get the direction wrong, or because there's no, again, like that's why I refuse to discuss cardinal directions in reference to a map that has no north arrow, because I'm human, I'm looking at hundreds of these. So whatever, and this is to the committee, whatever is written in there, it has to be as though a child, a 5-year-old can make the change on the site plan. So if it's to the left, if it's to the right, because it then will take another 30 minutes to go read through everything. So I'm just gonna ask for that to just be very clear. So it says to position it or to what? It has to be as though you were to copy and paste it and send it to the applicant directly. It's just gonna be very helpful because we're gonna be processing probably about 36 to 40 of these tomorrow in various formats. Anything else for the applicant? Do we have anyone from the public here to testify on this application? We have Pete Davies and somebody else.
Laura Tenenbaum.
Okay, so let's go with Pete, and then we'll go with Laura. Pete?
Go with Laura for, I think.
Okay, Laura, let's go.
I'll just allow him to talk, he's not.
Okay?
Okay,
Okay, someone's just got to choose and go, because now everyone's online.
Pete, go.
Go ahead.
We're all just so kind.
You go.
Okay, I'll go ahead. It's, I didn't say this before, but am I right that Mulberry Street is a regional corridor?
I believe that's correct.
It depends on which location. I can't. There's a great map, and we're going to put it in the chat, and you can look up any address to your heart's desire. So,
because
I don't have it memorized, and it depends on the block. It changes, so there's no there's no uniform.
Okay, by the block. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's very crowded there, and it's the sidewalk where, and I know this is about the street bed, but I want to say that the sidewalk there is under 11 feet. It's about 10.8 feet wide. And on the east side where the other restaurant, Figo is, it's more like, it's under 6 feet wide, which combined together, they don't even equal what a sidewalk at a regional corridor should be. But we have the population. We have and if you go back in the Google Maps and you go back in history, you'll see people walking in the street. They walk in the street now. There's not enough room on the sidewalks to handle the people who are walking. And then we have these street bed eateries, which are visually, they break the visual whatever. I mean, I'm not going to go there. I just think that it's unsafe. It's too narrow. There's too many people, and it just doesn't work on Mulberry Street. It's probably great for the restaurants, but it ain't great for those who have to live there. Thank you.
Thanks. Again, is this not on Broome Street?
No.
It's on Mulberry.
No, and Broome
The
Street.
roadway is on Mulberry. It's at the corner of Broome.
Okay.
Right, and they actually have a stipulation that they will not have a sidewalk cafe on Broome.
Well, it's on it, whatever. That's another note. If we can also put, I've tried to do that on a couple of these. Thank you so much.
I'm sorry, mistaken. They won't have a roadway cafe on Broome Street.
So sorry, I'm not, so is this on, so also we can also just make a note in general. I've tried to do that on the ones I've gone through, where I've just put, this is to the committee, putting like if it's at the corner of this and this, or it's on, hey guys, or it's, you know, hey, it's on, again, I'm just trying to put it, the cross streets, I also try to put in, it's on X Street between this and this, because
okay.
I'm sorry, I'm not talking about to you, Laura, I'm talking.
No, I understand. So let me explain. Where
Okay.
they're putting the cafe and the roadbed is on Mulberry Street. The closest crosswalk is Broome Street, that crosses Broome, but on Mulberry at Broome Street.
Okay.
And it's right on the corner. They have frontage on both Broome and on Mulberry. They want to put this on.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Again, this is the comment to the committee. If we can, just as you're going through, I'm trying to do it on ones as I see them, because the board is also asking us to do that as well. And then I'm also making a note that if the address does not match what side of the street, like if like the same thing, if it's, you know, like Maman, you know, it's a West 10th address, but it's on there. So again, this is just very helpful. Again,
I have one more thing. One more thing.
Okay, we gotta move on because it's
If you
9:30.
look at the applicant's photographs, you will see that what they have there, had there the last few years overlaps onto the sidewalk.
Okay.
I just
We'll
want to
make-
be
we'll
sure
make
that
it-
that's not going to happen again.
We'll make a note of that. Okay. Is there anybody else here to testify on this application? Okay, great. Pete, did Pete not go?
I talked to you. It'll be quick. So-
Okay, sorry, I'm just very tired. Don't take any offense.
All right. So my question is, generally, where a waiver regarding the traffic lane width is being sought, does the applicant assume any liability for issues that might arise? So that's a question I don't know if the committee can answer. Perhaps the applicant's lawyer can address it, or maybe DOT has to, but in this situation where we're contemplating installing a year-round roadway structure.
Not year round.
Well, okay, well, longer than what's done now, which is San Gennaro. We have this situation in this area where part of the year, a couple of weeks, we allow this. But to allow it for the longer period of time in this haphazard way where we're noticing that, oh, the offset, the this, the that, the narrowness is dangerous. And I think if people don't acknowledge that, and people don't see that, and people don't accept that, we're just living in a crazy world. And that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Okay, so, did we go through modifications with?
Well, I'm not sure how we will end up voting on this because of the FDNY.
Oh, right, okay, so the modification may be moved.
But I
Okay,
did-
okay, so you may or may not receive modifications from us, Michael, on this one, which I know you will be. Yeah, go ahead.
So Michael, can you just explain to us, I mean, obviously, you've got this other gelato place across the street, you've got this place. I mean, what are they telling you?
Well, I'm thinking more of what you said before about the closing of the streets. I mean, I could run that by some people because
I mentioned
a
it
lot
to
of
you.
people would rather
yeah.
not build these structures if we can close the street down, for the length of what the roadway would be, meaning April 1st to November 29th.
But isn't it already an open street?
Well, close the street down, close it to traffic.
No, it's it's a New York City open street, which is the street closed to traffic. I think it already is. The only problem is you gotta have somewhere to keep the stuff.
Yeah, not from April 1st to November 29th, and it wouldn't be daily.
No, I think it is. I think they converted Mulberry Street to an open street instead of the what do they call it? You remember it was closed before COVID?
Yeah.
On many weekends. What was it? It wasn't the feast, it was
we had the Mulberry Street Mall.
The Mulberry Mall. I think it's an open street now instead of the Mulberry Mall.
Mulberry from Broome Street to Canal Street is a full closure Thursdays, Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays.
Yeah, it's a full closure
Certain
Thursday,
times.
Friday, Saturday, Sundays. During certain times, it's a New York City open street from Broome to Canal, which I guess is to the south of this. But I just bring that up because this is like a little crazy.
Well, it might be something.
I mentioned it to you in the past too, because I know you represent a lot of the Mulberry Street folks.
Yeah.
But it's just a little, and then it also is complicated because then, you have the feast, you have all the other things. The only downside is you don't have coverings, but it's not particularly attractive having all the roadbed things out there attracting people in. Anyway, I bring that up because it needs a holistic management of the street, because I don't know who's going to figure out who gets what.
Yeah.
All right.
Let me ask you a question. If I talk to enough people and we were able to come to some understanding where we'd be able to close the street during the time where the roadbed would be allowed, and that would be every day.
Well, I think that discussion, can definitely take place. I don't think anybody here is certainly willing to entertain that discussion. There's obviously a lot of issues over there and all the different things need to be weighed out, but
yes,
it may work in a way that's better for the whole, maybe not for everybody. If the timing and just allowing commercial traffic as well, you got to find the mix. But I just bring that up because that's something I think people should maybe consider.
No, I'm definitely going to talk to some people about it because there are a lot of these roadbeds on Mulberry.
And I don't know what the discussions are, but I'm sure with the city council member, the community board would be more than happy to have this.
All right. I'll also talk to DOT about it. And I'll talk to the restaurants on Mulberry. I have enough customers there, I think.
Which ones don't you have?
All right. Okay. Thanks, Michael. All right,
Okay.
let's move on to the next one, which is Malatesta Trattoria Inc., DBA Trattoria E Malatesta, 649 Washington Street, for a roadway cafe. I know there's an applicant here. So if you want to make your way up here, you've seen our format. So we will go to a quick discussion here, and then we will ask you some questions. And thank you so much for staying. I apologize for not asking earlier because maybe we could have. Okay, so on this one, we have a restaurant frontage of 27 feet.
There's a table.
And we have a 21-foot roadway cafe on Washington Street, 8 feet of width. It's 40 feet of the roadway there is 40 feet. So minus 8 feet of 32 foot, and I don't know what the rest of it is. And there's some other things. I see you've got the manhole on there, the fire hydrant, the light pole, I think requires a clearance to the roadway cafe. The water valve and the crosswalk with the 20 feet, it's an exiting 20 feet, so that's like very generous. And then what were my questions? That the site plan indicates the parking lane is 10 feet wide with the proposed roadway cafe of 8 feet. I was noting that the tables were in diagonal formation and no flooring is proposed. Will there be a ramp is a question. There were very, very few 311 complaints. There were 2 after November 1st for the street side up condition. This was after the 11/29 deadline to remove. So it was up for some, I don't know how long, after the deadline, 2 complaints about that. And then the section 3 of the site plan form is missing 2 of the 4 required check boxes under vertical screening. So if you check off the vertical screening, you're required to check all of the check boxes underneath there. And then the also for the overhead coverings umbrella, if you check the main checkbox, you must check all of the check boxes. And then we have our typical ADA and service aisle modifications there. Is there anyone who wants to speak on this application from the committee? Okay. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application? Okay, Augustine? Hi, Augustine.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi. I'm a long-term patron of Mount Esther, swear by the spaghetti Katara. I just want to say that perhaps they're not aware of quite the strength of the feeling in the community against these roadbed sheds. I think you should be aware of it. I don't mean anything by that, but they are absolute plague on our neighborhood. They create an awful lot of unwanted noise for anybody who's living above, next to, across the street from. You have such a lovely place. It's such a beautiful thing. It's such a neighborhood, open place. To do this to our street is very sad. I'm sorry you're doing that. Thank you.
Thanks. Is there anyone else here to speak on the application from the public? Let's see anybody. Okay.
Can I have one more recommendation? I think,
Yeah, we put in the doc.
yeah, just the thermoplastic marking that needs to be on there as well.
Okay. Is it checked on the page 2?
Yes.
Okay, so it's just not on the site plan?
It's just not on the design. Yeah, I don't see the.
Okay, so it's not on. Okay, so do you have any questions for the applicant?
Well, just to be clear, what I mean by that is the one on Washington Street, right? You have a 2-foot clearance here, but that doesn't, I don't know if that's right, so.
You're talking about.
So there's thermoplastic markings on Washington Street right next to the bike lane. So if that could be added to the site plan, just to.
Okay,
Where's the
I gotcha. I want to say that we have it already added, but we have it on, because we had gotten an email back about a few corrections already.
Do you have an updated site plan there?
No.
Okay.
So we have tried requesting updated site plans, but it becomes another thing to process. So, but it's unfortunate, and this is not your fault. It's unfortunate that DOT referred this form to us without your updates to the site plan. So,
I mean, either way, I make the note.
yeah, well, so we will send you the list of these modifications to do. And I think your application, our feedback, I mean, it's not a deadline for you, it's a deadline for us just to see. Because what happens after this is we will process the modifications based on our deadline. So if there's some, if you just maybe, if you get, I think Michael's the only one who has multiple applicants here tonight. So we then, everything goes to what the deadline is and then moving through stuff like that. So let me just look at yours really quickly. So yours is due, okay, so it's due on the 29th for us, so you'll have longer than Friday to do it, so, but we're trying to get all of these out this week so they can just be off of our plate, and then they have staggered deadlines. Are there any other questions you have for the applicant? Okay. I think that's it. Thank you so much for waiting around. I
Thank you very much.
apologize for that.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
No worries, because they're doing your job.
Okay. Did you have something, Stella, or no? Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about Village Square Pizza.
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
At 118 Christopher Street, so Village Square Pizza 2. I don't believe the applicant is here. Village Square Pizza 2 at 118 Christopher Street West. Christopher Street West. Is that really part of the? I don't think so. I'm just reading off of what's on their application. Anyway, so on this, I did get a different measurement from the storefront. And again, I had a question about whether or not I had one where I counted the pilaster on the left side. I don't know if anyone's looking at an image. I didn't put them in the drive. I'm sorry, I ran out of time. So with the pilaster, on the left only. So if you want to pull it up on Google Maps for yourselves to see what I'm talking about. I got 10 feet, 8 inches. So if it's not the pilaster on the left side, it's going to be less than that. So they're saying they have 11 feet. They'll ask for a correction there. They're also missing a tree bed. There's actually 2 tree beds that are in front of that. And again, I did not have a chance to upload these. So there are, I think it's just the one on the left side. Again, there's no north arrow here. So that's also missing. So there is a tree bed that is 4 feet, 10 inches by 35 inches, or what is that, like 3 feet? So that's, I think that needs to be on the plan because it is going to affect part of it's just not accurate. And I think those were the only comments that I had about their plan. Any other feedback?
Well.
Oh, I do have another one about some signage, but continue. Brian, if you want to go ahead.
It's such a crowded condition there.
Yeah.
Sidewalk is subdivided by the platform in front of the buildings, and everything is, every few steps, it seems like there's something wrong with the paving or
right.
Sticking out, or it's just a nightmare for people walking up and down the sidewalk. But that's as far as the Roadway Cafe itself, that's it stands by itself. It's a very crowded street as well. So what do we have for dimensions on the emergency travel?
Yeah, hold on. I meant to pull that, and I know it's not section 17. I'm just trying to find the section map, and I'm on Washington Square Park.
There's a bike lane opposite, on the opposite side of the street, so that will be included in the travel lane. So it's likely okay. I don't know.
Like sections map 17 goes, oh, wait. Does anyone know what section map it's in? I just can't find it.
18, where it's by.
It's near Bedford. Between Bedford and.
I got it where.
It's right, okay, it's on the corner of 18, I think. Is it, oh no, well.
No, because it
just
goes.
misses 18, it's just a little further over from Bedford, so that puts it at 27 or 30. Probably 30.
I think this is also has some other.
Yeah, I have some other quick issues to bring up. Sorry, I'm trying to find,
I don't know, I mean, the distances between, this is one very long stretch of consecutive
I think I found it.
roadbed dining
Found it.
structures.
It's 26 feet. Sorry, I will forget it if I don't yell it.
It's the consecutive, just roadbed structures, or roadbed dining here. I mean, you can just look at any of just the Google map pictures are capture the existing condition. People are putting garbage.
Well, and here's the
on
deal
roadway.
is Beer Garage next to them, they abutted and they basically shared a rooftop the last time. And there was like a door opening over further to, I know that east.
Yeah, but the point just being is that this is one of the most highly mismanaged
100%.
sections. I mean, I believe that we did some walkthroughs with the local council member on here.
Yep.
With the rat situation. And
I've done 2 walkthroughs.
And you know, it's difficult to look at an application in isolation.
Right.
Because it's the cumulative impact of all these buildings, you know, the residential units above, whether they have to have residential trash cans. I mean, these are not small buildings. Many of them have 9 units. They're all required to have residential trash cans. Having all that stuff out on the sidewalk, then the commercial trash, plus the walkway, plus there's a little step up that we've talked about, you know, previously on the sidewalk. I mean, it's a mess. And
yes, and it's a mess. And because of that fact that there's no parking on the other side because there's a bike lane, and you have this string of roadway cafes, that means that all the delivery trucks park on the street.
Yep.
That are double parking because there's no place to park on the curb because of all these sheds. And so, or even just Uber drivers will stop and drop off their passengers. Every single one of those that double stops and double parks means that everything's backed up and it's hazardous.
yeah, and just to add on, it's a bus route.
Right.
Yes, it is a bus
You
route.
have the Lucille Hotel Theater.
Right.
You have a bike lane.
So I don't expect a roadway cafe application from Beer Garage. For what that's worth.
Yeah.
Why don't you expect one?
I'm not gonna say, I'm not gonna say that here. I'm not gonna say anything further.
So
I'm not gonna say anything
I
further.
think that just the conditions on just this stretch, I think, you know, I mean, these are things that, you know, again, proper planning, you know, there's a lack of coordination. I mean, this is, you know, we have a public realm czar. This is exactly the public realm that isn't being addressed, sort of all these crossover issues. And you know, walking down this part of Christopher Street, riding a bike down isn't particularly, you know, pleasant, because just what Brian had mentioned with the double parked trucks, that's a frequent thing. And also one of the main thoroughfares, you know, just getting to the west side, that's pretty heavily used.
Okay. That was all that and the other big thing that I have in the modifications for this one, if we choose to send them, is regarding their, they had a large illuminated sign on the top of their structure the last time. So
and another, I'm just seeing some illegal other signage as well.
yeah, I was going to ask about the banner because that still is up. So that there is a banner that's up, that's existing up. So we can also add that in. There are rules about the advertising, and it can't be like more than 10% of the space on and I've included all of that language there for reference, but I'm just going to put what's applicable into the modifications if we choose to send them. So, so the applicant also reached out and said that he could not make the meeting tonight, which I thought was unfortunate given the past history with SLA, specifically the issue with the bathroom and that kind of dialogue, dishonest dialogue that was going on. So I think that's unfortunate. He did ask if he could come by the board office, and we let them know there are no private appointments regarding people's application with applicants. So yes, so that's
the situation here also, if people are going to be using screening, just going forward, it actually does a disservice to the businesses, particularly quick to go types of places like Village Square Pizza, because nobody can see them.
Right.
And the situation on the street, I mean, it's like crazy. It's sort of like the businesses have an area, but they, at the same time, harm themselves because there's no visibility.
Right.
And,
Okay.
so.
All right. Is there anyone here from the public to speak on this application, Village Square Pizza? On Christopher?
I see no one.
Okay. Great. Next, we will go to, okay, Augustine. Augustine?
Sorry, I know you don't want to hear from me again. But this is a perfect example. I totally agree with Carter and Brian. It's a perfect example of what is wrong with this whole plan and why we have an outstanding lawsuit against the city to force them to do an EIS, an environmental impact statement. There are, as you know, very few true cross streets in the West Village. There's Christopher Street, there's 10th Street, and then the next one is probably 12th Street. So it gets an awful lot of traffic. It's also a bus route. It gets a lot of foot traffic as well. And what has happened is that essentially that entire side of the street has been shut down for the private profit of these vendors. I object vehemently to the closing down of entire street fronts for this purpose. Thank you.
Thanks. Anyone else? Thanks, Augustine. Okay.
Did you mention the street signage and the clearance for reading the signage in your review? It's not on the plan.
Why don't you mention it?
Okay, there's no, besides the not showing the tree pits, they also don't show the street signage. That's right next, well, very close to the tree pit, so that would be right.
I did see that, and I don't know if I didn't take a photo of it, so let me just look at the map.
I'm
So you
just
can't,
looking at one
so
of
I'm
the
gonna look
photos
at,
in your application.
okay, oh, okay. Just trying to look, oh, wow, this is what it looked like before. Are you saying the no parking sign?
Yes.
The no parking anytime sign?
Yes.
And that you can't see it?
Correct. Blocked by.
Why can't you see it? It's because of.
By all of the sheds blocking.
Right, but they're not supposed to have sheds going forward.
Well, so that triggers a 46-inch pavement.
No, not the no parking signs don't.
It's the, it's the
regulatory signs. It's the one-way stop sign, approaching stop sign, parking signs do not.
Okay.
Otherwise, we'd have this conversation up and down every street.
Well, I thought we were, so that's why I mentioned it.
Yeah.
Oh, good to mention. It's all right. It's okay. It's good to
Yeah.
mention because again, I don't remember everything and I think I did take a picture of it, but I didn't think about it. So no worries. Okay. I think we're good on this one. And the applicant is not here. Confirm, James is not here. Okay. So the next one we'll go to is Sullivan Street Partners LLC, Sullivan Street Partners 1 LLC, DBA Bar Moga, 128 West Houston for a Roadway Cafe. Stella, we got some information on this?
Yes.
From the applicant?
We received additional information from DOT and from the applicant. So this is one of the applications that when it was referred to us from DOT, there was no indication that there was an FDNY review pending, but we reached out to DOT and they said that yes, it has been referred to DOT. We also received an email from the applicant saying that they could not be here tonight, and that they would respond to any questions via email. So I asked two questions. The first was whether the cafe will be served from the kitchen entrance, which they indicate is on Sullivan Street, or if they would be serving from the main entrance on Hudson Street, which is around the corner. And they said that they will be serving from the kitchen entrance on Sullivan. There's also no flooring proposed, so we asked if there would be a ramp, and they said that yes, there will be a ramp available. I believe just a temporary one that they move in and out.
Right, and the reason that is we got those answers is because the office reached out to notify them about this hearing. And they said their principals, I think, were out of town or could not attend. And so they said if there were any questions they could answer, and that's why that communication happened, just so we're clear. This is on, the Roadway Cafe is on Sullivan Street, because it's at the corner.
Yep, it's on Sullivan Street, and according to the borough president map, which has all of the roadways pretty accurately mapped out, it seems. Sullivan Street is 26 feet across. And when you subtract the cafe width of 6.5 or 6 foot 6 inches wide, and then also subtract the 8 feet from the parking lane across the street, which is alternate side parking, you end up with a travel lane of 11 feet 6 inches. Besides that, I don't have any substantial modifications. Just add a north arrow, our standard ADA and service aisle modifications and confirmation. And then if they could add the roadway width, the roadway.
Add it where?
If they could add the roadway width and the travel lane to the site plan.
The travel lane? Like, what do you mean?
Archer, do you want to?
Oh, what the remaining width for?
So they're probably not going to put what the travel lane is on the map. They're also not required to put the roadway width either, but we can certainly ask, but they're not gonna, I don't think.
Yeah.
We're not gonna ask people to put the travel lane.
Okay, then we don't need to.
Well, I think that.
Because we haven't on other
We have
plans, am I
asked.
correct?
I think it does ask them to put the streets on there, so they don't show the street name on where the.
Now that I will take, if we can put that in, but we're not asking anyone else to put the travel lane in. We haven't been asking for the roadway width to be added. Am I correct?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's the same because we're asking, but I just want to be consistent so that it's, again.
I think I'm more so concerned for the ones that have the FDNY waiver. I'm less concerned about the ones that don't, but I mean, I think generally.
So I'm concerned, continue, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you.
I think we should just be super transparent about what people are asking for the public, and if we approve, or, I mean, like, because we're noting it in our notes and saying we are calculating this, but on the application, it kind of seems like.
So they're not required to put the roadway width on there. I've asked about this, yeah, so we can, yeah.
We got some other issues.
Yeah.
Got.
Yeah.
The business across the street is most likely applying for.
Yep.
What's the business across the street?
Pepe Rosso.
Oh, I think I
got,
received that today.
we've got continuous, I think there's 2 establishments. We have Banter and then the Sons of Gluten above that. So there's a lot of ongoing roadbed situations here on another narrow street. And I think that that's why it's important that we comment, and the fact that they don't ask people for this stuff.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. I have asked, we have asked for them to put it on there, and we've been told not to. So I agree that it's a safety issue. We do add it in from our research, and it goes back in our feedback to them. But however, it's just,
I mean, here
we haven't asked other applicants to do this, so I'm just.
Right, I mean, we just have, this is one large building that has 3 places within it. Again, this just comes down to where's the stuff going? Where's the trash? How's the street managed? It's a narrow street. Just to Brian's point, we start putting things in other places, getting deliveries. I mean, it becomes really a much more complicated situation without any management over it. So, and I, Pepe Rosso also has a long storefront along with these guys. So I don't know who makes the decision on who.
I'm expecting one from Pepe Rosso.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I'm just saying.
Got it.
No, well, they say that whoever is first, it's in the rules.
We got it. From Pepe Rosso.
Yeah, it's in the rules that it's the first, who's ever first. So, I mean, I know.
I wonder, what does that mean? Does that mean, I don't know.
No,
I'm just saying.
It is at first when they review it. I don't know. But that's what the rules say, because I did read over that. Okay. Okay, so let's go to, is there any Did we call for public testimony on this?
I just want to say that who's first is very tricky here because the place across the street crosses multiple business frontages. So if you're gonna do an offset, it knocks out two of them. Offset, so it's,
Right.
you know, it's.
I think it's still apply for the other frontage, right?
Well, no,
Or you already?
oh, I'm just saying on Banter to the north of them.
Oh, the
and for
offset.
them, the Pepe Rosso goes beyond both of them, so I mean.
I think the rules are for adjacent ones, there has to be a 3
And they
foot
can't-
clearance, but they have to split it evenly.
No, they have to be 15 feet offset.
This is for FDNY.
Oh, for the FDNY.
Yeah.
And I don't think they can't apply on Hudson because of the sidewalk. And there's a fire hydrant there.
Yeah, so, okay. Okay, is there anyone here to speak on Bar Moga? Did I ask that already? If someone could just also help me with.
I'm looking
Did
at it.
I ask that? Okay. Is the applicant's not gonna be here? Okay, let's move on to the next one, Empalone. So SADA 1 LLC, DBA Empalone, thank you so much for waiting, 230 West 4th, a Roadway Cafe, I know. So really quickly, let's go through that. Let me look at the notes, so corner of West 4th and West 10th. So there's two proposed roadway setups. You guys have a very generous frontage of 101 feet. You're proposing two 40-foot roadway cafes and no, 38? No, they're both 38 feet.
38.
Yeah, they're within, right? Because if you go over, then there's like some sort of offset of 6 feet, right? So I see that you planned that. Thank you for the north arrow on the site plan. I see there's a gap in the setup. West 10th is a neighborhood corridor. I did not pull that roadway width from the BP plan. Tree bed, no measurement needed, is on the site plan. The crosswalk is on there. The signpost and measurement listed, that's not needed. Thermoplastic marking is on the plan. It's checked off on the form. The manhole is on there and it's checked off on the form. And there's no flooring, so we will ask if there will be a ramp, just a second. And then as far as outdoor dining complaints, I only have one for the sidewalk after November 1st and 8 in total from 2020 to November 1st of last year. And 3 noise complaints from June 2020 to November 1st. Okay. What else is on there? I see that on the form you have barriers, furnishings, overhead coverings, lighting, electrical connections, all checked off. On the site plan, on the eastern setup, the open air, you label each of them differently. So one says it's an open air roadway structure, no roof or vertical screening. And then on the western one, it says roadway structure with overhead covering. So we'll ask for clarification on that. And then you have also, there's a lot of really great details in here, but I could not read. You have an interior area square footage. You have the size of the tables, which I think are 24. I couldn't read it. I couldn't read the table size, the table count. I couldn't read the table size, the table count, or the chair count, but I really appreciate all of the details on there. I just couldn't read it. So we'll ask about that. Okay, is there anyone here to speak on this application from the public? Go ahead.
I think it's probably big, Derek will answer it, but on your question, I think that also has to do with the one-way sign and the 50-foot visibility clearance.
With the overhead?
Right. Yeah,
One can't have umbrellas because.
Yeah, well, the eastern one has overhead coverings and the western one.
Okay, got it. Oh, thank you for that. That makes sense. Got it. I also made a note that there is a primary building entrance that is labeled on the site plan exactly as is. That's amazing. I did notice that it blocks that, so I was curious as to why. I mean, I get it, that makes them symmetrical, I guess, from that perspective, but anyways, I know that's not in the, right, Donna, we talked about that's not in the they can block it in the roadway, is that right? Okay, so I guess that's a non-point, so just thought I'd bring up where my thinking was on that. So we'll go with Leslie Clark, and then we'll go to Gary. I'm sorry?
It's also bus route.
Oh, great. Can someone make a note of that so we can just call that out, and I'll pull up the square footage. So Leslie?
Yeah, my question was what you just said. You can't, are you saying that you can block the primary building entrance? Does that mean that the primary building entrance is considered to be part of the frontage of the restaurant? Am I asking that correctly?
Donna, do you want to speak to this? Because
what we were told was that if the frontage goes behind the primary building entrance, you can block the primary building entrance.
But it's for one that continues.
Right, it's like if it's a U, if it continues around, it's not a new business, it's a continuation of their premises, they can block the primary building entrance. If that was a separate business, they could not block the primary building entrance.
Okay, and this is an interpretation that it's not actually written in the rules, but it's an interpretation when you asked for it.
Correct, like so many things. I'm just adding that on there. They are not specific about a lot of things in the rules, and this is one we have gone back and forth with a lot of times. Arbitrary, exactly.
Right. I would agree. That's arbitrary, and I would oppose that. I live right over.
I mean, especially I would turn around and just say, I'm sorry, but especially here where the two road beds are so big, they should just, I mean, it's one thing if it's two tiny places and it then makes it, but yeah,
Right. I mean, this is a place where you would, I mean, it's 101 feet. So they're, again, yeah.
They could give up a few tables. I just want to say I live right over this, and I was there the day they took it down, and I was there on the day that I watched all the rats running out that had been occupying this place for 4.5 years. So I'd rather not see it back. And that's my comment. Thank you.
Thanks. All right, Gary.
It's actually Loretta. We tagged because we're in the same house. But anyway, first of all, I don't know how any of you are stringing a sentence together. It's been such a long night for you, so thank you. We're opposed to this for a couple of reasons. It's a bus route. It's 10th Street. It's the route to the fire station. It's such a huge land grab, and it's a very complicated intersection there between 10th, West 4th, 7th Avenue. It's really tricky, and it's a really, really big footprint. So we're opposed to it. Smaller maybe, but not at all even better. That's it.
Thanks. Is anyone else here to speak on this application? We'll get to you guys in 1 second. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to do some quick math. Okay, so I don't know is there a park? I'm sorry, I didn't get the parking lane situation there. It is 26 feet. So I don't know if is there one parking?
It's alternate. Our side is alternate side where it's Tuesday,
-8.
Friday, and then across the street is a bike lane.
Okay, so the bike lane, we know that counts, right? We've talked about that. Okay, so minus. And there is a waiver for this one, or there's not? There's not, right?
Shouldn't be.
Okay, right, there shouldn't be. Okay, right. Sorry, just.
There's not. Right.
Okay. Yeah, so can you please state your name for the record and.
Alex Stupak.
And I'm Benjamin Cornjet, his attorney.
Great. So, do you have questions you want to direct or, about this application to the applicant? Are we going to ask to reduce or to not block it, or I don't know. Like, I don't know if we have anything to ask at this point. So I think you've cleared up what came up with, so.
I mean, you'll have to come back for the liquor licensing because you have stipulations that say that there's no sidewalk seating, and so that's no outside because there was never any roadway before.
Have you applied for the sidewalk cafe? Have you applied for a sidewalk cafe as well? Okay. Sometimes they send them together, sometimes they don't. So we always ask.
We requested them.
Okay.
To process both, but
No, I know. It's for some reason they do and then they don't. Okay, so. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, do we, okay, yeah, I mean,
We can talk about it at business.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, they,
Okay, so that's. I think that's it, like.
I mean, the only thing I would turn around and say on this diagram is where is the ADA, did you say this already, Stella? You probably did the ADA accessibility, and where are you serving from? You're walking in between each of these tables to serve, is that what you're gonna do?
yeah.
So you don't have to serve from the outside edge, okay?
And there's no flooring, correct?
There's no flooring.
Okay, and so will you be, will there be a ramp? Okay. I don't know if I got to that. Okay.
That we'll have to.
Okay.
And there's just a monster impact on the existing noise level. That was one of the things that came up when you opened your restaurant for the outside. And so now you're gonna have 3 times as many people outside. So you guys need to think about that, because probably not gonna be able to serve alcohol out there for some time if you don't come to an agreement because of the community opposition, because it's probably gonna get called up at the liquor authority. So I just say it's in your interest to work out something again, because the times, and also, unfortunately, you can't apply until this is done.
Right.
Which is also complicated. So that's, and there's also some other issues with your neighbors who are also loud, which doesn't help in the whole situation. So
I mean, that's 52.
it's a tremendous transition over there with this. So I just, again, something better to work out, if there are people to work it out with, than sort of having this bump along in this process, because it's not helping you. You just get up and going. So.
Okay.
Just for what it's worth, a couple.
Yeah,
One
sure.
to the comment about the rats. I will say this, I get that they're responding to what it's been to date, but for the record, we've always built things based on the rules. And I will say that all these new things will fix that. It just won't be a harbors environment anymore. The second part, which speaks to the third thing that you said, which is obviously we're going to be as flexible as possible. I will say this though, and I don't expect solidarity on a business owner, but one thing that you have to, or I hope that you can understand from this whole phenomenon of outdoor seating has caused, is that just for what it's worth, it's not greed or a cash grab, because now the outdoor seating exists. If you don't have it, you're not doing business. So it's not like they're coming into your restaurant plus outside your restaurant. It's not doubling your business. So when I'm trying to take advantage of my signage, just know it's not out of like disconcern. It's because that's going to be the only business we do when it's nice out. And if you don't have the seats, they're going to go somewhere else. It doesn't matter what you're serving. They want rosé outside. So just so you're aware.
Yeah, and I think it's an excellent point. I think that the problem is the sheer number of people and the times, and that's where, for you, what's the impact? So it's like, having everybody sit out till late at night is totally different than having an earlier end time outside, that's accommodating to neighbors. And that's something we understand, that there's a balance there, but this is also a residential.
What's the neighborhood?
Without even discussing, I wouldn't operate outside past 10 PM, just period. So if someone wants to document that, that's already, that's just my plan.
Okay.
So
the other thing is just the, with whomever, figuring out what, if you're gonna have the tables and chairs perpendicular to the sidewalk, is what's the width into the street? Because that's the other issue. This is where a bus route, it's like, I just had a picture. This is from some time ago before all of this, but I'll just show it to you guys just to give you an illustration as to why. Just like see the bus,
Mhm.
the truck double parked, plus the parking, and if the parking was fully utilized, the bus wouldn't be able to get by, but that's like the.
But we've gotten rubbed, like we've gotten,
Yeah.
you'll see it, a bus will rub
And that's
you,
why I'm
like.
saying, if
Wow.
you take into account whatever your seating configuration is, that, where it's not sticking out as far, I mean, that's the other part that, because you're the last business.
Yeah.
Right before the cross street, it's not like somebody sticks out again more, but again, that all depends on how your seating is. If they are perpendicular, you don't necessarily need this full 7 feet, for the depth of the it's a two top and the chair, whatever it is. So
Right.
I'm just saying that's something.
No, I agree. And
Sit down and figure out.
I agree. And also it doesn't help us because like I said, when we had the shed the physical structure, like I said, what would happen, double, like bus on this side, double park, a bus would just plow through and tear, they just rub you, like so we've rebuilt it so many times.
Yeah, so that's anyway, that's just this, I think, is an anomaly in Manhattan, that there's a bus route on a narrow
Small
street.
Yeah.
And that's just because it's the West Village. I don't think there's other, maybe down on the Lower East Side someplace, there might be a bus route through this type, but this is, I mean, that's, so we're just, if this is gonna be the standing condition, and we've already lived it.
And then what I would add to that, maybe like commentary for business section, is like, this kind of is one of the challenges with some of these areas that, you can have these in a loading area or in a no parking area, but those areas probably should be like dedicated for commercial loading and unloading, right? You have these big old trucks, you're gonna have buses in this case. So when they both come together, it's kind of like a mix of big spaces being taken up. So it's not a reflection on something that you can control, but I think it's something for the committee to give feedback to DOT on.
Yeah,
that just doesn't really make sense. It doesn't work for these narrow streets for sure.
I have a feeling that just sitting in this and listening to everything, I have a feeling this will go through another edit and another one. Like, I think this is clearly.
The program in general or
the things, like, look, running a business to coming and going to it.
That's the other, with just, van double parked at the corner, the bus going through. I mean, just.
A photo on a photo, that's like, really, I'm like, that's like, so late for me, I'm like, that's like.
I was trying to.
So I have to say, like, of all of the plans I've looked at, it is probably one of the most accurate. We had no changes on your plan. Right, so, and it's very detailed.
And so,
you have one.
I just have a comment showing the division between the two cafes. And that I would like to note that pathway should not be interrupted by the tree pit. So I don't know how accurately the tree pit is drawn in there.
Okay.
But I'm wondering if the two equal sizes, 2 at 38 feet, because if that pathway was over on the other side of the tree pit, then you're also in front of the principal building entrance.
Yeah, I mean, I will say like that I would say like my initial thought was.
It's not mandatory.
Yeah, it's not mandatory, but
but
consideration.
But what do you want? You want it like, okay, so I'm not an architect, I'm gonna speak like a dummy, right? But wherever that physical, the pit, the cage is, right? That's make sure you mark that, and then you want 3 feet off that. So it lines up more with the building entrance? Is that what you're saying?
I'm wondering if that is a possibility. What if it's not detrimental to your total seating?
Right.
Because that would be an advantage for the people that live there. Or
do you think the community?
In front of the.
Are you saying that you feel like the neighbors would appreciate if the break is lined with the building entrance?
Right. Was open, so they could come in and get in.
That was basically one of the comments. She was asking, isn't this a rule that you can't block in front of a principal building entrance? And the answer was no, it's
because we're all the way through.
But obviously it's kind of an expectation, or it would be desirable for people that live there. So it's just a question, if you're
Is this one of the ones?
Doing these nice detailed drawings.
That we need by Friday, that you need by Friday?
Don't think so.
No, I don't think so, but let me just, thanks for the question. Cause that, I will say like, that was my initial, I was like, oh, you have so much space. I wonder why? And then I said, well, okay, I can see where you want to do 38 and 38. That's just neat. Right. That's just clean. And maybe there's cost, right? Efficiencies achieved there. Okay. So this one is due on February 5th.
Okay.
So, but we will vote on this and we could do a conditional denial. It's fine. I want to get it right. So,
I think
give you we could give you a.
And then just the other thing is the trash, again, plan, because the residential doors, whatever.
Yeah.
You know, it's a whole other.
The good news is this, like, in for what it's worth, with the original building owners, I had been asking for years to be allowed to have bins outside the kitchen entrance, which they said absolutely not. Read your lease, go to hell. Outside the kitchen door, which is all the way back there.
Oh, okay.
So in between that bulkhead door, it doesn't look like it on the drawing. Between that bulkhead door and that, which we only use, and that kitchen entrance, you can get 3 huge Rubbermaid bins chained, which would be so much better for us because, by the way, we have to take the trash from the kitchen down to the basement, then back up to the street level to put it on the corner. And by the way, issues with trash, just until recently, the law had to change. We had to legally, we're not allowed to put it in a bin on the sidewalk. We had to put it in a trash bag on the ground on the sidewalk.
Right.
And rats are an endemic issue. It's not, we didn't cause them, right? So then what happens is that the trash guy puts the trash that's been eaten into, the trash spills out. And then your neighbors that wake up at 5:30 in the morning take pictures of it and go, what the hell? Meanwhile,
No one's there.
My AM porter gets there at 7. So now that there's bins there, that's better. We have been called out. I don't know if it's on 3-1 where the other issue is that the building has been taking their trash out improperly. So on the butt end of our structure, they'll leave their trash and we'll get called out for that sometimes. That's not ours. Our trash, if there's trash on the corner, that's our fault or our responsibility rather. But it's on the other end too.
Okay.
But I've asked to build, I would love to build 3 nice looking things and I've been told no.
And are there more than,
the building will limit?
there are more than 9 units in the building, right? It's pretty big.
I would imagine.
Yeah, I looked it up.
They can still put their trash bag out in bags for the building.
Yeah.
The smaller buildings need to put them into the cans. But
just for what it's worth, I don't like it.
I'm just saying it's just hard to plan all these things because when you do the road and they can put the trash out.
So I think that
it just because, again, nobody had a plan for any of this. And, it's not because they can put the trash out while you're doing your service,
They do.
Yeah. So that's exactly.
So you don't even get to use those seats.
So planning out something, whatever it is.
Yeah.
Everybody's
right.
But to the point of the community concerns, for what it's worth, I think 10 p.m. is a no-brainer. I mean, that's when they start measuring decibel levels if there's noise at a legal level anyway. So I just think that's no problem. We can work on drawing it to align with the entrance. If that loses a couple seats, that's fine. The vermin thing, sorry, we built them to spec. Rats can chew into wood, they can chew on all those things. The new way you're doing it, that won't be a problem because they're water-filled barriers. Also, we got complaints for homeless, being under the structure because the structure was allowed to have a roof. Now they're not allowed to have a roof. Also, for the record, I've had complaints about homeless on my front park benches. I've also taken my park benches away from that and I've gotten complaints, why'd you take the park benches?
You can't win.
So there are some things endemic to New York City that we all know, but we want it to work. And for the record, I'm not doing it. I know I have a big signage, but I also have a deep, dark cavernous space. And when it's rosé season, no one sits inside.
Yeah.
So all we get is outside the end. So we do want to get as much.
A lot of places. I mean, honestly, inside is empty.
Yeah, it's less about, it's like, where's their seating open?
And that's a side effect of this whole thing. If you're not outside, you're done. So.
Well, I really appreciate you taking the time and also taking into consideration realigning that. And so we will send through some modifications. I don't know how we put the modification for adjusting, because again, this is optional, so I don't really know that's a modification to assign.
This is a larger thing to.
Yeah, it's like a larger overarching.
As a whole.
So maybe in our notes,
Unfortunately,
to the
there's
neighbors, yeah.
We're gonna have to.
Just for what it's worth, it's not required, but I'm willing to do it for the.
It's like, we wouldn't, as I said, it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a modification that would be tied to it, because again, it's not required, and like, it was just, again, I had initially thought it.
The good news is also, even if it's not required, the drawing, you can say record that I said I'll do it, because now the thing is so modular, I can just set it up. You see what I mean? Because you're buying sections of barrier and then you're basically cladding them.
Right,
So,
like a toy, right?
Well, we also, we want to be in good standing when we come back.
Well, I think, and
I
also.
really appreciate that.
You're one of the biggest businesses, you kind of set the.
Yeah, everyone, yeah.
For what.
So if that's helpful, then that's helpful.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm sure we get a lot of the quiet complaints, this is bad over here, obviously from some of your neighbors. So it's just, that unfortunately comes off, but if you setting it right, moving forward, it's good for everybody.
Yeah, like I said, let's see where you end up. Obviously, we really appreciate you considering looking at that and
Been there a long time, so thank you.
Yeah, you've been there a long time.
Years,
So.
renew the lease.
All right. Thanks. And then I don't think we would need okay, so let's continue. Okay, so next we have Gelateria. What? Oh. Okay, so next we have American Bar, Roadway. Thank you so much.
Not 48.
Okay, good. I'm at one.
I did.
Who got the email? Who got the email about the?
I saw his email.
Okay, great. So, okay, great. Perfect. I just want to make sure we've got that. Okay, so American Bar, American Bar, Roadway, BLF Big Apple LLC, DBA American Bar at 33 Greenwich Avenue.
I'm promoting.
For a Roadway Cafe. The big thing on this, which I don't think a lot, did I forward anything? Like, Artur, did you receive something?
I received what you sent
Today?
out.
Did I send it today?
I think you said it.
Yesterday?
Yeah, yesterday or before.
Okay, I sent it yesterday.
I think it was one of the first emails I got.
I've just sent a lot of emails, so I forget if has everyone been briefed on what's happening with American Bar?
Follow up yesterday.
Oh, there was follow-up.
There was follow-up.
The internet died.
I see.
Did I forward it to everyone? I'm sorry, I'm getting so many
email
comments to my personal email, and then I have to remember to forward them, and then sometimes I don't, sometimes I do.
The only ones that I've seen are the original one that you sent 2 days ago talking about the property owner form.
Okay, so, right, okay.
The one that you sent out today, just commentary on grates and tree pits and canvas.
Okay, so just really quickly on this one, we received information that the co-op board for this building had not signed the property owner consent form. The property owner consent form allows either a principal or a representative of the management company or the property owner. I can bring that up. Property owner consent form. So I confirmed with our DOT planner that they did have one on file. Any application that gets referred to a community board has the property owner consent form on file. Michael Kelly, I believe, is on this application. Oh, Michael, I forwarded the, thank you so much, the consent form. So we now know who has signed it, and I forwarded that to the person who had made this inquiry, who is on the board of directors for this building. I forget the name of the co-op entity. And so there is some disagreement out there as to whether or not the validity of who is able to officially sign off on this. That's really not for us to decide. We certainly can hear all of this feedback and take it into consideration, but we are not the authority to say that this is the right property owner consent form or this is not. So we will submit the feedback we have received. And I believe that the council for the co-op board had referenced some language in the rules that we can state, but again, it's really not, there really is nothing to convince us or whether or not it's true or not. We will make a note of it. We cannot it was also asked to withhold or to lay over this application, and there is no stop mechanism that we have for these applications. It's a ball rolling down a court. So if we make no comment on this, then we will have no comment on it. That's just where this is. So we are proceeding with this as is, and we will review it and we will hear public comment on it, and we will ask the applicant's representative, who's Michael Kelly, any comments we have regarding the site plan. So with that, is there anything else anyone wants to talk about American Bar specifically?
Yep.
Before we go to public comment?
So I visited it, Greenwich Ave, large avenue, plenty of space. There's a bunch of city bikes across the street. Presumably those are also 8 feet. So again, plenty of space for the travel lane, assuming 40 feet from the borough map and an 8-foot roadbed. On the frontage, so they had 47.5 feet. I measured 45, not a big deal, just a small difference. And their Roadway Cafe has a length of 40 feet, so not a big deal. They are on a street parking area. They've checked barriers, floors, furnishings, vertical screens, and overhead umbrellas. All that's fine. The only question that I had primarily was regarding just, again, questions about, oh no, ADA is fine because they have flooring. And then service aisles look okay. Okay, so the big question is, what are the grates? If the grates are vent infrastructure, the clearance has to be clarified to be 1 foot 6 inches. So that needs to be added to the plan. And then if they're transformer vaults, you know, like I can't tell what they are, right? I don't know if they're vent infrastructure or if they're transformer vaults. If they're transformer vaults, if we can get clarity on that, then they would need to be 3 foot clearance. So those are the big one is what are those grates, and then the appropriate clearance from the grates.
No, they sure look like subway grates to me.
Okay, so I think we just need to make that determination because I can't write an if on the modification. So if we can kind of decide on.
I agree. They look like subway grades.
Okay, so what's the clearance for that?
1 foot 6. It's just a ventilation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just.
Hello? Okay, so anything else on this application? I'm gonna go to the public. Okay, all right, so Robin?
Yeah, thank you, committee. We're all very tired. Valerie, you captured the technical legal question. You know, the co-op considers itself to be the property owner. We will have counsel reach out to DOT NYC Dining Out about this issue. I want to point out that there's also a tree bed there, and that because American Bar has been operating at a canvas enclosed sidewalk cafe since the pandemic, which actually diminishes the pedestrian egress. They've been using the sidewalk also as a service lane. Their waiters come out and they dwell on the sidewalk, and they're going to have to do that in order to reach the Roadway Cafe. There have been noise complaints historically that the board has received and that have been filed. there's a long history with American Bar that's been on record. The SLA committee has historically received emails about that. There'll be more noise. But in this case, Arthur Weiner, who is a shareholder and a holder of unsold shares, and he holds the commercial lease, did not even come to the board of directors. No one reached out to me as a member of the West 10th Street and Greenwich Avenue neighbors to even inquire as to, you know, what we felt about their application. So that's another thing that we are upset about. But, you know, there are other co-ops. So this whole issue about who has the right to authorize use of the roadbed, you know, needs to be resolved, because I'm sure there are other co-ops, you know, that will have restaurants applying for roadbed shed cafes.
Do you have bylaws that state who has the sign off on that?
We have a deed that clearly.
Oh, okay, I don't know anything about co-ops.
Yeah, this is a fine technical point. Maybe Kate Quinn can clarify for you.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I just wanted to know if that maybe was a source. I don't need to know, but I was just curious. Okay. Yeah, I don't know what the final authority is on that, of who specifically can make those decisions for your building. Okay.
I do want to just echo something that Carter said. The line of sight on Greenwich Avenue will be interrupted by a sidewalk cafe. And Carter, thank you for mentioning it, because it was my wife who was killed on Greenwich Avenue. And I would just say to you that putting anything that impinges on the line of sight puts pedestrians and even diners in harm's way.
Sorry for your loss.
Robin, I'm so sorry for your loss, and I personally am always, I think about it when I'm at that and what moves I'm making, because of just how quick things can happen on that street. So again, I'm very sorry for your loss.
So the truck route aspect of it is often lost on people as well, from the visibility of why it's so important. Because that's where the GPSs send the commercial vehicles. You know, it's a bit inexplicable why that is, but that's what they do for the, you know, those are truck routes.
All right. Thank you, Robin. And thank you again for bringing this to our attention, and please keep us posted. This application is due back to, I'm just saying this is due back on the 5th. We have to send in our feedback to DOT on the 5th, just so everyone knows. So we will be voting on this at January full board, but we can put something in our resolution that will change or update things. Anyway. All right, so is there anyone else here to speak on American Bar?
Yes, hi, Kate Quinn here.
Oh, Kate, sorry, I hear your voice, so please go ahead.
Okay, hi, I have a question for Michael. Hi, Michael, Kate Quinn here.
Hi.
Hi, the property owner's consent, arguably attempt to be a consent that was filed with DOTS, it just reads the owner or an authorized representative of the property management company of the land and improvements where you plan to operate your sidewalk cafe, or must complete this form. Do you have any idea why Arthur Weiner thought that he had that authority?
I would guess that he is the commercial landlord.
But that has nothing to do.
Sign it.
Yeah, but, no, but it's the land and improvements.
Right. So he's speculating. He doesn't have the answer, and I really don't want any back and forth. Michael, if you want to put your email in the chat to converse, or you don't have to. But again, I really can't have the back and forth here on this. He's also speculating because he doesn't know. So I want to move on from that. Is there anything other additional Kate, that we can hear from you.
Oh, no. Oh, my mistake. I thought Michael was representing the applicant.
He is representing the applicant, but this is not, he just said he's guessing. And so I've asked for no back and forth between, the comments are really just supposed to be directed at the committee. So I allowed him to answer because of this very extraordinary circumstance here, but he said, he's just speculating. So I don't really want to continue that conversation of speculation because it's 10:42 and we still have to do our business session and we have to continue with the agenda. So if you have any other comments on American Bar, we're happy to hear them. But I can't have the back and forth. We just don't have the time. Is there anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so with that.
I'm just gonna say like they said, they still have the sidewalk outside. It's been there, you know.
Okay, so can we make a note in that, in the notes that.
And they are continuously, every time I walk by there, until they enclosed it, continuously playing music out there to the point of.
Okay, we can make the note about the music. I will pull the 311 data for both before and after the November 1st deadline, and we'll call that out in there. And so that's really not a modification for you, Michael. So the modifications, should we have any, is we would, I mean, I don't know, I can't put in the modification something about the property owner because, right, it's not.
You can make it as a comment though.
Well, but if I am purely talking about the modifications form because this has got to go out tomorrow. So I'm just trying to, if we are going to send them, so I'm just trying to, so for the grates or vintage infrastructure, so we need to label them, is that what we're saying? Or add the clearance?
Yep.
And the clearance, we're required to have a grate clearance
1.6
to the roadway? So where does it happen?
And I think it's from the exterior perimeter. I mean, I don't think it has.
So it's dealing with length? Does the length needs to change of the roadway or no? The roadway cafe?
No, I mean, the grates are on the sidewalk.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So the 1.5 foot clearance would be between the grate and the roadway cafe.
It might, does the cafe then need to be further out from the roadway?
I don't understand what that means, like they can't have a table. I'm just trying to, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just, what's the clearance?
With the Woolly, when it was 3 feet from the transformer vault, I had them move to the side, reduce their length. Here, since it's only 1.5 feet, I don't know what that dimension is, but it might be good. Like they don't need to do anything.
Okay, do they need to label?
Yeah, they need to label.
Okay, they need to measure
it
too. Okay.
Verify that.
And they need to check the box.
Because it looks like it could be 1.5 feet.
Yeah, okay. So just show that, it looks like there's space, Michael, there to put the 1 foot 6 inches.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to, if we're asking for some sort of reduction of anything else, okay. So
I also think it wasn't even on the app.
Yeah, it wasn't.
So
they're not on the application?
It should have been on the section 2.
Okay, right, okay.
6 inch, so
Okay.
that's why.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Okay, so Michael, I think that's it. Do you have any other questions for us?
No, nothing else.
Thanks.
I did put my email in the chat for Catherine.
I have a follow-up question. So on the
Thanks, Michael.
On the southern end, there was like a construction area with a bunch of bricks.
Is there a north arrow on this map? Okay, so if you could say left or west, left or, see, this is why I don't deal with cardinal directions if there's no north arrow.
On the western edge.
No, no, I just need, is it on the left or the right? Like
on the left side of the
I'm
map.
sorry, there's ended up where there's been modifications that have been wrongly communicated to an applicant because all these different cardinal directions were
I'm just curious if any of the residents or Michael know what that temporary construction staging area is.
I do not know.
You have a picture?
Yeah, it's on the Google Drive.
Okay, so let me just. Is there DOT work on that street right now? Does anyone know? I'm just trying to think of the staging areas that are on 7th Avenue South. Let me just look. Thank you for the site photos.
We have a new photo.
Oh, I see this. Oh, that's the tree bed.
Well, there's all scaffolding all around the building. So.
Oh, you think it's related to that?
Yeah.
Okay, okay. All right. Okay, thanks, Michael. What, you have one more?
Did you?
Wait.
Did you already note that on the bottom of the site plan, the length of the cafe is erroneously called out at 44.5 feet?
No. Are we gonna?
Be changed.
So can we make a note of that? So I'm sorry.
I see it.
Oh, yeah.
40.
Okay, so Michael at the bottom, we'll put that on there
Yes.
about, okay. Are we going to ask about, were we gonna ask to adjust the length or adjust the storefront length on this one?
I don't know.
I don't think it's necessary.
Okay. All right, Robin, did you have something else to add? You had your hand raised. I don't see it anymore. Okay.
I was actually just going to say that we have local law 11 facade work going on.
Okay,
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
thanks.
You're
All
welcome.
right, okay, so next, thank you, Michael. Is that your last
You're
one?
welcome. No, I got the rest of them.
Oh, okay. All right. So Gelateria Gentile Roadway. So on this one, 13 feet, 7 inches storefront. On the plan, the roadway cafe, so there's a discrepancy here with the roadway cafe length because it fills the gap plus the roadway cafe length fills 13 feet, 7 inches, but that math doesn't math. There's a 1 foot difference.
13.7. No, we have a 12'1" cafe plus we have a 1'6", so that would be the 13.7.
So that's 12.7.
12'1" and 1'6". 13.7.
Oh, I had it as 6. Okay, then that changes everything. Maybe I really do need to get my eyes checked. All right, so, okay, then that's a non-issue. Okay, then I guess that, I think, makes the rest of that moot. I don't have any other comments on that application. That was really the red flag for me. So that's moot then.
And the ADA, you're just gonna put that in there?
Yeah, we'll just send you, yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, so Michael will send you the ADA.
I mean, it doesn't look like it's.
No, I mean, we'll just, and was there flooring in this? I didn't make it.
No, we'll put a ramp in though.
Okay, yeah, great.
It's
Okay,
only
great.
a foot and a half.
So how the ramp will that work? Do you have a question of that Donna, or no?
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously a ramp isn't gonna work, but the table's right there and there's only a foot and a half if all these tables are 2 feet like it says, and it's 246, it's a foot and a half right by the roadway. So.
Yeah, I mean.
Gets in.
Yeah.
Or how there's any.
Yeah, I mean, I did say
in
that,
there,
like,
so.
I mean, that was the only other question. Okay, maybe this point is not moot, is when it says the tables are 24 inches by 24 inches, which is 2 feet by 2 feet, 3 tables together add up to 8 feet. No, 6 feet.
6 feet.
Okay,
That
maybe
means
not.
a foot and a half.
Right, okay.
That
So
end.
the tables will probably be 16 inches or 18 inches because it is a gelato place. It's not a full service restaurant.
Right. Okay.
Called out as 20.
Yeah, if you could just adjust the
Yes.
24 because it's not accurate. Okay, so that will, great, someone's adding that in. Okay, great. Is there anyone here to testify on this application? For Gelateria Gentile,
I see no.
75 University Place, okay. Okay, Michael, I think we're good on that one. Next, we'll go to Cafe Napoli, a Roadway Cafe Silvestri Inc., DBA Cafe Napoli, 191 Hester Street for a roadway, and we also have a sidewalk. So let's do those together.
Yes.
Who wants to?
I got it.
Okay.
I just pull up the site plan really quick. Okay, so roadway first.
Probably get 26.
Okay. a few things. This is another example of an application where DOT sent it to us without notifying us that there is an FDNY waiver pending. But we reached out and then they confirmed via email that that it has been referred to FDNY. And based on the roadway width of 24 feet 6 inches and the alternate side parking lane across the street, it's also metered parking across the street. The remaining travel lane will be 10 feet 6 inches. I noticed that there's a manhole clearance missing in section 2. So it's labeled accurately on the diagram, but on section 2, the page after, this clearance should be noted under vent infrastructure. On the diagram, it says 6 feet. So just carry that over to the next page just so that it's there. And then north arrow. And I think that's it. Then our standard ADA and service aisle modifications.
Great. Is anyone here from the public to speak on Cafe Napoli at 191 Hester Street?
Should I talk about the sidewalk or wait?
Yeah, while we're we're gonna take comments on both, so why don't you do that while we pull people up?
Sidewalk is a little bit more involved. The sidewalk actually has varying widths across the storefront. There's different parts where the building line bumps out. And so I measured 3 different locations and there were 3 different sidewalk widths. And again, measuring to the back of the curb, not the full sidewalk, including the curb. So at one point, the back of the curb measurement is 11 feet 9 inches. At another point, the most northern point where there's a bump out, it's 11 feet 2 inches. And then at the most southern cafe portion, it's 11 feet 4 inches. This is a regional corridor. It's on Mulberry Street, which requires a 10-foot clear path. And again, because the clear path does not include the curb, the widest allowable cafe for this restaurant is 1 foot 9 inches, which is not ADA compliant. So that kind of is the most significant of our comments. But I will also note the primary building entrance in the middle of the storefront, and that it is, we need the 5 feet clearances to either side, which constrains the sidewalk cafe length for both cafes. Okay, and then the last thing, which again is less important than the ADA, but the clearances from the hydrant and also the emergency alert utility at the corner. Those clearances, they only need to be 8 feet because they're diagonal from the cafes, but they do need to measure from the hydrant and the utility to the cafe perimeter and not just the building line.
The radius, the complete radius, right?
Right. So that 8-foot clearance needs to be from the utility to
the perimeter of the cafe.
And then just another question. It says on the site plan that service will be from inside. I'm just curious if you know, Michael, what that means.
Where does it say that? On the site plan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sidewalk.
And what is the plan for serving the southern portion of the cafe, the southernmost?
Is that the right side or the left side?
Sorry, that's the right side. Will it be from around the corner? Or would the plan be to walk across the residential entrance? Do you know? Oh, you're muted.
You're on mute, Michael.
Hey, Michael. We can't hear you.
Sorry about that.
That's okay.
So the restaurant has all French doors, so the doors will be open and then the tables would be served from the inside of the restaurant.
Got it, okay.
Okay. Okay, so like lots of modifications, but it's not ADA accessible, so would we even send those? Okay. let's go for Laura Tenenbaum. Is there anyone else here to speak on this application? Okay, go Laura. Thank
Okay,
you.
very briefly, again, Stella covered pretty much almost everything. It's Mulberry Street, it's too narrow a street, it's not safe. Just to be saying it. I wanted to point out that in the photographs of what they had before, there were these big red umbrellas on the street, which really took up pretty much the whole sidewalk. And I just want to make sure that should they get permit to put that in, they are aware that they cannot do that again.
All right.
Right.
Thank you.
That's all. Thank you.
All right. You have anything else on this one? Or do you-
It's 6 stories. Looks like there's 15 units. It's a substantial building. I just say that because of the entrance. We have no definitions, but.
And we do have a definition, but. All right.
These are comments on both.
Yep.
And I think that the standing comments for Mulberry Street.
Okay, we can just make a note of that
Because again, across.
because I don't have anything on here that says where it is on the cross section. So I wouldn't think to add that when I'm going back through and making.
Yeah.
it.
Because the sidewalk seating is all on Mulberry Street, just like the other one. And it's also across the street from another restaurant that has.
Yeah, so it'd be good to just note that like while the address is.
Not slightly
Okay.
longer frontage.
It's on, does Mulberry Street go north or south?
Okay.
It's,
Is it the northeast corner?
yeah, it's across the street from Legendary.
Again, if there's something about north and there's no north arrow, if someone could please just put if it's on the left side or the right side, because it's gonna get miscommunicated to the applicant and then things aren't gonna be added and then we're gonna receive a plan that was not what we intended. Okay, is that it? All right, Balthazar Roadway, Windy Gate Soho Inc., DBA Balthazar Restaurant, 80 Spring Street for our Roadway Cafe. We're also going to discuss the Balthazar Bakery, Roadway Cafe, Humphreys Bakery Inc., DBA Balthazar Bakery at 80 Spring Street. So I would just like to, they are 2 separate entities, but they are related in some way. So if we want to quickly go over those and then if there's anyone here to speak on this application, if you could raise your hand, so I see, we'll call on you just a minute. So we can just get anyone queued up to speak.
Okay, so the first thing to note about the Balthazar restaurant, there's a one-way sign at the corner. It's within 50 feet, so any overhead coverings and vertical screenings cannot exceed 46 inches. It's unclear to me looking at the application if the box is checked or not. It's circled, but that box needs to be checked saying that they will not exceed 46 inches. There's also
it's circled?
Yeah, if you look at it, there's like a circle around the box instead of.
Are you talking about the bakery or the restaurant?
The restaurant.
I'm looking at the one on the website, but I don't see.
One in the.
Yeah.
Either way, we just need confirmation that they will not, it won't exceed 46 inches. The site plan is also missing a gas valve that is next to the catch basin. Not a problem, but just a detail to add. Maybe this next one is a problem with my eyes or the diagram is too grainy for me to make out, but I think that the clearance of the thermoplastic marking is, oh no, it's that the thermoplastic marking clearance on the second page, on the clearances page, says 6 feet. It should say half a foot.
It's circled now.
Half a foot rather than 6 feet, just 6 inches. Otherwise, there would be no cafe or hardly any cafe. And then I have no issue with the roadway cafe lengths and the clearance from the crosswalk and the clearance from the catch basin.
Love the north arrow.
Yeah, I was really happy about that. Okay, so that's it. And then just our default.
They need to add this, they need to add the sign, the one-way sign.
Sure, add the sign, but at the very least, just confirm that there won't be anything above 46 inches.
Okay. Right, and then the bakery?
Bakery, discrepancy with the storefront, it seems like the storefront dimension on the plan is kind of double dipping into the Balthazar restaurant storefront. There's I'm not sure what to call it. I'm not sure. There's a stone separation between the bakery and the restaurant. And just looking through the window inside, it's clear that it belongs to the to the restaurant and not the bakery. So I measured that the storefront should be about 11 feet, 11 inches. When you subtract the neighbor clearance of 1.5 feet, that brings it down to 10 feet, 10 feet, 5 inches for the bakery cafe length. Another thing, right now it says that the parking lane is 7 feet, 6 inches, which I agree. And then it says that there's going to be a gap of 1 foot, 8 inches from the thermoplastic line and the manhole. From my measurement, there only needs to be a 1.5 foot gap from the manhole. And
there's 18 inches now.
Well, it looks like there's I don't know if it's inches or if it's in feet. It looks like it's 1'8".
Okay, I don't see that.
So if that's potentially just a typo to clear up. And then add
I
them.
would,
Yeah, go ahead.
you know, when I blow it up, I read 1 foot, 6 inches
Oh, but here.
circle.
Here.
That's 1 foot, 8
Yeah,
inches.
and I don't know if
Which is
that's.
also 18 inches? No?
1 foot 8
inches,
is
that's-
20.
Oh, that's 20. Right. Okay.
Oh, Michael, you're muted again.
Michael, we can't hear you.
So it looks like the thermoplastic marking is 2 inches into the manhole. So that's the 2 inch discrepancy. The manhole would be 18 inches away. The thermoplastic marking would be 20 inches away.
So are you saying that
Which site plan?
From what I'm looking at, yes. On the
Which site plan?
This is the bakery.
Okay.
Yes.
So you're saying that it should be 1 feet, 8 inches?
According to what I'm reading on the plan, I don't see
Okay.
what, I don't,
If
I'll
that-
take a look at the thermal marking,
Sure.
but it appears like it goes 2 inches into the manhole.
If that is the case and you're intending 1 foot, 8 inches, then the cafe width should only be 5 feet, 10 inches and not 6 feet.
Well, the thermoplastic is 1 foot, 8 inches away, which is legal, and the manhole is the 1.6. So the thermoplastic is further away.
I measured that they were, wait, I'm sorry, I have the wrong one up. So you're saying that the cafe will be 1 foot, 8 inches away from the thermoplastic marking and 1 foot, 6 inches away from the manhole.
Correct.
Okay, so the distance from the curb to the thermoplastic marking that I measured was 7 feet, 6 inches.
Okay.
And if you're going to be 1 foot, 8 inches away from that, then that brings the cafe width to 5 feet, 10 inches rather than 6 feet.
Okay, so I'll have to measure the thermoplastic again.
Okay. And then adjust the cafe width as needed.
Yes.
Cool, thank you.
Does they indicate anywhere what the barrier is?
Yeah, weren't all the check boxes, are there gonna be water filled barriers for this?
No, they're going to be metal barriers. An improved barrier from the DOT. I
Okay.
think they're gonna be 4 inches at the most.
Okay,
So uncheck the box that says,
it is unchecked.
oh, okay, perfect.
That's why I asked, yeah, because I've understood that people can ask about that, I guess. Okay. Let's hear from the public on these two applications. So we'll go with Pete and then Laura.
Great, thank you. So the two separate entities, one is a restaurant, the other is the bakery. The bakery does not serve alcohol. The restaurant has an SLA license. So I would assume, maybe I'm, that the Roadbed Cafe will not allow for the service of alcohol at any time. It is a non-alcohol situation. Also, it's not clear at this point if there's going to be an application for a sidewalk cafe. The establishment has a agreement with the city for benches outside that were taken over by the Sidewalk Cafe during COVID. The benches are back and they take up space at the outside of the building. Those are not shown on the plans. During COVID, when the Roadbed Cafe was in place, there was also set up outside payment stations, service stations on the sidewalk, which took up a lot of space. This sidewalk is incredibly busy. It is designated a global corridor because of the huge amount of pedestrian activity on this sidewalk. So the issue we've heard before where, okay, the food comes out of the restaurant and it has to navigate the sidewalk to get into the structure in the roadbed. That takes up a lot of sidewalk space and competes with the pedestrians. So I guess I'm just trying to stress to everyone how incredibly congested this block is and controlling it in some way. Also, the bakery says it will close. Closing hour is late. The bakery closes at 6:30, 7 o'clock. So it seems that the corresponding sidewalk cafe should also have those earlier closing hours and not the restaurant closing hours. So hopefully this is helpful. Maybe Laura will pick up on some things that I missed. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thanks so much.
Thanks for all your good work on this.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Just a quick thing, Pete. So just to go back to the two separate roadbeds. So we don't have any other engagement point on the bakery.
Yeah.
Right? So, because that's a separate business. But because they are going to be adding in new outdoor dining for the restaurant portion, and they're not supposed to serve outside of their licensed premises, that's something that at the appropriate time, it goes from that way, not the other way. So that's really the only engagement there, I think. Just, we don't have another opportunity to talk to the bakery. And I will just say that I just wanted to thank Laura for all of her years of service, because she was the chair of our licensing committee when this application first opened in 1996 in December.
It did.
So just reading your very detailed resolution because there were periods in between where they were not so
Right.
detailed. So,
Yeah,
thank you for that.
I know the people on my committee hated me for those details, but I figured that they would help historically. Thank you for saying that. So I agree with everything Pete said. I also want to point out on the bakery side of it is that the bakery itself has never served food inside. It's always been takeout.
Yep.
And so that's another element that should be taken into consideration. I want it to be very clear that whoever sits in that bakery thing is not being served food from the restaurant. Because that's what's been going the whole time, that during the temporary program, they had a very large structure, enclosed three sides enclosed structure that not only went in front of the bakery, but went beyond it in front of a portion of what was across from the retail business next door. I want to be sure that the size of that is not as large as what we had before, and that it will not be overlapping beyond the bakery's frontage.
Okay.
That's one element. I wanted to also talk about the street. Back in the I think it was the 90s, I think it may have been later, but the community petitioned the community board to help us get parking off of the Spring Street between Broadway and Lafayette Street. And in fact, there was no standing on either side of that street until 2015 when a bike lane was put in. And they reconfigured the street. They reconfigured the street to have on the south side a 9-foot parking lane, 10-foot driving lane, and a 6-foot bicycle lane. The bicycle lane is there. Now, I don't know how it works. If we're saying there should be a 15-foot spread, it's a 25-foot wide street. I don't understand why they were not seeking or having to require a variance.
All right. What?
Bicycle lane is free space.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they don't need it.
All right.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Bicycle lane is considered, they can use that as part of the roadways. That's considered part of the emergency lane.
That wasn't at least in the plan. I was looking at the original plan that was given to us, and that's true from Spring down to Bowery. I mean, from Lafayette to Bowery, but not west of Lafayette Street.
All right. Are we good?
No, I'm sorry. I know.
I've let you go beyond a minute, and I really do appreciate and I love the background, but it is 11:15 and we have almost been sitting in this room for 6 hours.
I've been sitting with you and listening to you spend 20, 30 minutes on other applications. This is the applications that are important to us, and so always are at the end and are always pushed over. I'm sorry. I'm not about you. I'm talking about the board. It's been going on for 50 years that way. But I actually think I pretty much covered it all. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I didn't mean to pick on you. It's just,
I know you're seeing the end of the tunnel and you're
I know. Thanks, Laura. Okay. Great. Thanks, Pete and Laura.
And you did a great job. Thank you.
I think we'll see. But thanks. Is there anything do you want to ask Michael while we have him here?
Well, I just want to, so that they've applied for proper bench permits, Michael?
Yes, we got those maybe about 12, 15 years ago.
Yeah, so that's just an anomaly though, because those benches don't require to meet the global corridor
I mean, they are next to us, so there is a Siamese connection there, because I've sat on that bench next to.
Well, I'm just saying it's not,
Yeah, there's no.
those don't necessitate the same permitting, so it's just sort of exists in a world that doesn't correspond to this, so it's totally separate. The only thing is that people cannot have license, like alcoholic beverages sitting there. Like that's just, because we're gonna have to figure all that out, and I think that that's the part where the agreements, not serving to the other side, all that stuff is gonna.
Michael, can you confirm whether or not they've applied for sidewalk for either of these locations?
Yes, they applied for both. I don't think they're going to get either.
Why don't you think that?
The.
Oh, it's 12 feet. I mean, like I've sat on that bench and I'm very tall, but when I cross my legs on that bench, people cannot walk by. So I don't know how that's gonna work. It is a lot smaller. All right, it's 12 feet. It's right, the whole thing is moved. Got it. Okay, if there's nothing else, I think we're gonna go to business session and we will just take our votes. Because I think we've had our business session.
Sounds like.
Unless anyone has, they felt they didn't get to speak about a specific application. So Michael, we will
Okay,
send
good
you,
night.
yeah, good night. Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Everyone can listen, but we will not take any additional commentary. And thanks everyone for your patience. So got it, the parking signs, great. Okay, so let's just start from the beginning quickly. I have to scroll like 60 pages.
Rory, start here.
Okay, so, and please get up if you need. So I just want to take our votes on this. So for
Well, we
Ambra,
have to correct the name,
Right.
right, San,
San Paolo.
sorry. Clearly I have vision issues as of late. So San Paolo Hospitality, Ambra Roadway. So somebody want to make a motion to approve, deny, conditionally deny?
Well, this is sort of one of these unaddressed because he had said one thing and is doing another, so I don't know how we address that.
On, because of all of the,
I mean, he's not.
SLA stipulations.
Yeah, but I mean.
no, I just want to take the vote so we can go.
I mean, the roadbed fits there. He's got to, make those modifications, the roadbed fits. He agreed to not having any roadbed, so this is an SLA issue.
Right, it's obviously going to extend longer and again.
Well, I think we need to make a note of it, but that's one side, but then is the roadbed compliant? That's a separate issue.
Right.
So those are
Okay.
two separate issues.
Right.
I mean, that's,
Do we want to, so again, our vote on roadway is we recommend submitting the comments and then in parentheses, we put our approval with modifications or conditional denial, which would then turn into a denial, but it's in parentheses. So.
Okay, so I would like to say that I would like to vote whether or not there's any FDNY waiver application or not. If we feel that the roadway is too narrow for encumbering with a roadway cafe, then I would vote it as denied. And so sorry I didn't make my notes of that. But if this is one of those, this is going to be on the side street, not Hudson, but it's on West 11th. And there's parking on the other side, if I recall. And it seems like from our notes that might have been one of those.
Right, so also, I don't have in red in these notes, like where the new FDNY waivers have been made, so I can't call them out.
I put them below and,
Okay.
but not in red.
Okay,
Well, and my point is, whether or not that's there, I am voting just on what I believe should be a 15-foot emergency egress.
okay.
I wonder if we want to set a standard that if anything is below 12 feet, that we reject it, even if there, or, you know, whatever number.
No, yeah, we have to have a
Consistent.
criteria for that.
Yeah. I don't know what the.
So if it's everything that gets a waiver.
15 is the standard for the city. I don't know why we wouldn't want to apply that.
So any that receive FDNY waivers.
Well, nothing here is received it, nothing here, right,
Any
but
that's been referred to FDNY for review.
But it was on.
You want to-
Anything that hasn't gotten that kind of a waiver, I believe we should apply the 15-foot rule. And that's the way I'm gonna be voting.
okay, well, let's go through them because there's 27. So Ambra Roadway is not up for an FDNY waiver.
Right.
Do we want to, how do we want to do this? We're gonna move to conditional denial?
Question,
Okay,
how wide is the road? Did we figure that out?
there's no waiver for this one?
I put a note.
I'm not asking if there's a waiver, I'm just asking what are the dimensions?
I think I went by the BP, let me just look at my note, did I put something into the notes?
6 inches and the travel
That was
would be
from-
16.5.
So that's from the BP.
So
thing.
this
I didn't
doesn't
measure it.
require
A
an
waiver.
emergency waiver because the travel lane is 16 feet.
I'm
The
aware.
reason I asked that question is because when I look at the Google Maps photograph, when there were two, it seems to be, it is not
15
what,
feet.
well, no, it's not what we see on, I think it is 15 feet. It's definitely not what we see on the other blocks. Like with the, because if you do, yeah, it's just, and that may be, if it's 26, maybe we do say something.
I have a question about just like, how are you all thinking about this with the SLA? Because for me, I feel like if there was stipulations in the SLA for not having a roadway, then this is a no. But I don't know how that works with your committee.
Well,
So we include the stipulations in all of our feedback packages to DOT.
So the important thing here is that if the applicant wants to work with us to correct any outstanding issues, this may be approved by the city, but it may not be approved
By the liquor authority.
by the liquor authority. So he wouldn't be able to serve alcohol.
All right.
So that just brings up.
They can still serve food, but just not alcohol.
Theoretically, we don't know because obviously none of this is going to be done by April 1st.
So
As much as everybody thinks that's not going to be the case. But he
So-
does have the existing.
So just so it's clear, this is the only vote. There is no full board vote on this one.
What would be the corrective things? Just because I think that's important to understand, just to.
It's in the notes document.
So the
So,
corrective things are.
again, if we're gonna spend 20 minutes on each one, we're gonna be here till 1 in the morning.
Well, this one we need to figure out because we're gonna keep spending time on it. The other ones, that's not
Okay.
necessarily the case.
So they need to fix the crosswalk on this one. They may have to move the roadbed down 6 inches to a foot, but they have plenty of room on the other side. So
And that's it?
basically, and the other thing is they have to put the stop sign indication there so that half of the umbrellas cannot be there. That's it.
It's all listed there. I actually wrote out.
Just listed as changes, but I still.
I have it listed in the I actually have the actual modifications that I'm just gonna copy paste back to the document where I typed it up. I couldn't do that on all of these.
And then the travel lane, then from Stella, what you're saying is 26-foot roadbed?
Are we really?
The traveling would be 16 feet, 6 inches.
So the total roadbed is 32?
20,
Yes,
yeah.
32. And
That's, I got that from the BP map.
Okay, well, if that's the case, then,
Right, so with those modifications, I could vote for yes for this one.
Also, is there a substantial difference here on approval with modifications or conditional denial?
Our attorney's raising a really good point. The thing we're stuck with here is if we approve it and then they later say, well, the community board approved it. So it's a problem.
We have yet to, I think we've yet to approve anything on its own as
I just
approved.
have a quick, why are we saying, since they don't care what we say for the roadways, right? Why isn't just like it's compliant or it's not compliant?
I don't know because nobody's asked that before.
No, we are,
There
we're
is
trying to get
no-
them to correct things, right? That's like step.
Yeah, I mean.
Right, so compliant with the modifications or not, I guess what's bothering me is saying that we approve it for just the reason that you're raising.
Well,
So
I
how
think-
do you-
Okay, so on, the only reason I've used this is because we've gotten feedback at full board that it says submit comment and they don't know what that means. Nobody's reading the resolutions. So that's the only reason why I have us vote on it this way.
Yeah.
That way, but there is no checkbox on the roadway form for approval with modifications or denial. There is just a general box that says overall recommendation, and
Okay, so that's fine.
And that's where I put that therefore be a result.
Denial and the modification, one of the modification is getting approval from the New York State Liquor Authority to serve alcohol prior to operating.
DOT doesn't care about that.
Yeah, DOT doesn't
No, no,
care
but
about
that
it.
makes us not inconsistent.
We haven't put that on
When
any
we
other
go-
application.
No, but it
Oh,
makes us not inconsistent with the board position when we go to the liquor authority.
well, if you'd like to write that language up and send it to me.
I mean, that's how we.
I guess that's.
Well, it puts us in a,
Well, because here's the deal.
but it puts
I
us
have
in
to
a
send them
circle,
these,
but
I have to send this tomorrow. So I'm gonna go home after this and write these or adjust them because these have to go out at 10 tomorrow. Or I'll do them tomorrow morning. Like I'll get up early, whatever. I'll sleep. Sorry, but
You know, that we
I mean, I've pre-written some of them.
recommend denial until.
They're not that much.
out, You know, until. the-
But if you can write that, it's just, here's the deal. This
They
is,
can't have it with their liquor.
this is due to DOT next Wednesday. We have a holiday. We have to give them a few days. If I take more than,
They
have to give me-
modification. Just give me 1 second, Valerie.
so how are we going to vote on this?
State Liquor Authority.
Well, it's a conditional denial, okay?
Okay, so conditional denial.
And a conditional denial allows us the room to work on the language a little bit because the overall is the denial. And the condition is, I mean, look, I don't see the board, if they come to their liquor license, taking any other position except denying this. So it needs to get worked out. So why not be upfront about that? And that's the.
So the
denial.
conditional denial will change to an approval with modifications if we receive their updated site plan and the modification sign or no?
No.
It stays as a conditional
It stays as a
denial.
Conditional denial.
Okay, then that needs to
Because
be
they're not able
clear.
to resolve the issue, which you've heard other applicants worked out, right?
Okay, then we will keep that. So, okay, so let's move on to the next one. So the next one we have is, so all those in favor to conditional denial, which will not change. Okay, will not change based on whatever we receive back.
Okay, so just to cut to the chase on this one, per what Brian said, this needs an FDNY waiver, Zouk, Palma, Roadway.
Okay, so
Those are
This,
ridiculous.
this travel lane is 13 and a half. So if we were using, I just said 12 out of nowhere. But if we were using the 12 feet standard, anything below 12 feet travel lane, we say no, this would not be a no.
okay, so
And we're just sticking with 15 feet.
Are we?
Because-
I don't know, because that,
Find it-
well, like everyone has their individual votes, so.
I mean,
Yeah.
I'm- so we're just basically saying that we don't approve of any
Well,
of the-
I think
the
on this
basis of the idea
particular
of
block,
a waiver.
the issue that I have is that they're back to back.
They're all right there.
And they're right in the beginning, they're on the turn from Bleecker Street.
It's just like a whole, like labyrinthian, like tight area.
Yeah.
Plus the narrow sidewalk, so there's, sidewalks aren't particularly wide, in a messy situation, there's not a lot of room here. And these don't,
So if we, for any that are going to be below 15 feet, are we rejecting? Meaning
I
that we're
don't
not
think we're
sending
in a spot
modifications?
to come up with a policy yet.
Yeah.
Because we haven't, this is not a great time to just sort out.
Yeah, it's not.
No, just.
I know, we're trying to speed it up. I get it.
But I agree with you. And I think that,
Okay,
yeah, I'm just, if it's,
I also think it'd be, once we start getting more feedback from FDNY on why they got a waiver or didn't, like that'll help inform why we're.
I will direct you to the 3 applications where we have the waivers included in there, so I can direct you to those. I don't, So you can check them out. Again, it's obviously not.
That's all to say, I just think it's a little bit more complicated than just coming up with a threshold, because I think there are probably other things that are also being considered by the FDNY.
Yeah, I don't think we know what
I think it's just political. I don't think there's anything being considered. I think it's political.
Everybody away.
Yeah. Yeah.
That hasn't.
Yeah.
They're giving everybody away.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait a minute, I haven't heard of anybody.
Well, I don't know if they're getting it, but I mean, everybody's applying.
Oh.
Yes, no, all these ones that we've gotten, they say that they've given them, yeah, the waiver's been attached.
They sent the waiver that was approved and signed by the FDNY.
I feel like it shouldn't even
Yeah.
come to us until they get an FDNY waiver.
Bagel.
Unfortunately, that's just not the case. We've asked for that and that's just not the case. So.
But there's that one.
I think we also have the long-standing issues.
Thompson Street, it was Pop-Up Bagel. It was Pop-Up, hey, just really quickly, it's Pop-Up Bagel and it was Lupa, Osteria, Romana, whatever that order is. And
then the other
PK
one.
Crudo.
Or something.
Then
Yeah.
PK Crudo, so on Bedford and Downing. So very small. So those, we had those were given to us with the waiver. So there was no, yeah.
No.
Okay, so how do we want to vote on Palma Roadway? So it sounds like a denial. Is everyone in favor for a denial?
Yeah.
Wait, I just wanna, so just to think this, I'm sorry to take on this, but so that means no modifications, which means this is going, presumably this is going to get a waiver by the FDNY and it's gonna go ahead without any of our modifications.
I'll just open that sheet. I'll open a sheet.
So we can send the modifications and still deny. We did that with Oleo Apu. So you could still send them modifications. That's fine. I just need to be told that we are or we're not. So for conditional Ambra, we are sending modifications. For Palma denial, are we sending modifications?
And the modifications are about adjusting the length of the roadway and the storefront to not be in front of the primary building entrance. They were including the primary building entrances to the south of them.
And again, the denial is more for us to know. It's more of an internal.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, the other issue.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, the other issue here is that we don't have the definition of the primary building entrance. But if there was going to be a definition, I don't think there are many units here. Meaning, there's this arbitrary, oh, it's a big building, oh, it's not. But this would presumably fall in there, it's not a big building.
So are we sending modifications or no?
Yes.
You can send the modifications and still recommend.
I just need to know, because again, it's a whole other thing. We've got to process it. And I'm not saying that to be against it, but I need to know now because I have to deal with it tomorrow.
Okay.
So are we sending modifications or no?
I would say yes.
Okay, that's fine. I just need to know because I can't guess tomorrow. Okay, Palma Sidewalk. We do have a checkbox on this. So this will, if we deny, it will trigger a DOT public hearing sidewalk. So
not ADA compliant.
Okay, so that is a denial for me. That's how I'm gonna vote. A denial? Okay, great.
Which one is this one? This was the sidewalk. This was the sidewalk.
This is the sidewalk. And so while this is not due until February 10th, we're still sending the modifications and it will be voted on at full board. Aperitivo di Palma Roadway is due next week. So this is the only vote.
Same as Palma.
Same thing as the main store.
So a denial.
Riley, you're writing this down? Are you?
I've just started a spreadsheet. I'm not, if you could put it in the doc, if someone could put it in the doc, so I have it, I just have to make a separate sheet so that I can quickly look at it because I can't.
I'm writing in my notes.
Okay, if someone could type it in the doc, I would really appreciate it. So I'll add the ones from before. So we have a denial and are we sending modifications for Aperitivo? Yes or no? No?
I said, I think we would do what we did for Palma, which was denial, but send modifications.
Okay.
Right?
Blue Ribbon, 97 Sullivan Roadway.
Just to be clear on those two, the reason that we're recommending denial, the primary reason is the FDNY.
Travel lane. Mhm.
That needs to be. made
So,
clear.
okay, okay, let me just make a column because I have to see this all in one place, so.
But this is just important because this is to
No.
Brian's point. If this wasn't a waiver situation on most of these, we wouldn't
You're doing this.
be doing this. So this is
Arturo, are you putting that in there?
Okay, so-
I've just been writing denial modifications, stuff like.
and just say.
I'm writing
primary
down.
reason
Okay.
at the end of the waiver.
Yeah, if you could help, it would be helpful to have that in the notes. I'm also doing it separately, just so I can look quickly. Okay, so Blue Ribbon, so there's 3 waivers, Palma, there's no waiver for the sidewalks, that's a moot point. So 2 waivers on Cornelia Street for Palma and Aperitivo de Palma. So now we have Blue Ribbon, 97 Sullivan Roadway.
Another one with the.
Is there a waiver?
Yeah.
There's a waiver.
Okay.
It is 11 feet, 7 inches travel lane.
Okay, so how are we voting on this?
Deny.
So I've got 1 denial. Do I have other denials or
Yeah, denial.
denial?
Yeah.
3 denials? Okay, so so unanimous denials. Thank you. And we are sending modifications or we're not sending modifications?
I think that we should because.
I think so too. Great. Okay. I guess it just sounds like we're gonna send modifications for all unless somebody tells me otherwise, right?
Change the other one too.
Okay, so denial.
Oh, great.
They're not ADA, we're
Yeah,
gonna
that's
send
okay.
modifications.
I'll just use those, yeah.
So where is that? So why are we sending for Palma then?
I was wondering, for Palma sidewalk.
That was just a
sending
flat out
modifications?
denial.
Yeah, I thought that
That
was.
was a flat out.
Or are we sending modifications?
Well, you said
No.
it was too narrow,
It's
right?
too narrow, yeah, so we were just
It's not
denied.
ADA compliance with.
So we're not sending modifications for Palma sidewalk.
That's what I got.
Correct.
Okay. So I just gotta know that because that's one less thing to process. Okay, so Blue Ribbon,
For Blue Ribbon sidewalk, it's also not ADA.
okay, so that's a denial. Are we sending modifications? No.
Is that the,
There's just no room.
Okay,
And by the way, that's, of course, this is where Mr. Wagoda was arguing that as long as you can serve the side of this 2'9" table area, then you're meeting your accessibility.
Right.
But in fact, it's not wide enough for a disability wheelchair person to sit in that space. So it doesn't, you can serve it, but it's not wide enough.
okay.
So that's why we can deny it.
And Stella, this is where you need to put in that comment about its new construction.
yeah, that was. the-
Yeah, if you could write that up, I don't need that for the modifications, Stella, but
That's good, because that.
Yeah.
but that would be,
I mean, you
And
could-
I sent you that snippet of what Steve had said.
Right, I saw that.
Which I'd like some clarity on that because that's.
Yeah, I mean, DOT says in their rules, they must be ADA compliant.
But they
I think-
say what they need to be compliant with. Doesn't it cite certain numbers in there need to be compliant with
Well, the-
ADA rule X, Y? Z?
remember, it's
Part of that,
punitive,
what
it's
Stella
here.
Found is that it's new construction.
Right.
A new facility,
It's
right?
a new
Yeah.
facility, it's a new program.
Yeah.
That's the key element, so there's no look back. It's new.
Right, and it also, there's no budging around whether it's, if federal ADA rules are applicable for New York City.
I mean, I'm sorry.
New York City has adopted, not only does federal rules overrule the local municipality, but the local municipality has also adopted them.
I would be curious, I just
Right.
looked somewhere, what would happen if the Department of Justice reviewed, because that's one of the parties that can assess ADA, if the Department of Justice looked at
Oh, that's
Oh, absolutely.
New York City's outdoor dining
When there's a-
program.
When there's a
That's-
suit for accessibility,
yeah.
it is the Department of Justice that sues the property owner
Alright.
or the
Okay.
business owner.
So how are we doing on Blue Ribbon Sushi?
So we need standard language for that one.
Okay, so Blue Ribbon Sushi Roadway.
what you found out, just.
So Stella, that's going to go for what? For the Blue Ribbon applications?
Oh, the sushi Roadway?
And Sushi has an FDNY waiver, so denial with modifications.
Okay,
Same denial.
okay, so we all vote to deny that. And then we have Umami Sushi.
Approval with modifications, just primarily the designs, measurements, and clearance.
I agree with that. Does everyone agree on approval with modifications for Umami Sushi? No waiver there, great. That one's due next week. Okay, so then we have Dante Roadway. This is on McDougal.
It's the same thing.
FDNY.
It has an FDNY waiver?
Yeah.
I don't have it memorized.
Yeah, it's too narrow.
Okay, so how are we voting on this one?
Been doing denial with modifications for these.
Yeah.
Okay, so denial of McDougal, send modifications.
Yes.
Okay, and then Dante West Village.
Something.
Okay, so we want to do,
That
does that have a waiver?
waiver, I'm not sure it did.
That also applied for one, yeah. It's tough to tell, but
Well-
I think it'll need it.
They said that
So
it's,
that, yeah,
Roadway width is 18.5 feet. You had said.
Yeah.
Which
Yeah,
versus
that's-
23 feet,
yeah,
either
okay.
way,
It's close, it's way too close.
Yeah.
So are we sending modifications on this? And this is also the one with the,
oh, look, we should, that's the right thing to do.
Yeah.
And if it goes away, it goes away.
Right.
right, the modifications, at least we'll hear back from the attorney on whether or not, one, that they don't really care to even look at them, and it, again, I don't know. Okay,
Did you say that, would you make a comment about the illegal and closed sidewalk?
somebody make a note of that in the notes. I'm just taking votes right now.
Yes.
It's not enclosed,
Yeah.
so it's
A
wooden
lean-to.
structure.
I don't know what a lean-to is.
So we should just make those comments, because those are also not allowed.
But that's on the sidewalk and this is the roadway. Are we doing that?
No,
So then
All
there's
right.
no comments.
120, so Dante West Village is a denial and we're sending modifications, is that right? Okay, 29, okay, and there was no waiver for Dante West Village, is that correct?
is,
There is.
Okay. And one for McDougal,
yep.
Yes.
okay. Okay, so next we have,
Vigo, which DOT confirmed does have a waiver.
okay, so denial,
Now, and this also has it's directly across
Right.
from Woolies.
okay, and I remember that's in the notes.
Yep.
Oh, 129. Will somebody remind me what day the one, oh, I have it here, it's due, okay, is this due the day before full board? No. Yes? No, it will be voted on full board, okay. Next 12, we have,
Sorry, just for 11, was that a denial of modifications or was that an outright denial?
It's a denial because of the
Waiver.
road then.
Straight,
Yeah, the street,
denial.
but it's,
We send the modifications.
but there's also the conflict with the law. Otherwise, are there
Right.
any other corrections? So, and that's a good question.
well, when I send the modifications for roadway, I don't put that if you don't, it will be denied, because there is,
Okay, all right.
But you're gonna put the conflict with Woolies.
Oh, of course, I mean, in the modifications?
Or
No, in the comment, it'll go in the comment to DOT, it's really not
Yeah.
anything for them to comply with.
no,
So I'll just add those two as the primary reasons.
Okay, and then,
And the directly across the street is really important because that's an extra layer of the FDNY violation.
right, because of the memo,
Right. So
okay. Maman roadway,
checking for that stuff.
no waiver, if I recall, right, no waiver?
University Place, it's wide enough, no problem there.
So, did we have modifications for that one, just the ADA?
The whole
Yeah, right,
cafe length.
so approval with,
Conditional
conditional denial.
Yeah.
Which means that upon return of that, we will change it to approve with modifications.
Wait, sorry, this one was I thought we were doing like approval with modifications for these.
No, so So the only approval with modifications that we have, sorry.
Is Umami
Well, if
Sushi-
Umami Sushi, so there is no approval with modifications at the committee level. It's conditional denial that will turn into an approval with modifications upon the receipt of the updated site plan and the signed and notarized modifications. If they don't return that, Umami's due, so if they don't return it by Friday at 5 PM, then it will turn into a denial.
All right, hold
So
on.
a conditional denial.
Okay.
Great. So that will not be voted on at full board. That will just happen here. 13 is Olio de Pew. I'm voting to deny this one. I don't know if others feel the same.
I agree with you. I'm
I
voting
wouldn't
to deny.
Just because it's a bad actor.
Yeah, and they took 36 days to take down after the corrective action request. Does that mean they were fined?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just took that from the January 6th date.
They have 30 days. They should have been fined.
Yeah, somebody would have had to put it on right at the, yeah, I don't know. Okay, so 129 is when that's due. So are we sending modifications? We did on the sidewalk, and they did return them and sign them to whatever and that meant, but I just need to know so we can move on. We still have 14 more.
Are you on 14 or you're on 13?
I'm on 13, but I'm about to go to 14.
So the primary reason for this one is just they're a bad actor, but or
They're horrible actors.
So are we gonna send
I get that, but,
modifications
like,
or not?
I'm just trying to understand like how much leeway we have in that regard.
Well, they've broken every rule even since the time they were given the leeway.
There are 44 outdoor dining violations after November 1st when you're supposed to be compliant, and it's more than over 4 years, they had only 19. So that's, but this is historically.
I wouldn't
a-
expect them to be in compliance with anything.
Because they never have been.
Yeah.
Consistently across all of their entities.
All of their entities.
That will
Is
also,
that outright denial or denial of modification?
so it's either a denial and we either send the modifications, yes or no. So there is no conditional with this one,
Well,
so.
this is a road debt, so we might as
Right.
well send whatever modification.
Okay, so we'll send the modifications. I just need to know, because again,
Yeah, right.
and I'm not trying to dissuade, I just need to know because I have to do these tomorrow. Okay, so 14 is Parcel Roadway.
We need to make note of the name.
Yes.
We need to make note of the name, Valerie, because
Incorrect LLC.
they've got.
Can you give us the correct LLC?
Yes.
Because the modifications, I'm not writing to the LLC from SLA because that doesn't, their applications in their other LLC, so I don't really know, how can we even send the modifications if they're signing it under the incorrect LLC? I don't pose that anyone has the answer to this, but
I think we should just make a note that the LLC is incorrect.
to DOT.
To DOT
Okay, so it's not a modification.
because-
Okay.
Because it's gonna be a real problem.
Okay. Okay, so we are sending modifications, and how are we voting on this one?
It is another case where it has an FDNY waiver or
Okay.
review.
Well, McDougal, and it's too narrow, so I'm voting to deny.
And, like I said during the meeting, I think that all these things that we've been seeing, people look back, if there is a big problem, and say, what were they thinking? And these, on all these streets.
Yeah, I just, it's been kind of eating on me ever since we started. I just can't feel right about approving for a roadway on a narrow street. It's just seems unsafe. It goes against the community preference or their complaints.
Okay.
And
So just-
one of the key things is the density we have.
And the increasing density.
Yeah, that's right. If we were in an outer borough and it was a one-off,
Right, so it's been like, let's.
non-conforming, totally different.
Okay, so we're on 14, so Parcel, we're voting to deny, and we're sending modifications. Okay, great. Let me just look up Amman really quickly. I'm just trying to, just so everyone knows, I'm trying to just keep. So far for the 14 that we voted on, only 2 of these are being sent to full board. I'm just stating,
Okay,
just so
well,
people,
yeah, but
great. Okay, so next, so 15 is St. Theo's. Roadway, no waiver.
The only note that I've got here is amenity zone clutter and benches should be removed, so that's a modification.
Okay, we should add that in the modification. That's a good idea. Okay, so I'm saying we conditionally deny this one.
Yeah.
All in favor,
Yes.
right? Okay. Okay, so that one is due, just get that for me. Fine. Okay, next we have 16, San Ambrose, 259 West 4th Street.
This is
Waiver.
a deny.
Okay, so that's a deny.
Not even, the waiver is one thing, but this is.
Right.
This is where they're placing this is in a travel lane. It's no parking, but it's actually a travel lane.
Right.
That's why it's only 3 feet or whatever wide. I mean, it's, this is, you know, one of these anomalies that.
Okay. Are we sending
I'm not even sure how to.
Never should have been allowed in the first place.
Right.
I was thinking that, and I wrote it in there, another modification would be to uncheck the box above the site plan indicating, right now it says that it's in a P1 parking space, and just have them, don't check any box because it's not true.
Well, so this has never come to us.
Well, it is
Right now?
allowed to
Okay.
be a no parking.
Oh, okay.
But they need a waiver and it's ridiculous because it's a travel lane.
Yeah, okay.
I mean.
So are we sending modifications or no?
Sounds like just like an outright denial.
It's outright denial. I mean.
So again,
What are they gonna put?
okay, so we're not. Again, this is not a conditional denial, it's just a straight denial, but we have we are sending modifications to several ones that we denied, so that's why I'm asking.
Well, I think the comments need to go in, but I don't think there's anything to change.
Because there's nothing for the applicant to do, and did they appear? I
don't believe so.
Okay. So roadway for the Woolley on Broome Street, there is a waiver, is that right? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so are we a denial on this one?
Same as what we did up above.
And this is conflicts.
To send modifications or no?
Yes.
I think you need to send them, but this also, we need to point out the conflicts with other
Correct.
applications we've received.
Correct.
We're the only ones who are gonna do it. The gelato place.
No, this is with the Woolley?
It's a.
Yeah, okay. That should be noted in there if I remember.
It is.
Malatesta, there's no waiver.
I didn't see any real big reason to deny.
So conditional
When
denial?
I looked at this, just the numbers just don't, maybe it's not the scale, the pictures, the measurements don't quite seem to.
Did we discuss that?
No.
Well, I had kind of raised it, but there was nobody here to discuss it with.
Yeah, there was.
Okay,
Oh, the
you're
guy,
right,
yeah.
you're right, yeah. What was the address again? I'll tell you in 1 second.
Christopher.
649 Washington.
649.
Can we vote on Village Square Pizza while we're deciding on that? Village Square Pizza, I think we should conditional denial, or are we, what do you guys think?
This one was an FDNY, right?
No.
No.
It's
just, there's so many.
Because of the bike lane, there is a travel lane there. It meets the
I mean,
criteria, but the.
I'm just gonna say, we did not, what did we do with Talea Beer? Because we did not.
Talea, we approve with we did conditional denial,
So, I
approve
mean,
modification.
they're down the block.
Yashaturia, we did conditional denial, modification.
I just don't think it's, you know, I think we have to be somewhat consistent.
There is a beer garage. I don't expect an application from them. I don't expect an application from North Fork. I don't know about the new restaurant, the Ukrainian place, and I don't expect one from the Red Cliff.
Do they have the 1.5 foot buffers?
They do on the right side of the plan, on the western side, because that is where the next would be, but then there's a entrance there, and and beer, well, yeah, I mean, they should, because of the beer garage, they should have 18
I think they had it,
inches.
did they not?
Only on one side.
Okay.
So the frontage on is 31.75 feet.
You're back, he's back on Washington Street. Valerie.
Okay, can we, okay, did we vote on?
No, we didn't vote on there.
Okay,
I mean, I personally think we have to vote the same way we voted on the other.
I'm gonna vote a conditional denial for Village Square Pizza. What do other people think?
Is that what we did for the other one?
Well, this one feels, I don't know about the other ones, and this is my first committee meeting here. But that area just looks so tight, and the density of roadway cafes there is, I mean, those pictures look horrible. I don't know if that is a consistent pattern in the other.
It's the
place.
same block.
Yeah.
That's the only problem. I mean, I agree with everything you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't disagree at all. It's just we didn't do, this is a cumulative effect of getting these, you know?
Right. We approved with modifications to Leah. We approved, and they adjusted their length based on their storefront length was incorrect.
And
Fiashateria put in their tree, or put the accurate depiction of their tree pit. I don't remember if they made, I don't have it memorized, but that's the one I remember.
Memorized.
Huh?
Yeah, I was just gonna say.
And then we approve with modifications that one. And then beer garage, I don't expect an application from them. I don't expect an application. The Ukrainian place, I don't know the name of it, so I don't know. Red Paperclip, I don't expect one, and I don't expect one from North Fork. I don't know what else is there still one open space there, or?
Ties, did you mention ties?
Oh, I didn't mention ties. I was going west of Fiashateria, because that's where the density happens. Fiashateria has people lined up on Christopher. Village Square Pizza doesn't have people waiting outside.
Yeah, I got them confused.
That's fine. So again, they also didn't appear, I don't know, but again, we don't hold that against people, but.
Okay, now I've got the right measurements now for.
Can we vote on Village Square Pizza?
This sounds like folks really need conditional denial just to be consistent. I think I'm okay with that. But I think the overarching question is like, as they add up, this is not a great idea.
Right.
No, I think that we should have a comment in there. I mean, I think we have to vote the same. I feel like.
Well,
I
then
have
if we
to
vote the same way on everything, then it never gets addressed. But
Okay, well, do people want to deny it? If you want to deny it, raise your hand.
individually, it's not, there's no.
Where are the other ones? Like, do we have them, we don't have them on a map?
Yeah.
I'm also just, don't know where the other ones.
Talk about that.
I think
Can we take that offline? Because we're only have with what's in front of us, unfortunately. The West Village residence that they mentioned has a map that they're putting these on that they've learned. So you can maybe look at that, but there's no map. But also that's based on speculation, so.
One comment that was made about if they have a liquor license and they don't have bathroom access and they didn't have to provide it because of the small interior space.
No, they did.
This is something else.
This was different. They have a bathroom, but the access, the question was, is it through the kitchen or not? And they put a rolling wall up, literally like on a coat rack type thing with wheels on the bottom or something.
It's not a guarantee because it's not.
Separation of space.
So it's a moot point as far as the roadway is concerned.
Yeah.
Are we still talking about Village Square Pizza?
Village Square Pizza, yeah, we're trying to.
I mean, if everybody wants, I mean, I can switch my conditional denial if everybody feels like once it gets cumulative, then we can switch our opinion based on that we've seen 4 of these or whatever, and this is just, it's too much.
Right. I mean, I don't think that we can be blamed for being inconsistent because it's DOT.
First of all, nobody's thinking about it.
Right.
Besides us.
Right.
If an applicant were to say, you guys are being inconsistent, we could say, well, DOT is not thinking about this holistically and it's their fault for submitting that one before this one.
Just because they're not gonna be able to go along. They're gonna have to measure from this crosswalk.
Yeah.
I'll go along with Donna then,
And
for this one, we
I
go
say-
yes, and
But what are we
It's
doing?
too
I'm not,
crowded.
I'm sort of.
Change.
Well, it was unfortunate not to have the applicant here because one of the things is it's the garbage management that creates the issue. So what we've heard from a lot of other people, and if there are other roadbed situations here in the adjoining spots, everybody's gonna put their garbage in front of the beer garage, if that's an empty
Do expect
space.
an application from North Fork.
And
I don't
so,
expect anything else on this block.
you know, that's the problem, and that's not a good way for everybody to go dump their garbage in front of the business that's not participating. That's not fair either, and that's the struggle that we've heard from other businesses. If they don't participate in this program, if we don't have it, we're gonna be the ones who have everybody's garbage in front of us. And, you know, without rehashing it, we heard that very specifically from one applicant said, I'm doing this so they don't put their trash in front of me.
Right.
I have to do it. I'm allowed to do it, so I'm going to, but
that on eight?
I don't really want to. Or he didn't say that this time, but he did say that before.
Yeah.
So, I mean, those are real considerations when we have these back-to-back-to-back situations that, you know. And with a previous chair of this board in this area with Terry Coon, when we walked around, we often talked about the garbage on the streets in this
So
particular.
how are we voting on Village Square Pizza?
I'm sort of voting the same way we did on the others. That's my vote.
Okay, so conditional, do I have a conditional denial?
And I just added primary reasons are the accuracy, but also we're concerned about increasing density and garbage issues on Christopher Street.
Okay.
Thank you for typing that.
Okay, so we're gonna send modification conditional denial. Mallet test, are we ready to vote on that one?
Yep.
What did you decide, Carter? Nothing?
I'm okay if we.
Okay.
So conditional denial?
Yes.
Great. Okay, so next we have Bar Moga.
It's an FDNY waiver. So deny.
Are we sending modifications?
We have been for the.
Yes, okay, so, okay. Okay, so the next one is, Impalon. Modifications won't have about them adjusting, because that's completely up to them, but we can comment on it.
I think in this one, you know, the recommendation is the reduction of the width. Because of the bus lane. And
Right.
even the applicant stating that there are ongoing issues with the bus lane. I mean.
I mean, they.
Okay, so conditional denial.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean,
And the feedback will include about the bus routes, about that the applicant offered,
leaving the opening for the residential.
leaving the opening for the residential, even though, again, we're not putting that in our modifications.
We're not.
Okay, so 22.
I was gonna say that he had agreed to do it. And so this is the opportunity to put it into a position where then we can approve it.
So do you want me to put it,
Meaning if he said that, okay, yeah, I can adjust that, it was a few tables and seats.
so the
If he's going
modification,
to do it, we want it to match what we've
Said here.
so is there a modification for it?
Yeah, to adjust so that there's an opening in front of the resident.
Okay, so I'll just say, okay,
I don't know.
I don't know, I think DOT is gonna come back at us and say, well, because they don't know that the applicant said it first. And then they're gonna say, well, you guys asked them to do that and
The
that
applicant
wasn't,
agreed to do it, where do we reflect that?
the
I mean, that's
applicant desired to do that without us asking.
What's that?
No. Well, we didn't really, we can't,
Well, we discussed holistically problems here, and the city's in denial that this exists in its own bubble.
oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the entrance or the reduction in width?
Both.
Both.
And the reason I say that is because this is an operator this has a significant impact where there wasn't one before.
We didn't have any with.
so we're not asking them to reduce the width, so all we're asking.
Specifically asked.
No,
Yes.
okay, the modification is that they will make an adjustment to where, to to.
Well, it means they'll have to adjust their
Well,
width.
and then, they will just have to be implied, because that's obviously what will
Let me just ask you
happen.
guys a question. We don't have an FDNY waiver, but we had an applicant came in here and testified at our public hearing that it's regularly hit. Why would we not say that this should be reduced? It's like,
I agree that they should reduce the width.
You know.
I don't know if we should, and that we can include that. I don't know if we can ask them to reduce the length.
no, the length.
We're not asking them to reduce the width, are we?
The length was creating the opening in front of the residential.
Right. And I don't know if we can.
And to do that,
Well, they offered it. So the thing is that, here's the deal. It's like the same thing with the withdrawal. We didn't ask for Les Botanistes to withdraw. They offered. And then when we sent to cement that agreement so we could show DOT that they agreed to that, then nothing happened. So that is what the modifications are. It is a capture of a moment in time of an agreement.
Right.
So.
But we're
And that
also,
would be good, so that when it comes to the SLA, we
Right, I mean-
have that also, because this does go to a public interest with all the seating outside and everything else. I totally appreciate his honesty and what he was saying about goes on with that. No, I mean, it's.
So-
right, well.
Agrees to adjust the layout.
So if you remember, the question I asked him is if his tables and chairs were perpendicular to the table, does he need the full 7-foot width? And that's,
Perpendicular.
yeah, perpendicular. The tables and chairs are perpendicular. And a 7-foot width is this, which you don't need for a two-top. So a reduction is not a hardship, it's a reflection just to match.
Okay, so are we,
Some of the SLA stipulations where they had initially no accuracy.
Yeah, and it was a big issue in the beginning, so.
for M. Palan?
Yeah.
Okay,
I
so,
don't know if I caught that, frankly. Like, I know he agreed to consider, or he was okay with adjusting the length of the proposed roadway cafe setups to unblock the area in front of the primary building entrance. I did not catch the width part. I don't
He
know
testified
that
that it's
he,
hit regularly.
but I
yeah,
don't know that he agreed to, because I mean, I'm sure a lot of these setups get roughed up or rubbed up against on. I don't think that takes, that assumes that they're gonna make
That's
that
so
change.
dangerous, you have people sitting on the
Yeah.
other side of that.
Yeah.
I think that's safe for us to ask.
You know. I mean, I think you just go.
honestly, he shouldn't have brought it up, because it's,
Yeah, I mean, we brought up the fact that this is the best route and it's a narrow street. It's a problematic street for loading and.
so here's the deal. We don't have to get agreement from them on any
Right.
modification we send to them. This is our discussion
Right.
here. So if we want to put in the width, then I just need the agreement that that's
Yes.
based on the testimony that he gave, which he offered up that it's gotten hit, that asking for a reduction in width seems reasonable. So again, what we talked to them about is not all inclusive. Moving on, how are we voting on this?
Yes, with modifications.
So a conditional denial. Okay, so, great. So this one,
I'm not gonna vote on that.
Okay.
I think I'm not comfortable with reading in between the lines.
Hitting on them.
That's not what I said, Carter, so don't say that I said that. I
Well,
think,
you've
I
got
think,
public testimony that it's
I would like for us to have confirmed with that and to have like, just clarity that that's okay.
so here's the deal. That's not how we operate. We don't ask applicants if they're okay with a modification that
Well,
we
they
agree to.
understand why where we're coming from.
But they were the ones who brought up the fact that they've gotten hit. So here we are in business session, taking in everything we've heard, taking in the testimony, and this is where we adjust the modification. So this is what, last time Stella was adjusting them and we had slides. And so that's, because we don't, that this is not any sort of shock or anything. This is completely optional for them to sign. They don't have to return them. It happens all the time. It happened, I'd say we get.
Public hearing and.
Yeah, it's gonna go to a public
But you guys
hearing
are also
anyways.
forgetting something, which is how I set this up, as far as everybody's memory. Well, no, is that we will deny his liquor license and he won't be able
Right.
to serve alcohol for quite some time
Right.
if there's community opposition. because he won't get any.
We're trying to find a path to where,
And he's also putting out, what, probably 70 seats outside.
I mean, who
which
knows
is-
how much it's
which
going.
is
It's massive.
larger
I don't
than
know what he has
almost
inside.
every single restaurant.
Is it larger?
And then the
than-
area on the inside. And so creating the
Doubling
balance where
huge
he can
space.
take advantage, even what he said, when the initial public interest on this was that they wouldn't have any outside,
Right.
so it's a huge balancing act that he even said that he's very, willing to close earlier. And so what
is the proposed, just to be clear, what is the proposed width reduction?
we're not going to stipulate that. We're not going to design it. We're asking for him to consider reducing it and making that decision. We're not here to direct on.
That's it, we're just saying, we're asking you to consider reducing the width.
Well, it's like I said.
To reduce it.
during the meeting is that he's the
whole
last-
thing is a consideration to sign it.
He's the last width before you get to West Fourth
corner.
Street. And what happens is that, of course, he gets rubbed up on because there's nothing wider in front of him.
Can we have language on what that is for the modification? Because that's not in the modifications. Part of the problem, we haven't.
So this is what happens. This is all like usually like this is just what we take. I take from what the notes were, and I will write up the language for them based on the notes that were there. So again, we don't seek agreement with the applicant on all of them. We just present, we see if they have questions. They offered up a lot of information that has now made us a business session, say that based on safety, that it would be in the best interest. And also we're trying to give him a pathway to be able to not have his liquor license delayed and delaying the use of the space, which is primarily about drinking rosé outside. So if there's community opposition, it's going to be delayed, and he's probably not gonna be able to use the roadway in the way he intended because of this community opposition. What this modification for the width, as well as the clearance of the entrance, it is to help so that it won't have community opposition when it comes to SLA.
Right, so, but just to clarify, like, for the process that you identified, right? If they agree to the modifications, then this moves along to a approval with
modifications.
So what I'm trying to clarify is what is the modification that we're proposing so that they're in compliance when they reduce the width of the roadway cafe? Is it just take into consideration reducing the width
Saying a reduction.
by an inch?
If that's what he does.
What I had said to him, and he said.
I mean, that seems kind of silly, but.
Well, that's why I'm asking, what is the language we're using for the modification?
That's what I asked him during the meeting. It's exactly what I asked him. With his attorney present, mind you, that's an important consideration, and of course, learned from Bobby Lee. But he agreed that to the reasonable width that he would need for his tables perpendicular to the building. So you don't need the full 7 feet 6 inches for a two-top going this way. Most of the time, what we see is 5 feet allocated for that roughly. And you don't need the full 7 feet. And he has in between all of them the access.
He even said it's okay if he,
So it's not, we don't see him, whose tables turn the other way 3 deep. Going the other way, we see them.
So yeah, I just want to know what the language is for the proposed modification.
Okay, we'll reduce the width of the proposed roadway cafe to take into consideration or to avoid because it is on a bus route and to avoid something about the being hit.
Okay.
So that's.
I'm on board with that.
Okay, like again, we're not trying to design it for him, we're just asking to adjust the width. And again, I tried to write some of these ahead of time based on the notes, really great notes, everyone, but I just couldn't get to this one. So, and this was something that came up from the hearing, right?
I mean, that's why we have these meetings.
So, okay, so are we voting for a conditional denial on this one?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yes.
Okay, great.
American Bar.
American Bar.
There's no waiver here.
I think it's a conditional denial. I mean, I will put in the information to the, we'll put in the, you know, I don't know if that's a modification that we,
Which part?
for American Bar, I don't know if we put in a modification about the property owner thing or not. I don't know. I'm not the, I mean, we're not the authority.
I'm a little uncomfortable saying, I mean, to me, in my mind, it seems very clear that they need and it says it in the thing, they need the building owner, not the condo owner. I mean, of course, the person who owns the retail space is going to be okay with anything. So, I mean, that's a given, but I don't think it's our place to ask for that modification.
No.
But I do think it's our place to strongly say that this seems to be I mean, we have a real problem with this.
Yeah.
I mean, it just seems that they didn't, that the wrong person gave authorization.
But we need to tell that to DOT.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, and this is not, okay,
Yeah,
so
that needs to go to
conditional
DOT.
denials and modifications.
Be called out because God knows how many of these they're doing that the person who's sitting there
No, it's
doesn't know.
unfortunate, it's unfortunate that the checkbox on the form says it's not just the owner, it could be a property manager. That
This
is,
isn't a property manager either. This person owns the space. They don't, I mean, I think their language actually is kind of clear.
also, I don't know how DOT would discern that from one and the other either.
Because they don't check who they.
They're not gonna check. Yeah, you just need someone to sign and notarize a form. So that's,
The reason I think that this is really important is that one of the primary issues of this location of even these guys, again, getting their liquor license was noise.
Right.
And we have really compelling testimony from people who live directly above. There's a woman who's an emergency room doctor. And also this building has regularly been engaged and it's just noise.
okay, so we'll just put it in the
So
311.
That's the part of the issue of getting the agreement is so that conversation takes place there and they can figure it out. And the proprietary leases that the commercial tenant space has, not the tenant, but the shareholder who owns that, whatever it is that's worked out in the agreement, they need to work that out, you know, there. And that's the whole point, is that they're circumventing the process in coming to us. And they're also either intentionally or by mistake, you know, putting false information on an application that's fairly specific on the owner.
Yeah.
And in a co-op.
I just don't understand how it's
shareholder,
adjudicated.
The owner is the co-op
Okay,
itself, so.
all right.
And it's not uncommon that there are extensive regulations regarding.
Gelateria.
Service establishment.
Gelateria. Is there a waiver?
Place.
No waiver.
Should be fine.
Okay, I'm gonna say conditional denial.
Mhm.
We'll send modifications. Cafe Napoli on Hester,
Too narrow.
For the roadway, there's a
Student
waiver.
Conflicts.
so denial. Are we sending, not, we are, because we are, okay, and that's, okay, so gelateria. And what about Cafe Napoli sidewalk? Is this an ADA issue?
Is an ADA.
Okay, so that's a denial. Are we sending modifications for the sidewalk?
That's an interesting one from the ADA, because if you could seat somebody at a table that's outside, but you're halfway in and out.
No, I think that one, it's not even level, it's not even flush. So I think that's, yeah. So I think it's just an outright denial.
Okay, so are we sending modifications on sidewalks that don't meet ADA? I think we've consistently been no, right? So 2.5 and 2.18, so 2.5.
So we're denying the sidewalk to ADA because of ADA.
Okay, so 2.18, great, okay, so that's 2 more Balthazar Restaurant and the Balthazar Bakery.
Balthazar Restaurant, I think conditional denial.
Yep, I agree.
Okay, so conditional denial for the roadway. Do we need to put in, do we need to address the bakery on both?
Well, I think that
And the
I think
feedback?
we should, because it's cross-service. it's
Okay.
not allowed.
Okay,
So we can put that in.
okay.
Should put that in.
Do we put that in the modifications and the feedback or both?
We should also put that in right
Modifications.
away
Okay.
on Palma and
Aperitivo.
Aperitivo.
Oh, okay. Okay, so those are both conditional denials, sending modifications on both, cross-service to be mentioned. Really quickly, let me just add one thing and then for new business. So we voted conditional denial on those last two, is that correct?
Yeah, on the last two, did we say that since this is, it's not a sidewalk cafe, but the global corridor would not leave room for any sidewalk cafe on this?
Cafe.
No.
We get into that at all?
No, I wouldn't go into that here. I wouldn't get into it here, but we will, I expect sidewalk and for both of these applications, as Michael said. So with those, okay, so out of all those, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8, 1 second. So eight of these will be voted on at full board, the rest will not. So just so everyone knows. I'm sorry, Donna, did you have something to say?
No.
Okay. New business, anyone have new business?
Yes. The naming, we gotta keep.
Yes.
We have to keep the corporate name in everything because that's the name that never changes.
Right, so.
DBA on many of our businesses over the course of years changes. And we've been listing everything by the DBAs. And from a record keeping perspective, that's not.
We need
a good
both.
way to- Yeah, it should be the way it is on the agendas.
Corporate name,
which has
DBA.
both, and
Right.
Keep it that way.
It's really hard on the file folders when I'm trying to do, it's really hard for intuitively on the file folders, which is why I put the DBA on the file folders. But once I move them to the archives, I'm going to start renaming them. And I know initially we started this out and I had the addresses leading first, and that was not.
I think I complained.
But I think that as you associate names, but as we just go through all these volumes
Okay.
of places, it's easier when it matches what's on our agenda.
Okay. So I will switch those on the next round of applications then, and I will retroactively change the rest of them. Because again, what I do with these next is these will all move to the processing modifications folder, and then the date moves to the beginning because I have to deal with these by date, like due date and that's.
And you sort them in the folders by that?
I move the date of the file name to the front because I don't really care about the application name. I just care which set I'm working on.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah.
You just sort it by the date instead of having to make yourself go through that extra
No.
work? No, okay.
No, because the last modification, maybe I haven't looked at. It's
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but that's just kind of the system to work through because otherwise.
Yeah, I got it.
That's why I had to start adding the due dates. Yeah. Okay, so I can change that. It's just here's the deal. I've
gonna get long.
Well, I can't do the DBA on the file name. The folders will be completely unnavigatable in the folder. So I can put the legal name only and the address. I have to fit that it's Roadway, and maybe I can put it to RW.
Yeah,
I have to have the due date.
Can we do RW and can we do SCW? And
I don't do SWC because I think the C is reductive. So maybe it's just an R or an S because it's the W is the same. So maybe that's what we do. But for the next.
Double work is what I'm saying is when you do all the names.
Well, I'll change it, but I'm just going to tell everyone that I'm only going to have the legal name. I can't have the DBA name. It's too long. They get just too long and we can't read the file and I have to see.
And that makes more sense because when you go to look at the agenda online, that's what you start with.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine. That's a good point. Okay, and then everyone saw, yes? I haven't done it retroactively. It's all mixed up in the archive.
So you're not gonna have the application number on there.
No.
You're just gonna have, okay, gotcha.
No, it's literally going to say.
Whatever.
Yeah, like St. Theo's, it would just say 330, 340 for LLC. But do you see how that gets really long and then I can't see the address? We'll put the R, I can put a W for the Wednesday. I can take off the 2025 because now we're all in the 1 year because we weren't before. So I can make those changes. I just want to let everyone know it's just going to be the legal name moving forward. Okay, great. We have 20 applications that were referred to us today. I sent out a notification about a meeting on the 29th. I think we should, that's 20. I don't know what we're gonna get on. Obviously, it's not sustainable to have 40 applications, so I think we're just gonna have to go through those 20. I think if we start to split them and go, oh, okay, well, this one's not due here, I think it's just gonna get, I think we just deal with them in the batches as they come. I don't know. I mean, maybe, I don't know. If anyone has a solution on that, it's likely we're gonna get another.
I mean, it's a lot of applications that we're getting. Are there, I know we have like a 45 or about a 30-day window.
No, go ahead, Gordon.
And then the only other alternative I would say is having another committee like SLA1 and SLA2.
We're gonna be done pretty soon.
Yeah, they'll have to be, people want to open on April 1, so I'm getting emails from DOT on Saturdays. I'm getting, like, in response to receiving our applications that we've submitted, I'm getting emails from them at 7 in the morning.
One other thing I would just.
Or they're submitting at like midnight.
Yeah, so are we adjourning? Because I think if we want to continue.
Adjourn, yes.
Right, so can I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Okay, great.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Okay, great.
Thanks, whoever's still here.
Okay, so what time is it?